Book 1 of Al-Masnavi, or the Masnavi, by Jalalud'Din Rumi, translated by Reynold A. Nicholson. Introduction. In the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, this is the book of the Masnavi, which is the roots of the religion, in respect of unveiling the mysteries of attainment and of certainty, and which is the greatest science of God and the clearest way of God, and the most manifest evidence of God. The likeness of the light thereof is as a niche in which is a candle shining with a radiance brighter than the dawn. It is the heart's paradise, having fountains and boughs, one of them a fountain called Salsabil, amongst the travellers on this path. And in the view of the possessors of stations and graces, it is best as a station, and most excellent as a resting place. Therein the righteous eat and drink, and thereby the free are gladdened and rejoiced. And like the Nile of Egypt, it is a drink to them that endure patiently, but a grief to the people of Pharaoh and the unbelievers, even as God hath said, He lets many be misled thereby, and He lets many be guided thereby. It is the cure for sick breasts, and the purge of sorrows, and the expounder of the Quran, and the abundance of gifts, and the cleansing dispositions, by the hands of noble righteous scribes, who forbid none shall touch it, except the purified. Falsehood doth not approach it either from before or behind, since God observes it and watches over it, and He is the best guardian, and He is the most merciful of them that show mercy. And it hath other titles of honour which God hath bestowed upon it. We have confined ourselves to this little, for the little is an index to the much, and a mouthful is an index to the pool, and a handful is an index to a great threshing floor. Saith the feeble slave who hath need of the mercy of God Most High, Muhammad son of Muhammad, son of Al-Hussein of Balkh. May God accept from him. I have exerted myself to give length to the poem in rhymed couplets, which comprises strange tales and rare sayings and excellent discourses and precious indications, and the path of the ascetics and the garden of the devotees, brief in expression but manifold in meaning, at the request of my master and stay and support, the place of the spirit in my body, and the treasure of my today and my tomorrow, namely the Sheikh, the exemplar for them that know God, and the leader of them that possess right guidance and certainty, the helper of humankind, the trusted keeper of hearts and consciences, the charge deposited by God amongst His creatures, and His choice amongst His creation, and His injunctions to His prophet, and His secrets to His chosen one, the key of the treasuries of the Empyrean, the trustee of the riches stored in the earth, the father of virtues, the sword, Husam, of the truth and religion, Hassan son of Muhammad son of Al-Hassan, generally known as Ibn Aki Turk, the Abu Yazid of the time, the Junaid of the age, the entirely veracious son of an entirely veracious sire and grandsire, may God be well pleased with him and with them, a native of Urmia, tracing his descent to the Sheikh, who is honoured for having said, In the evening I was a Kurd, and in the morning I was an Arab. May God sanctify his soul and the souls of his successors. How goodly is the ancestor, and how goodly the successor. His is a lineage upon which the sun hath cast its mantle, and a renown of ancestry before which the stars have dimmed their beams. Their courtyard hath ever been fortune's cynosure, whither turn the sons of the rulers, and hope's Kaaba, which is circumambulated by deputations of the suitors for bounty. And may it never cease to be thus, so long as a star rises and an orient sun appears above the horizon, to the end that it may be a fastness for the godly, spiritual, heavenly, super-celestial, illuminated ones who possess insight, the silent ones who behold, the absent ones who are present, the kings beneath threadbare garments, the nobles of the nations, the owners of excellences, the luminaries who display the evidences. Amen, O Lord of all created beings. And this is a prayer that will not be rejected, for it is a prayer that includes all classes of the creation. Glory be to God, the Lord of all created beings, and God bless the best of his creatures, Muhammad and his kin, the noble, the pure. Proem. In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Listen to the reed how it tells a tale, complaining of separations, saying, ever since I was parted from the reed bed, my lament hath caused man and woman to moan. I want a bosom torn by severance, that I may unfold to such a one the pain of love desire. Everyone who is left far from his source wishes back the time when he was united with it. In every company I uttered my wailful notes, I consorted with the unhappy and with them that rejoice. Every one became my friend from his own opinion. None sought out my secrets from within me. My secret is not far from my plaint, but ear and eye lack the light, whereby it should be apprehended. Body is not veiled from soul, nor soul from body, yet none is permitted to see the soul. This noise of the reed is fire, it is not wind. Whoso hath not this fire, may he be naught. 'Tis the fire of love that is in the reed, 'tis the fervour of love that is in the wine. The reed is the comrade of every one who has been parted from a friend. Its strains pierced our hearts. Who ever saw a poison and antidote like the reed? Who ever saw a sympathizer and a longing lover like the reed? The reed tells of the way full of blood, and recounts stories of the passion of Majnun. Only to the senseless is this sense confided. The tongue hath no customer save the ear. In our woe the days of life have become untimely. Our days travel hand in hand with burning griefs. If our days are gone, let them go. 'Tis no matter. Do thou remain, for none is holy as thou art. Whoever is not a fish becomes sated with his water. Whoever is without daily bread finds the day long. None that is raw understands the state of the ripe. Therefore, my words must be brief. Farewell, O sun, burst thy chains and be free. How long wilt thou be a bondsman to silver and gold? If thou pour the sea into a pitcher, how much will it hold? 1 day's store. The pitcher, the eye of the covetous, never becomes full. The oyster shell is not filled with pearls until it is contented. He alone, whose garment is rent by a mighty love, is purged of covetousness and all defect. Hail, O love that bringest us good gain, thou that art the physician of all our ills, the remedy of our pride and vain glory, our Plato and our Galen. Through love, the earthly body soared to the skies. The mountain began to dance and became nimble. Love inspired Mount Sinai, O lover, so that Sinai was made. Drunken, and Moses fell in a swoon. Were I joined to the lip of one in accord with me, I too, like the reed, would tell all that may be told. But whoever is parted from one who speaks his language becomes dumb, though he have 100 songs. When the rose is gone and the garden faded, thou wilt hear no more the nightingale's story. The beloved is all and the lover but a veil. The beloved is living and the lover a dead thing. When love hath no care for him, he is left as a bird without wings. Alas for him then! How should I have consciousness of aught before or behind when the light of my beloved is not before me and behind? Love wills that this word should be shown forth. If the mirror does not reflect, how is that? Dost thou know why the mirror of thy soul reflects nothing? Because the rust is not cleared from its face. the story of the king's falling in love with a handmaiden and buying her. O my friends, hearken to this tale. In truth, it is the very marrow of our inward state. In olden time, there was a king to whom belonged the power temporal and also the power spiritual. It chanced that one day he rode with his courtiers to the chase. On the king's highway, the king espied a handmaiden. The soul of the king was enthralled by her. For as much as the bird, his soul, was fluttering in its cage, he gave money and bought the handmaiden. After he had bought her and won to his desire, by divine destiny, she sickened. A certain man had an ass, but no pack saddle. As soon as he got a saddle, the wolf carried away his ass. He had a pitcher, but no water could be obtained. When he found water, the pitcher broke. The king gathered the physicians together from left and right and said to them, "The life of us both is in your hands. My life is of no account, but she is the life of my life. I am in pain and wounded. She is my remedy. Whoever heals her that is my life will bear away with him my treasure and pearls, large and small." They all answered him, saying, "We will hazard our lives and summon all our intelligence and put it into the common stock. Each one of us is the Messiah of a world, of people. In our hands is a medicine for every pain." In their arrogance they did not say, "If God will," therefore God showed unto them the weakness of man. I mean, a case in which omission of the saving clause is due to a hardness of heart, not the mere saying of these words, for that is a superficial circumstance. How many a one has not pronounced the saving clause, and yet his soul is in harmony with the soul of it? The more cures and remedies they applied, the more did the illness increase, and the need was not fulfilled. The sick girl became thin as a hair, while the eyes of the king flowed with tears of blood like a river. By divine destiny, oxymel produced bile, and oil of almonds was increasing the dryness. From giving, myrobalan constipation resulted, relaxation ceased, and water fed the flames, like naphtha. How it became manifest to the king that the physicians were unable to cure the handmaiden, and how he turned his face towards God and dreamed of a holy man. When the king saw the powerlessness of those physicians, he ran barefooted to the mosque. He entered the mosque and advanced to the mihrab to pray. The prayer carpet was bathed in the king's tears. On coming to himself out of the flood of ecstasy, fana, he opened his lips in goodly praise and laud, saying, "O thou whose least gift is the empire of the world, what shall I say inasmuch as thou knowest the hidden thing? O thou with whom we always take refuge in our need, once again we have missed the way. But thou hast said, albeit I know thy secret, nevertheless declare it forthwith in thine outward act." When from the depths of his soul he raised a cry of supplication, the sea of bounty began to surge. Slumber overtook him in the midst of weeping. He dreamed that an old man appeared and said, "Good tidings, O king. Thy prayers are granted. If tomorrow a stranger come for thee, he is from me. When he comes, he is the skilled physician. Deem him veracious, for he is trusty and true. In his remedy, behold absolute magic. In his temperament, behold the might of God." When the promised hour arrived and day broke, and the sun, rising from the east, began to burn the stars, the king was in the belvedere, expecting to see that which had been shown mysteriously. He saw a person excellent and worshipful, a sun amidst a shadow, coming from afar like the new moon in slenderness and radiance. He was non-existent, though existent in the form of fantasy. In the spirit, fantasy is as naught, yet behold a world turning on a fantasy. Their peace and their war turn on a fantasy, and their pride and their shame spring from a fantasy. But those fantasies which ensnare the saints are the reflection of the fair ones of the garden of God. In the countenance of the stranger guest was appearing that fantasy which the king beheld in his dream. The king himself, instead of the chamberlains, went forward to meet his guest from the invisible. Both were seamen who had learned to swim. The souls of both were knit together without sewing. The king said, "Thou wert my beloved, in reality, not she, but in this world deed issues from deed. O thou who art to me as Mustafa, Mohammed, while I am like unto Umar, I will gird my loins to do thee service." Beseeching the Lord, who is our helper, to help us to observe self-control in all circumstances, and explaining the harmful and pernicious consequences of indiscipline. Let us implore God to help us to self-control. One who lacks self-control is deprived of the grace of the Lord. The undisciplined man does not maltreat himself alone, but he sets the whole world on fire. A table of food was coming down from heaven without headache, trouble, and without selling and buying, when some of the people of Moses cried disrespectfully, "Where is garlic and lentils?" Straightway, the heavenly bread and dishes of food were cut off. There remained for all of them the toil of sowing and labouring with mattock and scythe. Again, when Jesus made intercession, God sent food and bounty from heaven on trays. But once more the insolent fellows omitted to show respect and, like beggars, snatched away the viands. Although Jesus entreated them, saying, "This is lasting and will not fail from off the earth." To show suspicion and greed at the table of majesty is ingratitude. Because of those impudent wretches who were blinded by greed, that gate of mercy was closed upon them. On account of withholding the poor tax, no rain clouds arise, and in consequence of fornication, the plague spreads in all directions. Whatever befalls thee of gloom and sorrow is the result of irreverence and insolence withal. Anyone behaving with irreverence in the path of the friend is a brigand who robs men, and he is no man. Through discipline, this heaven has been filled with light, and through discipline, the angels became immaculate and holy. By reason of irreverence, the sun was eclipsed, and insolence caused an Azazel to be turned back from the door. The meeting of the king with the divine physician, whose coming had been announced to him in a dream. He, the king, opened his hands and clasped him to his breast and received him, like love, into his heart and soul, and began to kiss his hand and brow and inquire concerning his home and journey. So, with many a question, he led him to the dais. "At last," said he, "I have found a treasure by being patient." He said also, "O gift from God and defence against trouble, O thou who art, the meaning of patience is the key of joy. O thou whose countenance is the answer to every question, by thee hard knots are loosed without discussion. Thou interpretest all that is in our hearts, thou givest a helping hand to everyone whose foot is in the mire. Welcome, O chosen one, O approved one. If thou vanish, destiny will come upon us, and the wide room will be straitened. Thou art the protector of the people. He that desires thee not hath gone to perdition. Nay, verily, if he do not refrain. When that meeting and bounteous, spiritual repast was over, he took his hand and conducted him to the harem. How the king led the physician to the bedside of the sick girl, that he might see her condition. He rehearsed the tale of the invalid and her illness, and then seated him beside the sick girl. The physician observed the colour of her face, felt her pulse, and inspected her urine. He heard both the symptoms and the secondary causes of her malady. He said, "None of the remedies which they have applied builds up health. They, the false physicians, have wrought destruction." They were ignorant of the inward state. I seek refuge with God from that which they invent. He saw the pain, and the secret became open to him, but he concealed it and did not tell the king. Her pain was not from black or yellow bile. The smell of every firewood appears from the smoke. From her sore grief, he perceived that she was heart-sore, well in body, but stricken in heart. Being in love is made manifest by soreness of heart. There is no sickness like heart sickness. The lover's ailment is separate from all other ailments. Love is the astrolabe of the mysteries of God. Whether love be from this earthly side or from that heavenly side, in the end it leads us yonder. Whatsoever I say in exposition and explanation of love, when I come to love itself, I am ashamed of that explanation. Although the commentary of the tongue makes all clear, yet tongueless love is clearer. Whilst the pen was making haste in writing, it split upon itself as soon as it came to love. In expounding it, love, the intellect lay down, helplessly, like an ass in the mire. It was love, alone, that uttered the explanation of love and loverhood. The proof of the sun is the sun himself. If thou require the proof, do not avert thy face from him. If the shadow gives an indication of him, the sun himself gives spiritual light every moment. The shadow, like chat in the night hours, brings sleep to thee. When the sun rises, the moon is cloven asunder. There is nothing in the world so wondrous strange as the sun, but the sun of the Spirit is everlasting. It hath no yesterday. Although the external sun is unique, still it is possible to imagine one resembling it. The spiritual sun, which is beyond the ether, hath no peer in the mind or externally. Where is room in the imagination for his essence, that the like of him should come into the imagination? When news arrived of the face of Shamsuddin, the sun of the religion, the sun of the fourth heaven drew in its head, hid itself for shame. Since his name has come to my lips, it behoves me to set forth some hint of his bounty. At this moment, my soul has plucked my skirt. He has caught the perfume of Joseph's vest. He said, "For the sake of our years of companionship, recount one of those sweet ecstasies, that earth and heaven may laugh with joy, that intellect and spirit and I may increase 100-fold. I said, "Do not lay tasks on me, for I have passed away from myself, Fana. My apprehensions are blunted, and I know not how to praise. Everything that is said by one who has not returned to consciousness, if he constrains himself or boastfully exaggerates, is unseemly. How should I, not a vein of mine is sensible, describe that friend who hath no peer? The description of this severance and this heart's blood do thou at present leave over till another time." He said, "Feed me, for I am hungry, and make haste, for time is a cutting sword." The Sufi is the son of the present time, O comrade. It is not the rule of the way to say tomorrow. Art not thou indeed a Sufi then? That which is, in hand, is reduced to naught by postponing the payment. I said to him, "It is better that the secret of the friend should be disguised. Do thou hearken to it as implied in the contents of the tale. It is better that the lover's secret should be told in the talk of others." He said, "Tell it forth openly and nakedly and without unfaithfulness. Do not put me off, O trifler. Lift the veil and speak nakedly, for I do not wear a shirt when I sleep with the adored one." I said, "If he should become naked in thy vision, neither wilt thou remain nor thy bosom nor thy waist. Ask thy wish, but ask with measure. A blade of straw will not support the mountain. If the sun, by whom this world is illumined, should approach a little nearer, all will be burned. Do not seek trouble and turmoil and bloodshed. Say no more concerning the son of Tabriz. This mystery hath no end. Tell of the beginning. Go, relate the conclusion of this tale." How that saint demanded of the king to be alone with the handmaiden for the purpose of discovering her malady. He said, "O king, make the house empty, send away both kinsfolk and strangers. Let no one listen in the entrance halls, that I may ask certain things of this handmaiden." The house was left empty, and not one inhabitant remained. Nobody save the physician and that sick girl. Very gently he said to her, "Where is thy native town? For the treatment suitable to the people of each town is separate. And in that town who is related to thee? With what hast thou kinship and affinity?" He laid his hand on her pulse and put questions, one by one, about the injustice of heaven. When a thorn darts into anyone's foot, he sets his foot upon his knee and keeps searching for its head with the point of a needle. And if he does not find it, he keeps moistening it, the place, with his lip. A thorn in the foot is so hard to find. How, then, is it with a thorn in the heart? Answer, that. If every base fellow had seen the thorn in the heart, when would sorrows gain the upper hand over anyone? Somebody sticks a thorn under a donkey's tail. The donkey does not know how to get rid of it. He starts jumping. He jumps, and the thorn strikes more firmly, pierces deeper. It needs an intelligent person to extract a thorn. In order to get rid of the thorn, the donkey from irritation and pain went on kicking and dealing blows in 100 places. But that thorn-removing physician was an expert. Putting his hand on one spot after another, he tested it. He inquired of the girl concerning her friends, by way of narrative. And she disclosed to the physician many circumstances touching her home and former, masters, and fellow townsmen. He listened to her story while he continued to observe her pulse and its beating, so that at whosoever's name her pulse should begin to throb, he might know that that person is the object of her soul's desire in the world. He counted up the friends in her native town. Then he mentioned another town by name. He said, "When you went forth from your own town, in which town did you live mostly?" She mentioned the name of a certain town, and from that too she passed on, to speak of another, and meanwhile there was no change in the colour of her face or in her pulse. Masters and towns one by one she told of, and about dwelling place and bread and salt. She told stories of many a town and many a house, and still no vein of her quivered, nor did her cheek grow pale. Her pulse remained in its normal state, unimpaired, till he asked about Samarkand, the city sweet as candy. Thereat, her pulse jumped and her face went red and pale by turns, for she had been parted from a man of Samarkand, a goldsmith. When the physician found out this secret from the sick girl, he discerned the source of that grief and woe. He said, "Which is his quarter in passing through the town?" "Sarai Pul, Bridgehead," she replied, "and Gartafar Street." Said he, "I know what your illness is, and I will at once display the arts of magic in delivering you. Be glad and carefree, and have no fear, for I will do to you that which rain does to the meadow. I will be anxious for you, be not you anxious. I am kinder to you than 100 fathers. Beware. Tell not this secret to anyone, not though the king should make much inquiry from you. When your heart becomes the grave of your secret, that desire of yours will be gained more quickly. The prophet said that anyone who hides his inmost thought will soon attain to the object of his desire. When seeds are hidden in the earth, their inward secret becomes the verdure of the garden. If gold and silver were not hidden, how would they get nourishment, grow and ripen in the mine? The promises and soothing words of the physician made the sick girl safe, free from fear. There are true promises, grateful to the heart. There are false promises, fraught with disquietude. The promise of the noble is current, sterling coin. The promise of the unworthy becomes anguish of soul. How the saint, having discovered the cause of the illness, laid it before the king. Then he arose and went to see the king, and acquainted him with a portion of that matter. "The best plan," said he, "is that we should bring the man here for the sake of curing this malady. Summon the goldsmith from that far country, beguile him with gold and robes of honor." The king sent thither 1 or 2 messengers, clever men and competent and very just. How the king sent messengers to Samarkand to fetch the goldsmith. To Samarkand came the 2 messengers for the goldsmith debonair and wanton, saying, "O fine master, perfect in knowledge, thou whose quality of perfection in thy craft is famous in all the lands, lo, such and such a king hath chosen thee for thy skill in the goldsmith's craft, because thou art eminent. Look now, receive this robe of honor and gold and silver. When thou comest to the king, thou wilt be a favorite and boon companion." The man saw the much wealth and the many robes. He was beguiled. He parted from his town and children. Blithely, the man came into the road, unaware that the king had formed a design against his life. He mounted an Arab horse and sped on joyously. What really was the price of his blood he deemed a robe of honor. O fool, who with 100 consents thyself with thine own foot, didst enter on the journey to the fated ill. In his fancy were dreams of riches, power, and lordship. Said Azrael, the angel of death, "Go thy way. Yes, thou wilt get them." When the stranger arrived and turned from the road, the physician brought him into the presence of the king. Proudly and delicately they conducted him to the King of Kings, that he might burn like a moth on that candle of Tiraz. The king beheld him, showed great regard for him, and entrusted to him the treasure house full of gold. Then the physician said to him, "O mighty Sultan, give the handmaiden to this lord, in order that the handmaiden may be happy in union with him, and that the water of union with him may put out the fire of passion." the king bestowed on him that moon-faced one and wedded those twain who were craving each other's company. During the space of 6 months, they were satisfying their desire till the girl was wholly restored to health. Thereafter he prepared for him a potion, so that when he drank it, he began to dwindle away before her. When because of sickness his beauty remained not, the soul of the girl remained not in his pestilence, deadly toils. Since he became ugly and ill-favoured and sallow-cheeked, little by little he became cold, irksome and unpleasing in her heart. Those loves which are for the sake of a colour, outward beauty, are not love. In the end, they are a disgrace. Would that he too had been disgrace, deformity, altogether, so that that evil judgment might not have come to pass upon him. Blood ran from his eye that flowed with tears like a river. His handsome face became the enemy of his life. The peacock's plumage is its enemy. O many the king who hath been slain by his magnificence. He said, I am the musk deer on account of whose gland that hunter shed my pure, innocent blood. Oh, I am the fox of the field whose head they, the hunters, springing forth, from the covert, cut off for the sake of the fur. Oh, I am the elephant whose blood was shed by the blow of the mahout, for the sake of the bone, ivory. He who hath slain me for that which is other than I, does not he know that my blood sleepeth not, will not rest unavenged? Today it lies on me, and tomorrow it lies on him. When does the blood of one such as I am go to waste like this? Although the wall casts a long shadow, yet at last the shadow turns back again towards it. This world is the mountain, and our action the shout. The echo of the shouts comes back to us. He said this, and at the same moment went under the earth, gave up the ghost. The handmaiden was purged of pain and love, because love of the dead is not enduring, because the dead one is never coming back to us. But love of the living is every moment fresher than a bud in the spirit and in the sight. Choose the love of that living one who is everlasting, who gives thee to drink of the wine that increases life. Choose the love of him from whose love all the prophets gained power and glory. Do not say, we have no admission to that king. Dealings with the generous are not difficult. Setting forth how the slaying and poisoning of the goldsmith was prompted by divine suggestion, not by sensual desire and wicked meditation. The slaying of this man by the hand of the physician was not done on account of hope or fear. He did not slay him to humour the king. He did not slay him until the divine command and inspiration came. As for the boy whose throat was cut by Khadir, the vulgar do not comprehend the mystery thereof. He that receives from God inspiration and answer to his prayer, whatsoever he may command is the essence of right. If one who bestows spiritual life should slay, it is allowable. He is the divine vicegerent, and his hand is the hand of God. Like Ishmael, lay your head before him, gladly and laughingly give up your soul before his dagger, in order that your soul may remain laughing unto eternity, like the pure soul of Ahmad, Muhammad, with the one, God. Lovers drain the cup of joy at the moment when the fair ones slay them with their own hand. The king did not commit that bloodshed because of lust. Cease from thinking evil and disputing. You thought that he committed a foul crime, but in the state of purity. How should the sublimation leave any alloy behind? The purpose of this severe discipline and this rough treatment is that the furnace may extract the dross from the silver. The testing of good and bad is in order that the gold may boil and bring the scum to the top. If his act were not the inspiration of God, he would have been a dog that rends its prey, not a king. He was unstained by lust and covetousness and passion. What he did was good, but good that wore the aspect of evil. If Kadir stove the boat in the sea, yet in Kadir's staving, there are 100 rightnesses. The imagination of Moses, notwithstanding his spiritual illumination and excellence, was screened from the comprehension of that act of Kadir. Do not thou fly without wings. That deed of the king is a red rose, worthy of praise. Do not call it blood, murder. He is intoxicated with reason. Do not call him a madman. Had it been his desire to shed the blood of a Moslem, I am an infidel if I would have mentioned his name with praise. The highest heaven trembles at praise of the wicked, and by praise of him the devout man is moved to think evil. He was a king, and a very heedful king. He was elect, and the elect, favourite of God. One who is slain by a king like this, he, the king, leads him to fortune and to the best, most honourable estate. Unless he, the king, had seen advantage to him, the goldsmith, in doing violence to him, how should that absolute mercy have sought to do violence? The child trembles at the barber's scalpel, but the fond mother is happy in that pain of her child. He takes half a life and gives 100 lives. In exchange, he gives that which enters not into your imagination. You are judging his actions from the analogy of yourself, but you have fallen far, far away from the truth. Consider well the story of the greengrocer and the parrots spilling the oil in the shop. There was a greengrocer who had a parrot, a sweet-voiced, green-talking parrot. Perched on the bench, it would watch over the shop in the owner's absence and talk finely to all the traders. In addressing human beings, it would speak like them. It was also skilled in the song of parrots. Once it sprang from the bench and flew away. It spilled the bottles of rose oil. Its master came from the direction of his house and seated himself on the bench at his ease, as a merchant does. Then he saw the bench was full of oil and his clothes greasy. He smote the parrot on the head. It was made bald by the blow. For some few days it refrained from speech. The greengrocer, in repentance, heaved deep sighs, tearing his beard and saying, "Alas, the sun of my prosperity has gone under the clouds. Would that my hand had been broken, powerless at that moment. How ever did I strike such a blow on the head of that sweet-tongued one?" He was giving presents to every dervish, that he might get back the speech of his bird. After 3 days and 3 nights, he was seated on the bench, distraught and sorrowful, like a man in despair, showing the bird every sort of marvel in the hope that maybe it would begin to speak. Meanwhile, a bare-headed dervish, clad in a jawlac, coarse woolen frock, passed by, with a head hairless as the outside of bowl and basin. Thereupon the parrot began to talk, screeched at the dervish and said, "Hey, fellow, how were you mixed up with the bald, oh bald pate? Did you then spill oil from the bottle?" The bystanders laughed at the parrot's inference, because it deemed the wearer of the frock to be like itself. Do not measure the actions of holy men by the analogy of yourself, though sheer lion and sheer milk are similar in writing. On this account, the whole world is gone astray. Scarcely anyone is cognizant of God's abdal, substitutes. They set up a claim of equality with the prophets. They supposed the saints to be like themselves. Behold, they said, we are men, they are men. Both we and they are in bondage to sleep and food. In their blindness, they did not perceive that there is an infinite difference between them. Both species of Zanbur ate and drank from the same place, but from that one, the hornet, came a sting, and from this other, the bee, honey. Both species of deer ate grass and drank water. From this one came dung, and from that one, pure musk. Both reeds drank from the same water source, but this one is empty and that one full of sugar. Consider hundreds of thousands of such likenesses and observe that the distance between the two is as great as a 70 years' journey. This one eats and filth is discharged from him. That one eats and becomes entirely the light of God. This one eats, and of him is born nothing but avarice and envy. That one eats, and of him is born nothing but love of the one, God. This one is good, fertile soil, and that one brackish and bad. This one is a fair angel, and that one a devil and wild beast. If both resemble each other in aspect, it may well be so. Bitter water and sweet water have the same clearness. Who knows the difference except a man possessed of spiritual taste? Find him, he knows the sweet water from the brine. Comparing magic with prophetic miracle, he, the ignorant one, fancies that both are founded on deceit. The magicians, in the time of Moses, for contention's sake, lifted up in their hands a rod like his. But between this rod and that rod, there is a vast difference. From this action, magic, to that action, miracle, is a great way. This action is followed by the curse of God, while that action receives in payment the mercy, blessing of God. The infidels, in contending for equality with the prophets and saints, have the nature of an ape. The evil nature is a canker within the breast. Whatever a man does, the ape at every moment does the same thing that he sees done by the man. He thinks, I have acted like him. How should that quarrelsome-looking one know the difference? This one, the holy man, acts by the command of God, and he, the apish imitator, for the sake of quarrelling, rivalry, pour dust on the heads of those who have quarrelsome faces. That religious hypocrite joins in ritual prayer with the sincere conformist only for quarrelling's sake, not for supplication. In prayer and fasting and pilgrimage and almsgiving, the true believers are engaged with the hypocrite in what brings victory and defeat. Victory in the end is to the true believers. Upon the hypocrite falls defeat in the state hereafter. Although both are intent on one game, in relation to each other they are as far apart as the man of Merv and the man of Rei. Each one goes to his proper abiding place. Each one fares according to his name. If he be called a true believer, his soul rejoices, and if you say hypocrite, he becomes filled with fire, rage. His, the true believer's, name is loved on account of its essence, which is true faith. This one's, the hypocrite's name, is loathed on account of its pestilent qualities. The four letters. Meme and wow and meme and noon do not confer honor. The word mumin, true believer, is only for the sake of denotation. If you call him, the true believer, hypocrite, this vile name is stinging him within like a scorpion. If this name is not derived from hell, then why is there the taste of hell in it? The foulness of that ill name is not from the letters. The bitterness of that seawater is not from the vessel containing it. The letters are the vessel. Therein the meaning is contained like water. But the sea of the meaning is with God. With Him is the al-Kitab. In this world, the bitter sea and the sweet sea are divided. Between them is a barrier which they do not seek to cross. Know that both these flow from one origin. Pass on from them both, go all the way to their origin. Without the touchstone, you will never know in the assay adulterated gold and fine gold by using your own judgment. Anyone in whose soul God shall put the touchstone, he will distinguish certainty from doubt. A piece of rubbish jumps into the mouth of a living man, and only when he ejects it is he at ease. When, amongst thousands of morsels of food, one little piece of rubbish entered his mouth, the living man's sense of touch or taste tracked it down. The worldly sense is the ladder to this world. The religious sense is the ladder to heaven. Seek ye the well-being of the former sense from the physician. Beg ye the well-being of the latter sense from the beloved. The health of the former arises from the flourishing state of the body. The health of the latter arises from the ruin of the body. The spiritual way ruins the body, and, after having ruined it, restores it to prosperity. Ruin the house for the sake of the golden treasure, and with that same treasure builds it better than before. Cut off the water and cleanse the riverbed, then cause drinking water to flow in the riverbed. Cleft the skin and drew out the iron point of the arrow or spear, then fresh skin grew over it, the wound. Razed the fortress and took it from the infidel, then reared thereon 100 towers and ramparts. Who shall describe the action of him who hath no like? This that I have said is only what the present necessity is affording. Sometimes it, the action of God, appears like this, and sometimes the contrary of this. The work of religion is naught but bewilderment. I mean, not one bewildered in such wise that his back is turned towards him. Nay, but one bewildered with ecstasy like this, and drowned in God, and intoxicated with the beloved. The face of the one is set towards the beloved, while the face of the other is just his own face. He is facing himself. Look long on the face of every one. Keep watch attentively. It may be that by doing service to Sufis, you will come to know the face of the true saint. Since there is many a devil who hath the face of Adam, it is not well to give your hand to every hand, because the fowler produces a whistling sound in order to decoy the bird, so that the bird may hear the note of its congener and come down from the air and find trap and knife point. The work of holy men is as light and heat. The work of vile men is trickery and shamelessness. They make a woolen lion for the purpose of begging. They give the title of Ahmad Mohammed to Bu Musailim, but to Bu Musailim remained the title of Kadab, liar. To Muhammad remained the title of Ulul Albab, endowed with understanding. The wine of God, its seal, last result, is pure musk. But as for the other, wine, its seal is stench and torment. Story of the Jewish king who for bigotry's sake used to slay the Christians. Amongst the Jews there was a king who wrought oppression, an enemy of Jesus and a destroyer of Christians. 'Twas the epoch of Jesus, and the turn was his. He was the soul of Moses, and Moses the soul of him. But the squint-eyed, double-seeing king separated in the way of God those two divine prophets, who were really in accord with each other. The master said to a squint-eyed pupil, "Come on, "Go, fetch that bottle out of the room." Said the squint-eyed one, "Which of the 2 bottles shall I bring to you? Explain fully." "There are not 2 bottles," replied the master. "Go, leave off squinting, and do not be seeing more than 1. "O master," said he, "don't chide me." Said the master, "Smash one of those 2. The bottle was 1, though in his eyes it seemed 2. When he broke the bottle, there was no other. When one was broken, both vanished from sight. A man is made squint-eyed by evil propensity and anger. Anger and lust make a man squint-eyed. They change the spirit so that it departs from rectitude. When self-interest appears, virtue becomes hidden. 100 veils rise from the heart to the eye. When the cadi lets bribery gain hold of his heart, how should he know the wronger from the wretched victim of wrong? The king from Jewish rancor became so squint-eyed that we cry, "Mercy, O Lord, mercy, save us from such an affliction." He slew hundreds of thousands of wronged, innocent believers, saying, "I am the protection and support of the religion of Moses." How the vizier instructed the king to plot. He had a vizier, a miscreant, an ogler, deceiver, who by reason of his exceeding guile would tie knots on water. "The Christians," said he, "seek to save their lives. They hide their religion from the king. Slay them not, for slaying them is useless. Religion hath no smell, it is not musk and aloes wood. The secret is concealed in 100 coverings. Its outward form is in agreement with thee, resembling thee, but the inward reality is in disagreement." The king said to him, "Tell me, then, what is the best plan? What is the remedy against that deceit and imposture, so that there may not remain a single Christian in the world, neither one whose religion is manifest, nor one who is concealed?" "O king," said he, "cut off my ears and hands, rip my nose by bitter, cruel decree. Then bring me under the gallows, that an intercessor may plead for me. Do this deed in the place for public proclamation, on a highway where roads run in 4 directions. Then banish me from thy presence to a distant land, that I may cast mischief and confusion amongst them." How the vizier brought the Christians into doubt and perplexity. "Then I will say to them, I am secretly a Christian. O God, who knowest all things hidden, thou knowest me." The king was informed of my Christian faith, and from bigotry sought to take my life. I wished to hide my religion from the king and profess his religion, but the king got a scent of my inmost beliefs, and my words were suspected when I stood before the king. He said, "Your words are like a needle in bread, specious but pernicious. There is a window between my heart and yours. Through that window I have seen your real state. I see your state and will not heed your words." Had not the Spirit of Jesus been my aid, he would in Jewish fashion have torn me to pieces. For Jesus' sake, I would yield my life and give my head and lay on myself, confess myriads of obligations to him. I do not grudge Jesus my life, but full well am I versed in the knowledge of his religion. Grief was coming over me. It seemed to me a pity that that holy religion should perish amongst those who are ignorant of it. Thanks be to God and to Jesus that I have become a guide to the true faith. I have escaped from Jews and Judaism so entirely that I have bound my waist with a Christian girdle. The present epoch is the epoch of Jesus. O men, hearken with your souls unto the mysteries of his religion. The king did to him that deed, mutilation, which he had proposed. The people remained in amazement at his deed. He, the king, drove him away to the Christians. After that, he, the vizier, began to proselytize. How the Christians let themselves be duped by the vizier. Myriads of Christian men gathered round him, little by little, in his abode, while he secretly expounded to them the mysteries of gospel and girdle and prayer. Outwardly, he was a preacher of religious ordinances, but inwardly he was as the whistle and snare of the fowler. On this account, some companions of Muhammad begged of the Prophet that he would acquaint them with the deceitfulness of the ghoul-like soul, saying, "What of hidden selfish interests does it mingle in acts of worship and in pure spiritual devotion?" They were not seeking from him excellence of piety. They were not inquiring where lay the outward defect. Hair by hair, speck by speck, they were recognizing the deceitfulness of the fleshly soul as plainly as the difference of the rose from parsley. Even the hair-splitters, the most scrupulous of the companions, used to become distraught in spirit at the Prophet's admonition to them, the inquirers, how the Christians followed the vizier. The Christians all gave their hearts to him. What, how great, indeed, is the strength of the blind conformity of the vulgar. They planted love of him within their breasts. They were regarding him as the vicar of Jesus. He inwardly, in reality, was the accursed one-eyed Antichrist. O God, do thou hear and answer the cry of those in trouble. What a good helper art thou! O God, there are myriads of snares and baits, and we are as greedy, foodless birds. From moment to moment, we are caught in a fresh snare, though we become, each one, like a falcon or a simurgh. Every moment thou art delivering us, and again we are going to a snare, O thou who art without want. We are putting corn in this barn, and then we are losing the corn that has been garnered. Why, after all, do not we consider with intelligent mind that this damage to the corn arises from the deceitfulness of the mouse? Since the mouse has made a hole in our barn, and our barn has been ravaged by its guile, O soul, in the first place avert the mischief of the mouse, and then show fervour, zeal, in garnering the corn. Here one of the sayings related from the chiefest of the chief, the Prophet: no prayer is complete without presence, concentration of the mind on God. If there is no thievish mouse in our barn, where is the corn of 40 years' works of devotion? Why is the daily sincerity of our devotions not being stored bit by bit in this barn of ours? Many a star, spark of fire shot forth from the iron of good works, and that burning heart received it and drew it in. But in the darkness, a hidden thief is laying his finger upon the stars, extinguishing the stars one by one, that no lamp may shine from the spiritual sky. Though there be thousands of snares at our feet, when thou art with us, there is not any trouble. Every night thou freest the spirits from the body's snare, and dost erase the impressions on the tablets of the mind. The spirits are set free every night from this cage. They are done with ordinance and talk and tale. At night, prisoners are unconscious of their prison. At night, governors are unconscious of their power. There is no sorrow, no thought of gain or loss, no fancy of this person or that person. This is the state of the Arif, Gnostic, even without sleep. God said, thou wouldst deem them awake, whilst they slept. Shy note at this. He is asleep, day and night, to the affairs of the world, like a pen in the hand of the Lord's control. One who sees not the hand in the writing thinks that the act of writing proceeds from the pen by means of movement. He, God, hath shown forth some part of this state of the Arif, inasmuch as the vulgar too are carried off, overtaken by sleep of the senses. Their souls are gone into the desert that is without description. Their spirits and bodies are at rest. And with a whistle thou leadest them back to the snare, leadest them all back to justice and to the judge. Like Israfil, Seraphil, he, God, who causes the dawn to break, brings them all from those lands of spirit into the world of form. He embodies the spirits divested of body. He makes each body pregnant, laden again with actions and works. He makes the steed of the souls bear of saddle. This is the inner meaning of sleep is the brother of death. But in order that they may return in the daytime, he puts a long tether on its leg, so that in the daytime he may lead it back from that meadow and bring it from the pasture to go under the load. Would that he had guarded this spirit as the men of the cave, or as the ark of Noah, that this mind and eye and ear might be delivered from the flood of wakefulness and consciousness. Oh, in the world there is many a man of the cave beside you, before you, at this time. The cave is with him, the friend is in converse with him, but your eyes and ears are sealed. So, what does it avail? Story of the Caliphs seeing Layla. The Caliph said to Layla, "Art thou she by whom Majnun was distracted and led astray? Thou art not superior to other fair ones." "Be silent," she replied, "since thou art not Majnun. Whosoever is awake to the material world is the more asleep to the spiritual world. His wakefulness is worse than his sleep." When our soul is not awake to God, wakefulness is like closing our doors to divine influences. All day long, from the buffets of fantasy and from thoughts of loss and gain and from fear of decline, there remains to it, the soul, neither joy nor grace and glory nor way of journeying to heaven. The one asleep to spiritual things is he who hath hope of every vain fancy and holds parley with it. Diabolum per somnum videt tanquam virginem caelestem. Deinde propter libidinem effundet cum diabolo aquam. Seminis. Postquam semen generationis in terram salsuginosam infudit, ipse ad se rediit, fugit ab eo illa imago. Hinc percipit languorem capitis et, videt, corpus pollutum. Prodolor ob illud simulacrum visum, sed revera, non visum. The bird is flying on high, and its shadow is speeding on the earth, flying like a bird. Some fool begins to chase the shadow, running after it, so far that he becomes powerless, exhausted, not knowing that it is the reflection of that bird in the air, not knowing where is the origin of the shadow. He shoots arrows at the shadow, his quiver is emptied in seeking to shoot it. The quiver of his life became empty. His life passed in running hotly in chase of the shadow. But when the shadow of God is his nurse, it delivers him from every phantom and shadow. The shadow of God is that servant of God who is dead to this world and living through God. Lay hold of his skirt most quickly without misgiving, that you may be saved in the skirt end of the last days of the world. the shadow mentioned in the words. How he, God, extended the shadow is the form of the saints, which guides to the light of the divine sun. Do not go in this valley without this guide. Say, like Khalil, Abraham, I love not them that set. Go from the shadow gain a sun. Pluck the skirt of the spiritual king, Shamsi Tabrizi, the son of Tabriz. If you do not know the way to this feast and bridal, ask of Zia'ul Haq, the radiance of God, Husamuddin. And if on the way envy seize you by the throat, it belongs to, is characteristic of, Iblis to go beyond bounds in envy. For he because of envy hath disdain for Adam, and because of envy is at war with felicity. In the way there is no harder pass than this. O fortunate he who is not companioned by envy. This body, you must know, is the house of envy, for the household are tainted with envy. If the body is the house of envy, yet God made that body very pure. The text. Cleanse my house, ye twain, is the explanation of such purity. It, the purified heart, is a treasure of divine light, though its talisman is of earth. When you practice deceit and envy against one who is without envy, from that envy black stain arise in your heart. Become as dust under the feet of the men of God. Throw dust on the head of envy, even as we do. Explanation of the envy of the vizier. That petty vizier had his origin from envy, so that for vanity he gave to the wind, sacrificed, his ears and nose, in the hope that by the sting of envy his venom might enter the souls of the poor, Christians. Anyone who from envy mutilates his nose makes himself without ear and without nose, unable to apprehend spiritual things. The nose is that which catches a scent, and which the scent leads towards an abode of spiritual truth. Whoever hath no scent is without a nose. The scent referred to is that scent which is religious. When he has caught a scent and given no thanks for it, that ingratitude comes and devours his nose, deprives him of the organ of spiritual perception. Give thanks to God, and be a slave to those who give thanks. Be in their presence, as one, dead, be steadfast. Do not, like the vizier, make brigandage your stock in trade. Do not turn the people away from the ritual prayer. The miscreant vizier had become, in appearance, a true religious counselor, but he had craftily put garlic in the almond cake. How the sagacious among the Christians perceived the guile of the vizier. Whoever was possessed of spiritual discernment was feeling a sweet savour in his words, and joined therewith bitterness. He, the vizier, was saying fine things mixed with foul. He had poured some poison into the sugared julep. The outward sense of it was saying, be diligent in the way, but in effect it was saying to the soul, be slack. If the surface of silver is white and new, yet the hands and dress are blackened by it. Although fire is red-faced, bright and glorious with sparks, look at the black behaviour displayed in its action. If the lightning appears luminous to the eye, yet, from its distinctive property, it is the robber of sight, it strikes men blind. As for any Christian who was not wary and possessed of discernment, the words of him, the vizier, were as a collar on his neck. During 6 years in separation from the king, the vizier became a refuge for the followers of Jesus. To him the people wholly surrendered their religion and their hearts. At his command and decree, they were ready to die. How the king sent messages in secret to the vizier. Messages passed between the king and him. The king had words of comfort from him in secret. The king wrote to him saying, "O my fortunate one, the time is come. Quickly set my mind at ease." He replied, "Behold, O king, I am preparing to cast disorders into the religion of Jesus." Explanation of the 12 tribes of the Christians. The people of Jesus had 12 emirs as rulers in authority over them. Each party followed one emir and had become devoted to its own emir from desire of worldly gain. These 12 emirs and their followers became the slaves of that vizier of evil sign. They all put trust in his words. They all took his procedure as a pattern. Each emir would have given up his life in his presence at the time and hour, on the spot, if he, the vizier, had bidden him die. How the vizier confused the ordinances of the gospel. He prepared a scroll in the name of, addressed to, each one, the written form of each scroll, of a different tenor, the ordinances of each of a diverse kind, this contradicting that from the end to the beginning. In one, he made the path of asceticism and hunger to be the basis of repentance and the condition necessary for conversion. In one, he said, asceticism profits naught. In this way, there is no place, means, of deliverance, but generosity. In one, he said, your hunger and generosity imply association on your part of other objects with him who is the object of your worship. Accepting trust in God and complete resignation in sorrow and joy, all is a deceit and snare. In one, he said, it is incumbent on you to serve God, else the thought of putting trust in him is a cause of suspicion. In one, he said, there are divine commands and prohibitions, but they are not for practice, observance. They are only to show our weakness, inability to fulfill them, so that we may behold our weakness therein and at that time recognize the power of God. In one, he said, do not regard your weakness, that weakness is an act of ingratitude. Beware, regard your power, for this power is from him. Know that your power is the gift of him who is who, the absolute God. In one, he said, leave both these qualities behind. Whatsoever is contained in sight, regard for other than God, is an idol, something which involves dualism. In one, he said, do not put out this candle of sight, for this sight is as a candle lighting the way to interior concentration. When you relinquish sight and fantasy too soon, you will have put out the candle of union at midnight. In one, he said, put it out, have no fear, that you may see myriads of sights in exchange. For by putting it out, the candle of the Spirit is increased. By your self-denial, your Layla, beloved, becomes your Majnun, lover. If anyone abandons the world by his own act of renunciation, the world comes to him with homage more and more. In one, he said, that which God hath given you, he made sweet to you at the time of bringing it into existence. He made it easy, blessed to you, and do you take it gladly. Do not throw yourself into anguish. In one, he said, let go all that belongs to self, for it is wrong and bad to comply with your nature. Many. Different roads have become easy to follow. Everyone's religion has become, to him, as dear as life. If God's making religion easy were the right road, every Jew and Zoroastrian would have knowledge of him. In one, he said, that alone is made easy, blessed that nothing but spiritual food should be the life of the heart. When the enjoyments of the sensual nature are past, like brackish soil, they raise no produce and crop. The produce thereof is naught but penitence. The sale thereof yields only loss, nothing more. That is not easy in the end. Its true name ultimately is hard. Distinguish the hard from the easy. Consider what is the goodliness of this and that in the end. In one, he said, seek a master, teacher. You will not find foresight as to the end among the qualities derived from ancestors. Every sort of religious sect foresaw the end, according to their own surmise. Of necessity, they fell captive to error. To foresee the end is not as simple as a hand loom. Otherwise, how would there have been difference in religions? In one, he said, you are the master because you know the master. Be a man and be not subject to men. Go, take your own head, choose your own way, and be not one whose head is turning, bewildered in search of a guide. In one, he said, all this multiplicity is one. Whoever sees two is a squint-eyed mannequin. In one, he said, how should 100 be one? He who thinks this is surely mad. The doctrines everyone are contrary to each other. How should they be one? Are poison and sugar one? Until you pass beyond the difference of poison and sugar, how will you catch a scent of unity and oneness? 12 books of this style and fashion were drawn up in writing by that enemy to the religion of Jesus, showing how this difference lies in the form of the doctrine, not in the real nature of the way. He had no perception of the unicolority of Jesus, nor had he a disposition from, imbued with, the tincture of the dyeing vat of Jesus. From that pure vat, a garment of 100 colours would become as simple and one-coloured as light. This is not the unicolority from which weariness ensues. Nay, it is a case like that of fishes and clear water. Although there are thousands of colours on dry land, yet fishes are at war with dryness. Who is the fish, and what is the sea in my simile, that the King Almighty and glorious should resemble them? In the world of existence, myriads of seas and fishes prostrate themselves in adoration before that munificence and bounty. How many a rain of largesse hath rained, so that the sea was made thereby to scatter pearls? How many a sun of generosity hath shone, so that cloud and sea learned to be bountiful? The sunbeams of wisdom struck on soil and clay, so that the earth became receptive of the seed. The soil is faithful to its trust, and whatever you have sown in it, you carry away the equivalent in kind thereof without fraud, on the part of the soil. It has derived this faithfulness from that divine faithfulness, inasmuch as the sun of justice has shone upon it. Until springtide brings the token of God, the soil does not reveal its secrets. The bounteous one who gave to an inanimate thing these informations, and this faithfulness and this righteousness, his grace makes an inanimate thing informed, while his wrath makes blind the men of understanding. Soul and heart cannot endure that ferment. To whom shall I speak? There is not in the world a single ear capable of apprehension. Wherever there was an ear, through him it became an eye. Wherever there was a stone, through him it became a jasper. He is an alchemist. What is alchemy compared with his action? He is a giver of miracles to prophets. What is magic compared with these miracles? This uttering of praise to him is really the omission of praise on my part, for this praise is a proof of my being, and being is a sin. It behoves us to be not being in the presence of his being. In his presence, what is our being? Blind and blue. Were it not blind, it would have been melted, consumed by him. It would have known the heat of the divine sun. And were it not blue from morning, how would this region of phenomenal existence have remained frozen like ice? Setting forth how the vizier incurred perdition by engaging in this plot. The vizier was ignorant and heedless, like the Jewish king. He was wrestling with the eternal and inevitable, with a God so mighty that in a moment he causes 100 worlds like ours to come into existence from non-existence. 100 worlds like ours he displays to the sight when he makes your eye seeing by the light of himself. If the world appears to you vast and bottomless, know that to omnipotence it is not so much as an atom. This world indeed is the prison of your souls. Oh, go in yonder direction, for there lies your open country. This world is finite, and truly that other is infinite. Image and form are a barrier to that reality. The myriads of Pharaoh's lances were shattered by the hand of Moses, armed with a single staff. Myriads were the therapeutic arts of Galen. Before Jesus and his life-giving breath, they were a laughingstock. Myriads were the books of pre-Islamic poems. At the word of an illiterate prophet, they were put to shame. Confronted with such an all-conquering Lord, how should anyone not die to self, unless he be a vile wretch? Many a mind, strong and firm, as a mountain did he uproot. The cunning bird he hung up by its 2 feet. To sharpen the intelligence and wits is not the right way. None but the broken, in spirit, wins the favour of the king. Oh, many the amassers of treasure, digging holes in search of treasure, who became an ox's beard, dupe to that vain schemer, the vizier. Who is the ox that you should become his beard? What is earth that you should become its stubble? When a woman became pale-faced, ashamed of her wickedness, God metamorphosed her and made her Zura, the planet Venus. To make a woman Zura was metamorphosis. What then is it to become earth and clay, O contumacious one? Your spirit was bearing you towards the highest sphere of heaven. You went towards the water and the clay amongst the lowest of the low. By this fall, you metamorphosed yourself from that state of existence which was the envy of the spiritual intelligences. Consider then, what is the character of this metamorphosis? Compared with that metamorphosis of the woman, this, which you have suffered, is exceedingly vile. You urged the steed of ambition towards the stars. You did not acknowledge Adam, who was worshipped by the angels. After all, you are a son of Adam. O degenerate, how long will you regard lowness as nobility? How long will you say, I will conquer a whole world, I will make this world full of myself? If the world should be filled with snow from end to end, the glow of the sun would melt it with a single look. God, by a single spark of his mercy, maketh naught his, the vizier's, burden of sin, and the burden of 100 viziers and 100,000. He maketh the essence of that false imagination to be wisdom. He maketh the essence of that poisoned water to be a wholesome drink. That which raises doubt he turneth into certainty. He maketh loving kindnesses grow from the causes of hatred. He cherisheth Abraham in the fire. He turneth fear into security of spirit. By his burning destroying of secondary causes I am distraught. In my fancies of him I am like a sophist, skeptic, or agnostic. How the vizier started another plan to mislead the Christian folk. The vizier formed in his mind another plan. He abandoned preaching and sat alone in seclusion. He inspired ardor in his disciples from their longing to see him. He remained in seclusion 40 or 50 days. The people became mad from longing for him, and on account of being separated from his spiritual feeling and discourse and intuition. They were making supplication and lament, while he in solitude was bent double by austerities. They said, "Without thee we have no light. How, what, is the state of a blind man without a leader?" By way of showing favour to us, and for God's sake, do not keep us parted from thee any longer. We are as children, and thou art our nurse. Do thou spread over us that shadow of thy protection. He said, "My soul is not far from them that love me, but there is no permission to come forth." Those emirs came for intercession, and the disciples came in reproach, saying, "O noble sir, what a misfortune is this for us! Without thee we are left orphaned, deprived of our hearts and our religion. Thou art making a pretense while we in grief are heaving cold, fruitless sighs from the burning heat of our hearts. We have become accustomed to thy sweet discourse. We have drunk of the milk of thy wisdom. Allah, Allah, do not thou, O vizier, treat us with such cruelty. Show kindness today. Do not put off till tomorrow. Does thy heart give to thee consent that these who have lost their hearts to thee should at last, being without thee, become numbered amongst them that have nothing left? They all are writhing like fishes on dry land. Let loose the water. Remove the dam from the stream. O thou like whom there is none in the world, for God's sake, come to the aid of thy people. How the vizier refused the request of the disciples. He said, "Beware, O ye enslaved by words and talk, ye who seek admonition, consisting of the speech of the tongue and the hearing of the ear. Put cotton wool in the ear of the low physical sense. Take off the bandage of that sense from your eyes. The ear of the head is the cotton wool of the ear of the conscience. Until the former becomes deaf, that inward ear is deaf. Become without sense and without ear and without thought, that ye may hear the call of God to the soul. Return." So long as thou art engaged in the conversation of wakefulness, how wilt thou catch any scent of the conversation of sleep? Our speech and action is the exterior journey. The interior journey is above the sky. The physical sense saw only dryness, because it was born of dryness, earth. The Jesus of the Spirit set foot on the sea. The journey of the dry body befell on dry land, but the journey of the Spirit set foot took place in the heart of the sea. Since thy life has passed in travelling on land, now mountain, now river, now desert, whence wilt thou gain the water of life? Where wilt thou cleave the waves of the sea? The waves of earth are our imagination and understanding and thought. The waves of water are mystical, self-effacement and intoxication and death, fana. Whilst thou art in this sensual intoxication, thou art far from that mystical intoxication. Whilst thou art drunken with this, thou art blind to that cup. Outward speech and talk is as dust. Do thou for a time make a habit of silence. Take heed. How the disciples repeated their request that he should interrupt his seclusion. They all said, O sage who seekest a crevice, means of evasion, say not to us this, word of guile and harshness. Lay on the beast a burden in proportion to its endurance. Lay on the weak a task in proportion to their strength. The bait for every bird is according to the bird's, measure, capacity. How should a fig be the food, lure, for every bird? If you give a babe bread instead of milk, take it for granted that the poor babe will die of the bread. Yet, afterwards, when it grows teeth, that babe will of its own accord ask for bread. When an unfledged bird begins to fly, it becomes a mouthful for any rapacious cat. But when it grows wings, it will fly of itself without trouble and without whistling, prompting, good or bad. Thy speech makes the devil silent. Thy words make our ears full of intelligence. Our ears are full of intelligence when thou art speaking. Our dry land is a river when thou art the ocean. With thee, earth is better to us than heaven. O thou by whom the world from Arcturus to the fish is illumined. Without thee, darkness is over heaven for us, but compared with thee, O moon, who is this heaven at all? The heavens have the form of sublimity, but the essence of sublimity belongs to the pure spirit. The form of sublimity is for bodies. Beside the essence, reality, bodies are mere names. The refusal of the vizier to interrupt his seclusion. He said, Cut short your arguments. Let my advice make its way into your souls and hearts. If I am trustworthy, the trustworthy is not doubted, even though I should call heaven earth. If I am endowed with perfection, why this disbelief in my perfection? And if I am not perfect, why this molestation and annoyance? I will not go forth from this seclusion, because I am occupied with inward experiences. How the disciples raised objections against the vizier's secluding himself. They all said, O vizier, it is not disbelief. Our words are not as the words of strangers. The tears of our eyes are running because of our separation from thee. Sigh after sigh is going up from the midst of our souls. A babe does not contend with its nurse, but it weeps, although it knows neither evil nor good. We are as the harp, and thou art striking it with the plectrum, playing on it. The lamentation is not from us, it is thou that art making lamentation. We are as the flute, and the music in us is from thee. We are as the mountain, and the echo in us is from thee. We are as pieces of chess engaged in victory and defeat. Our victory and defeat is from thee, O thou whose qualities are comely. Who are we, O thou soul of our souls, that we should remain in being beside thee? We and our existences are, really, non-existences. Thou art the absolute being which manifests the perishable, causes phenomena to appear. We all are lions, but lions on a banner. Because of the wind, they are rushing onward from moment to moment. Their onward rush is visible, and the wind is unseen. May that which is unseen not fail from us. Our wind, that whereby we are moved, and our being are of thy gift. Our whole existence is from thy bringing us into being. Thou didst show the delightfulness of being unto not being, after thou hadst caused not being to fall in love with thee. Take not away the delightfulness of thy bounty. Take not away thy dessert and wine cup. And if thou take it away, who is there that will make inquiry? How should the picture strive with the painter? Do not look on us, do not fix thy gaze on us, look on thine own kindness and generosity. We were not, and there was no demand on our part, yet thy grace was hearkening to our unspoken prayer and calling us into existence. Before the painter and the brush, the picture is helpless and bound like a child in the womb. Before omnipotence, all the people of the divine court of audience, the world, are as helpless as the embroiderer's fabric before the needle. Now he makes the picture thereon, one of the devil, now of Adam. Now he makes the picture thereon, one of joy, now one of grief. There is no power to anyone that he should move a hand in defense, no right of speech that he should utter a word concerning injury or benefit. Recite from the Quran the interpretation of, i.e., a text which interprets, the preceding verse. God said, "Thou didst not throw when thou threwest." If we let fly an arrow, that action is not from us. We are only the bow, and the shooter of the arrow is God. This is not Jabr, compulsion. It is the meaning of Jabari, almightiness. The mention of almightiness is for the sake of inspiring us with humility. Our humility is evidence of necessity, but our sense of guilt is evidence of free will. If there were not free will, what is this shame? And what is this sorrow and guilty confusion and abashment? Why is there chiding between masters and pupils? Why is the mind changing so as to depart from plans already formed? And if you say that he, the asserter of free will, takes no heed of his God's compulsion, and that God's moon has become hidden in his cloud, there is a good answer to this. If you hearken, you will relinquish unbelief and incline towards the true religion. Remorse and humility occur at the time of illness. The time of illness is holy wakefulness of conscience. At the time when you are becoming ill, you pray God to forgive your trespass. The foulness of your sin is shown to you. You resolve to come back to the right way. You make promises and vows that henceforth your chosen course of action will be nothing but obedience to God. Therefore, it has become certain that illness gives to you conscience and wakefulness. Note then this principle, O thou that seekest the principle. Everyone who suffers pain has caught the scent thereof. The more wakeful anyone is, the more full of suffering he is, the more aware of God he is, the paler he is in countenance. If you are aware of his Jabr, compulsion, where is your humility? Where is your feeling of being loaded with the chain of his Jabari, almightiness? How should one make merry who is bound in chains? When does the captive in prison behave like the man who is free? And if you consider that your foot is shackled, and that the king's officers are sitting as custodians over you, then do not act like an officer tyrannously towards the helpless, inasmuch as that is not the nature and habit of a helpless man. Since you do not feel his compulsion, do not say that you are compelled. And if you feel it, where is the sign of your feeling? In every act for which you have inclination, you are clearly conscious of your power to perform it. But in every act for which you have no inclination and desire, in regard to that act, you have become a necessitarian, saying, "This is from God." The prophets are necessitarians in regard to the works of this world. while the infidels are necessitarians in regard to the works of the next world. To the prophets, the works of the next world are a matter of free will. To the foolish, the works of this world are a matter of free will, because every bird flies to its own congener. It follows behind, and its spirit goes before, leading it on. Inasmuch as the infidels were congeners of Sijn, hell, they were well disposed to the prison, Sijn, of this world. Inasmuch as the prophets were congeners of Iliyin, heaven, they went towards the Iliyin of spirit and heart. This discourse hath no end, but let us now relate the story to its completion. How the vizier made the disciples lose hope of his abandoning seclusion. The vizier cried out from within, O disciples, be this made known to you from me, that Jesus hath given me a such-like message. Be separated from all friends and kinsfolk. Set thy face to the wall, sit alone, and choose to be secluded even from thine own existence. After this there is no permission for me to speak. After this I have nothing to do with talk. Farewell, O friends. I am dead. I have carried my belongings up to the fourth heaven, in order that beneath the fiery sphere I may not burn like firewood in woe and perdition, but henceforth may sit beside Jesus at the top of the fourth heaven. How the vizier appointed each one of the emirs separately as his successor. And then he summoned those emirs one by one and conversed with each of them alone. He said to each one, In the religion of Jesus, thou art the vicar of God and my Khalifa, vicegerent, and those other emirs are thy followers. Jesus hath made all of them thy assistants. Any emir who lifts his neck in rebellion, seize him and either kill him or hold him captive. But do not declare this whilst I am alive. Do not seek this supreme authority until I am dead. Until I am dead, do not reveal this. Do not lay claim to sovereignty and dominion. Here is this scroll and the ordinances of the Messiah. Recite them distinctly, one by one, to his people. Thus he spoke to each emir separately, saying, There is no vicar in the religion of God except thee. He honoured each one by one in this way. Whatever he said to that emir, he also said to this. To each he gave one scroll. Everyone was purposely the contrary of the other. All the scrolls were different, like the forms of the letters of the alphabet from Ya to Alif. The rule laid down in this scroll was contrary to the rule in that. We have already explained the nature of this contradiction. How the vizier killed himself in seclusion. After that, he shut the door for other 40 days, and then killed himself and escaped from his existence. When the people learned of his death, there came to pass at his grave the scene of the resurrection. So great a multitude gathered at his grave, tearing their hair, rending their garments in wild grief for him, that only God can reckon the number of them, Arabs and Turks and Greeks and Kurds. They put his grave's earth on their heads. They deemed anguish for him to be the remedy for themselves. During a month, those multitudes over his grave made a way for blood from their eyes, shed tears of anguish. How the people of Jesus, on him be peace, asked the emirs, which one of you is the successor? After a month, the people said, O chiefs, which of the emirs is designated in his place, that we may acknowledge him as our religious leader instead of him, the vizier? and give our hands and skirts into his hand. Since the sun is gone and has branded us, left the brand of sorrow in our hearts, is not a lamp the only resource in his stead? Since union with the beloved has vanished from before our eyes, we must needs have a vicar as a memorial of him, i.e., one who will recall him to our memory. Since the rose is past and the garden ravaged, from whom shall we get the perfume of the rose? From rosewater. Inasmuch as God comes not into sight, these prophets are the vicars of God. Nay, I have said this wrongly. For if you suppose that the vicar and he who is represented by the vicar are two, such a thought, is bad, not good. Nay, they are two so long as you are a worshipper of form, but they have become one to him who has escaped from consciousness of form. When you look at the form, your eye is two. Look at the eye's light, which grew from the eye. 'Tis impossible to distinguish the light of the two eyes when a man has cast his look upon their light. If 10 lamps are present in one place, each differs in form from another. To distinguish without any doubt the light of each, when you turn your face towards their light, is impossible. If you count 100 apples or 100 quinces, they do not remain 100, but become one when you crush them together. In things spiritual, there is no division and no numbers. In things spiritual, there is no partition and no individuals. Sweet is the oneness of the friend with his friends. Catch and cling to the foot of spirit. Form is headstrong. Make headstrong form waste away with tribulation, that beneath it you may descry unity, like a buried treasure. And if you waste it not away, his favours will waste it. O my heart is his vassal. He even showeth himself to our hearts. He seweth the tattered frock of the dervish. Simple were we and all one substance. We were all without head and without foot yonder. We were one substance like the sun. We were knotless and pure like water. When that goodly light took form, it became many in number, like the shadows of a battlement. Raise ye the battlement with the manganique, mangonel. That difference may vanish from amidst this company of shadows. I would have explained this matter with eager contention, but I fear lest some weak mind may stumble. The points involved in it are sharp as a sword of steel. If you have not the shield of capacity to understand, turn back and flee. Do not come without shield against this adamant, keen blade, for the sword is not ashamed of cutting. For this cause I have put the sword in sheath, that none who misreads may read contrariwise, in a sense, contrary to the true meaning of my words. We come, now, to complete the tale and speak of the loyalty of the multitude of the righteous, who rose up after the death of this leader, demanding a vicar in his place. The quarrel of the emirs concerning the succession. One of those emirs advanced and went before that loyal-minded people. "Behold," said he, "I am that man's vicar. I am the vicar of Jesus at the present time. Look, this scroll is my proof that after him the vicarate belongs to me." Another emir came forth from ambush. His pretension regarding the vicegerency was the same. He too produced a scroll from under his arm, so that in both emirs there arose the Jewish anger. The rest of the emirs, one after another, drawing swords of keen metal, each with a sword and a scroll in his hand, fell to combat like raging elephants. Hundreds of thousands of Christians were slain, so that there were mounds of severed heads. Blood flowed on left and right like a torrent. Mountains of this dust of battle rose in the air. The seeds of dissension which he, the vizier, had sown had become a calamity, cause of destruction, to their heads. The walnuts, bodies were broken, and those which had the kernel had, after being slain, a spirit pure and fair. Slaughter and death, which befalls the bodily frame, is like breaking pomegranates and apples. That which is sweet becomes pomegranate syrup, and that which is rotten is naught but noise. That which has reality is made manifest after death, and that which is rotten is put to shame. Go, strive after reality, O worshipper of form, inasmuch as reality is the wing on form's body. Consort with the followers of reality, that you may both win the gift and be generous in giving yourself up to God. Beyond dispute, in this body, the spirit devoid of reality is even as a wooden sword in the sheath. Whilst it remains in the sheath, it is apparently valuable. But when it has come forth, it is an implement only fit for burning. Do not take a wooden sword into the battle. First see whether your sword is a real one, in order that your plight may not be wretched. If it is made of wood, go, seek another, and if it is adamant, march forward joyously. The sword of reality is in the armory of the saints. To see and associate with them is for you as precious as the elixir. All the wise have said this same thing. The wise man is a divine mercy to created beings. If you would buy a pomegranate, buy it when it is, laughing, having its rind cleft open, so that its laughter, openness, may give information as to its seeds. Oh, blessed is its laughter, for through its mouth it shows the heart, like a pearl from the casket of the spirit. Unblessed was the laughter, openness, of the red anemone, from whose mouth appeared the blackness of its heart. The laughing pomegranate makes the garden laughing, gay and blooming. Companionship with holy men makes you one of the holy men. Though you be rock or marble, you will become a jewel when you reach the man of heart, the saint. Plant the love of the holy ones within your spirit. Do not give your heart to aught, save to the love of them whose hearts are glad. Go not to the neighborhood of despair. There are hopes. Go not in the direction of darkness. There are suns. The heart leads you into the neighborhood of the men of heart, the saints. The body leads you into the prison of water and earth, is advanced. Oh, give your heart food from conversation with one who is in accord with it. Go, seek spiritual advancement from one who is advanced. How honor was paid to the description of Mustafa Muhammad, on whom be peace, which was mentioned in the Gospel. The name of Mustafa was in the Gospel, Mustafa, the chief of the prophets, the sea of purity. There was mention of his external characteristics and appearance. There was mention of his warring and fasting and eating. A party among the Christians, for the sake of the divine reward, whenever, in reading the Gospel, they came to that name and discourse, would bestow kisses on that noble name and stoop their faces towards that beauteous description. In this tribulation of which we have told, that party were secure from tribulation and dread, secure from the mischief of the emirs and the vizier, seeking refuge in the protection of the name of Ahmad, Mohammed. Their offspring also multiplied. The light of Ahmad aided and befriended them, and the other party among the Christians who were holding the name of Ahmad in contempt. They became contemptible and despised through dissensions caused by the evil counselling and evil plotting vizier. Moreover, their religion and their law became corrupted in consequence of the scrolls which set forth all perversely. The name of Ahmad gives such help as this, so that, one may judge, how his light keeps guard over his followers. Since the name of Ahmad became, to the Christians, an impregnable fortress, what then must be the essence of that trusted spirit? After this irremediable bloodshed, which befell through the affliction brought upon the Christians by the vizier, the story of another Jewish king who endeavored to destroy the religion of Jesus, another king of the progeny of that Jew addressed himself to the destruction of the people of Jesus. If you desire information about this second outbreak, read the chapter of the Quran, beginning, "By heaven, which hath the zodiacal signs." This second king set foot in the evil way that was originated by the former king. Whosoever establishes an evil way, practice, towards him goes malediction every hour. The righteous departed, and their ways remained, and from the vile there remained nothing but injustice and execrations. Until the resurrection, the face of every congener of those wicked men who comes into existence is turned towards that one who belongs to his own kind. Vein by vein is this sweet water and bitter water, flowing in God's creatures until the blast of the trumpet at the resurrection. To the righteous is the inheritance of the sweet water. What is that inheritance? We have caused those of our servants whom we have chosen to inherit the book. If you will consider, the supplications of the seekers of God are rays proceeding from the substance of prophethood. The rays are circling with the substances whence they spring. The ray goes, ultimately, in the direction where that substance is. The window gleam runs round the house because the sun goes from sign to sign of the zodiac. Anyone who has affinity with a star, planet, has a concurrence of qualities with his star. If his ascendant star be Venus, his whole inclination and love and desire is for joy. And if he be one born under Mars, one whose nature is to shed blood, he seeks war and malignity and enmity. Beyond the material stars are stars in which is no conflagration or sinister aspect. Stars, moving in other heavens, not these seven heavens known to all. Stars, immanent in the radiance of the light of God, neither joined to each other nor separate from each other. When anyone's ascendant, fortune, is from those stars, his soul burns the infidels in driving them off. His anger is not like the anger of the man born under Mars, perverse, and of such nature that it is now dominant and now dominated. The dominant light of the saints is secure from defect and dimness between the two fingers of the light of God. God hath scattered that light over all spirits, but only the fortunate have held up their skirts to receive it. And he, that is fortunate, having gained that strown largesse of light, has turned his face away from all except God. Whosoever has lacked such a skirt of love is left without share in that strown largesse of light. The faces of particulars are set towards the universal. Nightingales play the game of love with the rose. The ox has his colour outside, but in the case of a man, seek the red and yellow hues within. The good colours are from the vat of purity. The colour of the wicked is from the black water of iniquity. The baptism of God is the name of that subtle colour. The curse of God is the smell of that gross colour. That which is of the sea is going to the sea. It is going to the same place whence it came. From the mountaintop, the swift rushing torrents, and from our body, the soul whose motion is mingled with love. How the Jewish king made a fire and placed an idol beside it, saying, "Whoever bows down to this idol shall escape the fire." Now see what a plan this currish Jew contrived. He set up an idol beside the fire, saying, "He that bows down to this idol is saved, and if he bow not, he shall sit in the heart of the fire." Inasmuch as he did not give due punishment to this idol of self, from the idol of his self the other idol was born. The idol of yourself is the mother of all idols, because that material idol is only a snake, while this spiritual idol is a dragon. The self is as iron and stone, whence fire is produced, while the material idol is as the sparks. Those sparks are quieted, quenched by water. But how should the stone and iron be allayed by water? How should a man, having these twain, be secure? The idol is the black water in a jug. The self is a fountain for the black water. That sculptured idol is like the black torrent. The idol-making self is a fountain full of water for it. A single piece of stone will break 100 pitchers, but the fountain is jetting forth water incessantly. 'Tis easy to break an idol, very easy. To regard the self as easy to subdue is folly, folly. O son, if you seek to know the form of the self, read the story of hell with its 7 gates. Every moment there proceeds from the self an act of deceit, and in every one of those deceits 100 pharaohs are drowned together with their followers. Flee to the God of Moses and to Moses. Do not from Pharaoh's quality, rebellious insolence, spill the water of the faith. Lay your hand on, cleave to, the one God, and Ahmad, Mohammed, O brother, escape from the bujal of the body. How a child began to speak amidst the fire and urged the people to throw themselves into the fire. That Jew brought to that idol a woman with her child, and the fire was blazing. He took the child from her and cast it into the fire. The woman was affrighted and withdrew her heart from, abandoned her faith. She was about to bow down before the idol when the child cried, "Verily, I am not dead. Come in, O mother. I am happy here, although in appearance I am amidst the fire." The fire is a spell that binds the eye for the sake of screening the truth. This is, in reality, a divine mercy, which has raised its head from the collar, has been manifested from the unseen. Come in, mother, and see the evidence of God, that thou mayst behold the delight of God's elect. Come in and see water that has the semblance of fire. Come away from a world which is really fire and only has the semblance of water. Come in and see the mysteries of Abraham, who in the fire found cypress and jessamine. I was seeing death at the time of birth from thee. Sore was my dread of falling from thee. But when I was born, I escaped from the narrow prison of the womb into a world of pleasant air and beautiful colour. Now I deem the earthly world to be like the womb, since in this fire I have seen such rest. In this fire I have seen a world wherein every atom possesses the life-giving breath of Jesus. Lo, it is a world apparently non-existent, but essentially existent, while that other world is apparently existent, but has no permanence. Come in, mother, I beseech thee, by the right of motherhood, see this fire, how it hath no fieriness. Come in, mother, for felicity is come. Come in, mother, do not let fortune slip from thy hand. Thou hast seen the power of that Jewish cur. Come in, that thou mayest see the power of God's grace. 'Tis only out of pity that I am drawing thy feet hither, for indeed such is my rapture that I have no care for thee. Come in and call the others also, for the king has spread a festal table within the fire. O true believers, come in, all of you. Accept this sweetness, adbi. All is torment, adhab. O come in, all of you, like moths. Come into this fortune which hath 100 springtimes. Thus he was crying amidst that multitude. The souls of the people were filled with awe. After that, the folk, men and women alike, cast themselves unwittingly into the fire. Without custodian, without being dragged for love of the friend, because from him is the sweetening of every bitterness. Until it came to pass that the king's myrmidons were holding back the people, saying, "Do not enter the fire." The Jew became black-faced, covered with shame, and dismayed. He became sorry and sick at heart, because the people grew more loving, ardent in their faith, and more firm in mortification, fanar of the body. Thanks be to God. The devil's plot caught him in its toils. Thanks be to God. The devil saw himself disgraced. That which he was rubbing, the shame he was inflicting, on the faces of those persons, the Christians, was all accumulated on the visage of that vile wretch. He who was busy rending the garment, honour and integrity of the people, his own garment, was rent, while they were unhurt. How the mouth remained awry of a man who pronounced the name of Mohammed, on whom be peace, derisively. He made his mouth wry and called the name of Ahmad, Muhammad, in derision. His mouth remained awry. He came back, saying, "Pardon me, O Muhammad, O thou to whom belong the divine gifts of esoteric knowledge. In my folly, I was ridiculing thee, but I myself was related to ridicule and deserving it." When God wishes to rend the veil of anyone, expose him to shame, he turns his inclination towards reviling holy men. When God wishes to hide the blame of anyone, he, that person, does not breathe a word of blame against the blameworthy. When God wishes to help us, he turns our inclination towards humble lament. O happy the eye that is weeping for his sake. O fortunate the heart that is seared for his sake. The end of every weeping is laughter at last. The man who foresees the end is a blessed servant of God. Wherever is flowing water, there is greenery. Wherever are running tears, the divine mercy is shown. Be moaning and moist-eyed, like the water wheel, that green herbs may spring up from the courtyard of your soul. If you desire tears, have mercy on one who sheds tears. If you desire mercy, show mercy to the weak. How the fire reproached the Jewish king. The king turned his face to the fire, saying, "O fierce-tempered one, where is thy world-consuming natural disposition? How art thou not burning? What has become of thy specific property? Or has thy intention changed because of our fortune? Thou hast no pity even on the fire worshipper. How, then, has he been saved who does not worship thee? Never, O fire, art thou patient. How burnest thou not? What is it? Hast thou not the power? Is this a spell, I wonder, that binds the eye or the mind? How does the lofty pyre not burn? Has someone bewitched thee? Or is it magic? Or is thy unnatural behaviour from our fortune? The fire said, I am the same. I am fire. Come in, that thou mayst feel my heat. My nature and element have not changed. I am the sword of God, and by his leave I cut. The Turkoman dogs fawn at the tent door before the guest, but if anyone having the face of a stranger pass by the tent, he will see the dogs rushing at him like lions. I am not less than a dog in devotion, nor is God less than a Turkoman in life. living power. If the fire of your nature make you suffer pain, it burns by command of the Lord of religion. If the fire of your nature give you joy, that is because the Lord of religion puts joy therein. When you feel pain, ask pardon of God. Pain, by command of the Creator, is efficacious. When He pleases, pain itself becomes joy. Bondage itself becomes freedom. Air and earth and water and fire are His slaves. With you and me they are dead, but with God they are alive. Before God, fire is always standing, ready to do His behest, writhing continually day and night, like a lover. If you strike stone on iron, it, the fire, leaps out. 'Tis by God's command that it puts forth its foot. Do not strike together the iron and stone of injustice, for these two generate like man and woman. The stone and the iron are indeed causes, but look higher, O good man. For this external cause was produced by that spiritual cause. When did a cause ever proceed from itself without a cause? And those causes which guide the prophets on their way are higher than these external causes. That spiritual cause makes this external cause operative. Sometimes again, it makes it fruitless and ineffectual. Ordinary. Minds are familiar with this external cause, but the prophets are familiar with those spiritual causes. What is the meaning of this word, cause? Sabab in Arabic. Say, cord, rasan. This cord came into this well, the world, by divine artifice. The revolution of the water wheel causes the cord to move, but not to see the mover of the water wheel is an error. Beware, beware. Do not regard these cords of causation in the world as deriving their movement from the giddy wheel of heaven. Lest you remain empty and giddy like this celestial wheel, lest through brainlessness you burn like markwood. By the command of God, air becomes fire. Both are drunken with the wine of God. O Son, when you open your eyes, you will see that from God too are the water of clemency and the fire of anger. Had not the soul of the wind been informed by God, how would it have distinguished the believers and unbelievers amongst the people of Ad? The story of the wind which destroyed the people of Ad in the time of the prophet Hud, on whom be peace. Hud drew a line round the believers. The wind would become soft, subside, when it reached that place. Although it was dashing to pieces in the air all who were outside of the line. Likewise, Shaiban the shepherd used to draw a visible line round his flock. Whenever he went to the Friday service at prayer time, in order that the wolf might not raid and ravage there, no wolf would go into that circle, nor would any sheep stray beyond that mark. The wind of the wolf's and sheep's concupiscence was barred because of, by, the circle of the man of God. Even so, to those who know God, Arifan, the wind of death is soft and pleasant as the breeze that wafts the scent of loved ones like Joseph. The fire did not set its teeth in Abraham. How should it bite him, since he is the chosen of God? The religious were not afflicted by the fire of lust, which bore all the rest down to the bottom of the earth. The waves of the sea, when they charged on by God's command, discriminated the people of Moses from the Egyptians. The earth, when the divine command came, drew Karun, Korah, with his golden throne into its lowest depth. The water and clay, when it fed on the breath of Jesus, spread wings and pinions, became a bird, and flew. Your glorification of God is an exhalation from the water and clay of your body. It became a bird of paradise, through the breathing, into it, of your heart's sincerity. Mount Sinai, from seeing the radiance of Moses, began to dance, became a perfect Sufi, and was freed from blemish. What wonder if the mountain became a venerable Sufi? The body of Moses also was formed from a piece of clay. How the Jewish king scoffed and denied and would not accept the counsel of his intimates. The king of the Jews beheld these marvellous things, but he had naught to say except mockery and denial. His counsellors said, "Do not let this injustice go beyond bounds. Do not drive the steed of obstinacy so far." He handcuffed the counsellors and confined them. He committed one injustice after another. When the matter reached this pass, a shout came. "Hold thy foot! Stop, O cur! For our vengeance is come." After that, the fire blazed up 40 ells high, became a ring, and consumed those Jews. From fire was their origin in the beginning. They went back to their origin in the end. That company were born of fire. The way of particulars is towards the universal. They were only a fire to consume the true believers. Their fire consumed itself like rubbish. He whose mother is Hawiyah, hellfire, Hawiyah shall become his cell, abode. The mother of the child is always seeking it. The fundamentals pursue the derivatives. If water is imprisoned in a tank, the wind sucks it up, for it, the wind, belongs to the original source. It sets it free. It wafts it away to its source, little by little, so that you do not see its wafting. And our souls, likewise, this breath of ours, steals away, little by little, from the prison of the world. The perfumes of our good words ascend even unto him, ascending from us, whither God knoweth. Our breaths soar up with the choice words, as a gift from us, to the abode of everlastingness. Then comes to us the recompense of our speech, a double recompense thereof, as a mercy from God, the glorious. Then he causes us to repair, makes us utter good words like those already uttered, that his servant may obtain something more of what he has obtained. Thus do they, our good words, ascend while it, the divine mercy, descends continually. Mayst thou never cease to keep up that ascent and descent. Let us speak Persian. The meaning is that this attraction, by which God draws the soul towards himself, comes from the same quarter whence came that savour, spiritual delight experienced in and after prayer. The eyes of every set of people remain turned in the direction where one day they satisfied a longing for delight. The delight of every kind is certainly in its own kind, congener. The delight of the part, observe, is in its whole. Or else that part is surely capable of attachment to a different kind, and when it has attached itself thereto, becomes homogeneous with it. As, for instance, water and bread, which were not our congeners, became homogeneous with us and increased within us, added to our bulk and strength. Water and bread have not the appearance of being our congeners, but from consideration of the end, final result, deem them to be homogeneous with us. And if our delight is derived from something not homogeneous, that thing will surely resemble the congener. That which only bears a resemblance is alone. Alone is impermanent in the end. Although the bird is delighted by the fowler's whistle, it takes fright when it sees him and does not find its own congener. Although the thirsty man is delighted by the mirage, he runs away when he comes up to it and seeks for water. Although the insolvent are pleased with base gold, yet that gold is put to shame in the mint. Take heed, lest gildedness, imposture, cast you out of the right way, lest false imagination cast you into the well. Seek the story, illustrating this, from the book of Kalila and Dimna, and search out the moral contained in the story. Setting forth how the beasts of chase told the lion to trust in God and cease from exerting himself. A number of beasts of chase in a pleasant valley were harassed by a lion. Inasmuch as the lion was springing from ambush and carrying them away, that pasturage had become unpleasant to them all. They made a plot. They came to the lion, saying, "We will keep thee full fed by means of a fixed allowance. Do not go after any prey beyond thy allowance, in order that this grass may not become bitter to us." How the lion answered the beasts and explained the advantage of exertion. "Yes," said he, "if I find good faith on your part, not fraud, for often have I suffered frauds from Zaid and Bakr. I am done to death by the cunning and fraud of men. I am bitten by the sting of human snake and scorpion. But worse than all men in fraud and spite is the man of the flesh, nafs, lying in wait within me. My ear heard, the believer is not bitten, twice, and adopted this saying of the prophet with heart and soul. How the beasts asserted the superiority of trust in God to exertion and acquisition. They all said, "O knowing sage, let precaution alone. It is of no avail against the divine decree. In precaution is the embroilment of broil and woe. Go, put thy trust in God. Trust in God is better. Do not grapple with destiny, O fierce and furious one, lest destiny also pick a quarrel with thee. One must be dead in presence of the decree of God, so that no blow may come from the Lord of the daybreak." How the lion upheld the superiority of exertion and acquisition to trust in God and resignation. "Yes," he said, "but if trust in God is the true guide, yet use of the means, too, is the prophet's rule, sunnah. The prophet said with a loud voice, 'While trusting in God, bind the knee of thy camel.' Hearken to the signification of the earner, worker, is beloved of God. Through trusting in God, do not become neglectful as to the ways and means. How the beasts preferred trust in God to exertion. The party of beasts answered him, saying, "Regard acquisition, work, arising from the infirmity of God's creatures, as a mouthful of deceit, proportionate to the size of the gullet. There is no work better than trust in God. What indeed is dearer to God than resignation? Often do they flee from affliction, only to fall into affliction. Often do they recoil from the snake, only to meet with the dragon. Man devised something, and his device was a snare wherein he was trapped. That which he thought to be life was actually the drainer of his blood, his destroyer. He locked the door while the foe was in the house. The plot of Pharaoh was a story of this sort. That vengeful man slew hundreds of thousands of babes, while the one he was searching after was in his Pharaoh's house. Since in our foresight, there is much defect, go, let your own sight pass away, fana, in the sight of the friend, God. his sight for ours. What a goodly recompense! In his sight you will find the whole object of your desire. So long as the child could neither grasp, exert strength, nor run, he had nothing to ride on but his father's neck. When he became a busybody and plied hand and foot, exerted himself, he fell into trouble and wretchedness. The spirits of created beings, before the creation of hand and foot, by reason of their faithfulness were flying in the realm of purity. When they were constrained by the divine command, "Get ye down," they became engaled in anger and covetousness and contentment. We are the family of the Lord, and craving after milk, like infants. He, the prophet, said, "The people are God's family." He who gives rain from heaven is also able, from his mercy, to give us bread. How the lion again pronounced exertion to be superior to trusting God. "Yes," said the lion, "but the Lord of his servants set a ladder before our feet." Step by step must we climb towards the roof. To be a necessitarian here is to indulge in foolish hopes. You have feet. Why do you make yourself out to be lame? You have hands. Why do you conceal the fingers whereby you grasp? When the master put a spade in the slave's hand, his object was made known to him, the slave, without a word falling from his tongue. Hand and spade alike are his, God's, implicit signs. Our powers of thinking upon the end are his explicit declarations. When you take his signs to heart, you will devote your life to fulfilling that indication of his will. He will give you many hints for the understanding of mysteries. He will remove the burden from you and give you spiritual authority. Do you bear his burden? He will cause you to be borne aloft. Do you receive his commands? He will cause you to be received into his favor. If you accept his command, you will become the spokesman thereof. If you seek union with him, thereafter you will become united. Free will is the endeavor to thank God for his beneficence. Your necessitarianism is the denial of that beneficence. Thanksgiving for the power of acting freely increases your power. Necessitarianism takes the divine gift of free will out of your hand. Your necessitarianism is like sleeping on the road. Do not sleep. Sleep not until you see the gate and the threshold. Beware. Do not sleep, O inconsiderate necessitarian, save underneath that fruit-laden tree, so that every moment the wind may shake the boughs and shower upon the sleeper spiritual dessert and provision for the journey. Necessitarianism is to sleep amidst highwaymen. How should the untimely bird receive quarter? And if you turn up your nose at his signs, you deem yourself a man. But when you consider more deeply, you are only a woman. This measure of understanding which you possess is lost. A head from which the understanding is severed becomes a tail, because ingratitude is wickedness and disgrace, and brings the ingrate to the bottom of hellfire. If you are putting trust in God, put trust in him as regards your work, sow the seed, then rely upon the Almighty. How the beasts once more asserted the superiority of trust in God to exertion. They all lifted up their voices to dispute with him, saying, "Those covetous ones who sowed the seed of," means myriads on myriads of men and women. Why, then, did they remain deprived of fortune? From the beginning of the world, myriads of generations have opened 100 mouths, like dragons. Those clever people devised plots of such power that the mountain thereby was torn up from its foundation. The glorious God described their plots when he said, "Though their guile be such, that the tops of the mountains might be moved thereby. But, except the portion which came to pass was predestined in eternity, nothing showed its face, accrued to them, from their scheming and doing. They all fell from failed in plan and act. The acts and decrees of the Maker remained." O illustrious one, do not regard work as aught but a name. O cunning one, think not that exertion is aught but a vain fancy. How Azrael looked at a certain man, and how that man fled to the palace of Solomon, and setting forth the superiority of trust in God to exertion and the uselessness of the latter. One forenoon, a free-born, noble man arrived and ran into Solomon's hall of justice, his countenance pale with anguish and both lips blue. Then Solomon said, "Good sir, what is the matter?" He replied, "Azrael cast on me such a look so full of wrath and hate." "Come," said the king, "what boon do you desire now? Ask it." "O protector of my life," said he, "command the wind to bear me from here to India. Maybe when thy slave is come thither, he will save his life. Lo, the people are fleeing from poverty, hence are they a mouthful for, a prey to, covetousness and expectation. The fear of poverty is like that, man's terror. Know thou that covetousness and striving are like India in this tale." He, Solomon, commanded the wind to bear him quickly over the water to the uttermost part of India. Next day, at the time of conference and meeting, Solomon said to Azrael, "Didst thou look with anger on that Moslem in order that he might wander as an exile far from his home?" Azrael said, "When did I look on him angrily? I saw him as I passed by and looked at him in astonishment. For God had commanded me, saying, Hark, today do thou take his spirit in India. From wonder I said to myself, even if he has 100 wings, 'tis a far journey for him to be in India today. In like manner, judge of all the affairs of this world, and open your eye and see. From whom shall we flee? From ourselves? O absurdity! From whom shall we take ourselves away? From God? O crime! How the lion again declared exertion to be superior to trust in God, and expounded the advantages of exertion. "Yes," said the lion, "but at the same time consider the exertions of the prophets and the true believers. God, exalted is he, prospered their exertion and what they suffered of oppression and heat and cold. Their plans were excellent in all circumstances. Everything done by a goodly man is goodly. Their snares caught the heavenly bird, all their deficiencies turned to increment. O Master, exert thyself so long as thou canst in following the way of the prophets and saints. Endeavour is not a struggle with destiny, because destiny itself has laid this endeavour upon us. I am an infidel if anyone has suffered loss a single moment while walking in the way of faith and obedience. Your head is not broken. Do not bandage this head. Exert yourself in doing good works for a day or two, i.e., during this brief life, and laugh unto everlasting. An evil resort sought he that sought this world. A good state sought he that sought the world to come. Plots for gaining the things of this world are worthless, but plots for renouncing this world are inspired by God. The right plot is that he, the prisoner, digs a hole in his prison in order to escape. If he blocks up the hole, that is a foolish plot. This world is the prison, and we are the prisoners. Dig a hole in the prison and let yourself out. What is this world? To be forgetful of God. It is not merchandise and silver and weighing scales and women. As regards the wealth that you carry for religion's sake, how good is righteous wealth for the righteous man, as the prophet recited. Water in the boat is the ruin of the boat, but water underneath the boat is a support. Since he cast out from his heart the desire for wealth and possessions on that account. Solomon did not call himself by any name but poor. The stoppered jar, though in rough water, floated on the water because of its wind-filled, empty heart. When the wind of poverty is within anyone, he rests at peace on the surface of the water of the world. Although the whole of this world is his kingdom, in the eye of his heart, the kingdom is nothing. Therefore, stopper and seal the mouth of your heart, and fill it from the inward ventilator. Exertion is a reality, and medicine and disease are realities. The skeptic, in his denial of exertion, practiced, and thereby affirmed, exertion. How the superiority of exertion to trust in God was established. The lion gave many proofs in this style, so that those necessitarians became tired of answering him. Fox and deer and hare and jackal abandoned the doctrine of necessity and ceased from disputation. They made covenants with the furious lion, ensuring that he should incur no loss in this bargain, that the daily ration should come to him without trouble, and that he should not need to make a further demand. Day by day, the one on whom the lot fell would run to the lion as swiftly as a cheetah. When this cup of death came round to the hare cried out, "Why, how long are we to endure this injustice?" How the beasts of chase blamed the hare for his delay in going to the lion. The company of beasts said to him, "All this time we have sacrificed our lives in troth and loyalty. Do not thou seek to give us a bad name, O rebellious one. Lest the lion be aggrieved, go, go, quick, quick." How the hare answered the beasts. "O friends," said he, "grant me a respite, that by my cunning ye may escape from calamity. That by my cunning your lives may be saved, and this, safety, remain as a heritage to your children." Every prophet amidst the peoples used to call them after this manner to a place of deliverance, for he had seen from heaven the way of escape, though, in their sight, he was contracted, despicable, like the pupil of the eye. Men regarded him as small like the pupil. None attained to understanding of the real greatness, worth of the pupil. How the beasts objected to the proposal of the hare. The company of beasts said to him, "O donkey, listen to us. Keep thyself within the measure of a hare. What brag is this? An idea which thy betters never brought into their minds. Thou art self-conceited, or destiny is pursuing us. Else, how is this speech suitable to one like thee?" How the hare again answered the beasts. He said, "O friends, God gave me inspiration. To a weakling there came a strong judgment, wise counsel. That which God taught to the bees is not belonging to the lion and the wild ass. It, the bee, makes houses of juicy halwa, sweetmeat. God opened to it the door of that knowledge, that which God taught to the silkworm, does any elephant know such a device. Adam, created of earth, learned knowledge from God. His knowledge shot beams up to the seventh heaven. He, Adam, broke the name and fame, pride of the angels, to the confusion of that one who is in doubt concerning God. He, God, made the ascetic of so many thousand years, Iblis, a muzzle for that young calf, Adam. That he, Adam, might not be able to drink the milk of knowledge of religion, and that he might not roam around that lofty castle. The sciences of the followers of external sense became a muzzle, so that he, the believer in sense perception, might not receive milk from that sublime knowledge. But into the blood drop core of the heart there fell a jewel, which he, God, gave not to the seas and skies. How long this regard for form? After all, O form worshipper, has thy reality-lacking soul not, yet, escaped from form? If a human being were a man in virtue of form, Ahmad, Muhammad, and Bujal would be just the same. The painting on the wall is like Adam. See from the pictured form what thing in it is wanting. The spirit is wanting in that resplendent form. Go, seek that jewel rarely found. The heads of all the lions in the world were laid low when they, God, gave a hand to, bestowed favour on, the dog of the companions, of the cave. What loss does it suffer from that abhorred shape, inasmuch as its spirit was plunged in the ocean of light? 'Tis not in pens to describe the outward form. What is written in letters is qualities like learned and just. And qualities like learned and just are only the spiritual essence which thou wilt not find in any place, or in front or behind. The sun of the spirit strikes with its beams on the body from the quarter where the relation of place does not exist. It, that sun, is not contained in the sky. An account of the knowledge of the hair, and an explanation of the excellence and advantages of knowledge. This topic hath no end. Give heed. Listen to the story of the hair. Sell your asinine, corporeal ear, and buy another ear, for the asinine ear will not apprehend this discourse. Go, behold the foxy tricks played by the hare. Behold how the hare made a plot to catch the lion. Knowledge is the seal of the kingdom of Solomon. The whole world is form, and knowledge is the spirit. Because of this virtue, the creatures of the seas and those of mountain and plain are helpless before man. Of him the pard and lion are afraid, like the mouse. From him the crocodile of the great river is in pallor and agitation. From him Peri and demon took to the shores, sought refuge. Each took abode in some hiding place. Man hath many a secret enemy. The cautious man is a wise one. There are hidden creatures, evil and good. At every instant their blows are striking on the heart. If you go into the river to wash yourself, a thorn in the water inflicts a hurt upon you. Although the thorn is hidden low in the water, you know it is there since it is pricking you. The pricks of angelic inspirations and satanic temptations are from thousands of beings, not only from one. Wait patiently for your bodily senses to be transmuted so that you may see them, the hidden beings, and the difficulty may be solved, so that you may see whose words you have rejected and whom you have made your captain. How the beasts requested the hare to tell the secret of his thought. Afterwards they said, O nimble hare, communicate what is in thy apprehension. O thou who hast grappled with a lion, declare the plan which thou hast thought of. Counsel gives perception and understanding. The mind is helped by other minds. The prophet said, O adviser, Take counsel with the trustworthy, for he whose counsel is sought is trusted. How the hare withheld the secret from them. He said, "One ought not to say forth every secret. Sometimes the even number turns out to be odd, and sometimes the odd number to be even. If from guilelessness you breathe words to a mirror, the mirror at once becomes dim to us. Do not move your lip in explanation of these three things, namely, concerning your departure and your gold and your religion. For to these three there is many an adversary and foe standing in wait for you when he knows about any of them. And if you tell only one or two, a few people, farewell to your secret. Every secret that goes beyond the twain who share it is published abroad. If you tie 2 or 3 birds together, they will remain on the ground, imprisoned by grief. But in truth, they hold a consultation, well disguised and mingled in its apparent significance with that which casts error into the mind of anyone who observes them. Similarly, the prophet used to take counsel, speaking cryptically, and they, his companions, would answer him and would be without knowledge of his real meaning. He would speak his opinion in a covert parable, in order that the adversary might not know foot from head. He, the prophet, would receive his answer from him, the adversary, while the other would not catch the smell, drift of his question. The story of the hare's stratagem. He delayed a while in going. Then he went before the lion who rends his prey with claws. Because he tarried late in going, the lion was tearing up the earth and roaring. "I said," cried the lion, "that the promise of those vile ones would be vain, vain and frail and unfulfilled. Their palaver has duped me. How long will this time deceive me? How long? The prince that hath no strength in his beard is left sorely in the lurch, when by reason of his folly he looks neither backwards nor forwards." The road is smooth, and under it are pitfalls. Amidst the names there is a dearth of meaning. Words and names are like pitfalls. The sweet, flattering word is the sand that sucks up the water of our life. The one sand whence water gushes is seldom to be found. Go, seek it. He that searches after wisdom becomes a fountain of wisdom. He becomes independent of acquisition and ways and means. The guarding tablet becomes a guarded tablet. His understanding becomes enriched by the Spirit. When a man's understanding has been his teacher, after this, the understanding becomes his pupil. The understanding says, like Gabriel, "O Ahmad, Mohammed, if I take one more step, it will burn me. Do thou leave me, henceforth advance, alone. This is my limit, O Sultan of the soul." Whoever through heedlessness remains without thanksgiving and patience, self-control, knows no resource but this, that he should follow in the heels of necessity, jabar. Anyone who pleads necessity as an excuse feigns himself to be ill, with the result that the feigned illness brings him to the grave. The prophet said, "Illness assumed in jest brings real disease, so that he, the jester, dies like a lamp." What is the meaning of jaber? To bind up a broken limb or tie a severed vein. Inasmuch as you have not broken your foot in this path, whom are you mocking? Why have you bandaged your foot? But as for him who broke his foot in the path of exertion, Burak came up to him, and he mounted and rode. He was a bearer of the true religion, and he became one who is born. He was an acceptor of the divine command, and he became accepted. Until now, he was receiving commands from the king. Henceforth, he delivers the king's commands to the people. Until now, the stars were influencing him. Henceforth, he is the ruler of the stars. If, on this account, perplexity arise in thy sight, mind, then thou wilt have doubts concerning the moon was cloven asunder. Refresh thy faith, but not with talk of the tongue, O thou who hast secretly refreshed thy evil desire. So long as desire is fresh, faith is not fresh, for 'tis this desire that locks against thee that gate. Thou hast interpreted and altered the meaning of the virgin, uncorrupted word. Interpret, alter thyself, not the divine book. Thou interpretest the Quran according to thy desire. By thee the sublime meaning is degraded and perverted. The baseness of the foul interpretation given by the fly. The fly was lifting up his head, like a pilot on a blade of straw and a pool of ass's urine. I have called them sea and ship, said he. I have been pondering over that interpretation for a long while. Look, here is this sea and this ship, and I am the pilot and skilled in navigation and judicious. He was propelling the raft on the sea. That small quantity appeared to him illimitable. That urine was boundless in relation to him. Where was the vision that should see it truly? His world extends just as far as his sight reaches. His eye is so big, his sea is big in the same proportion. So with the false interpreter of the Quran. Like the fly, his imagination is foul as ass's urine, and his conception worthless as a straw. If the fly leave off interpreting by following his own opinion, fortune will turn that fly into a homai. One who possesses this divine indication of the true meaning is not a fly. His spirit is not analogous to his outward form. How the lion roared wrathfully because the hare was late in coming. As, for example, the hare who struck against the lion, how was his spirit analogous to his stature? The lion from fury and rage was saying, by means of my ear the enemy has bound up my eye. The tricks of the necessitarians have bound me in captivity. Their wooden sword has wounded my body. After this I will not hearken to their palaver, all that is, only meant to deceive like the cry of demons and ghouls. O my heart, tear them to pieces, do not lag, rend their skins, for they have naught but skin. What is skin? Specious words, like ripples on water, which have no continuance. Know that these words are as the skin, rind, and the meaning is as the kernel. These words are as the form, and the meaning is like the spirit. The skin hides the defect of the bad kernel. It, also, hides jealously the secrets of the good kernel. When the pen is of wind and the scroll of water, whatever you write perishes speedily. It is written on water. If you seek constancy from it, you will return biting your hands in disappointment. The wind in men is vanity and desire. When you have abandoned vanity, then is the time for the message from Him, God. Sweet are the messages of the Maker, for it, that message, from head to foot, from first to last, is enduring. The khutbahs for kings change and pass, and their empire, all will pass, except the empire and khutbahs insignia of the prophets, because the pomp of kings is from earthly vanity, while the glorious privilege of the prophets is from divine majesty. The names of kings are removed from the dirhams, but the name of Ahmad, Muhammad, is stamped on them forever. The name of Ahmad is the name of all the prophets. When the 100 comes, is counted. 90 is with us as well. Further setting forth the stratagem of the hare. The hare made much delay in going. He rehearsed to himself the tricks which he was about to play. After long delay, he came on, took the road, that he might say 1 or 2 secrets into the ear of the lion. Think, what worlds are in commerce with reason? How wide is this ocean of reason? In this sweet ocean, our forms are moving fast, like cups on the surface of water. Until they become full, they float, like bowls on the top of the sea. But when the bowl is filled, it sinks therein. Reason is hidden, and only a world of phenomena is visible. Our forms are the waves or a spray of it, of that hidden ocean. Whatsoever thing the form makes, uses as a means of approach to it, to reason. By that same means the ocean of reason casts it, the form, far away. So long as the heart does not see the giver of its conscience, so long as the arrow does not see the far-shooting archer, he who is thus blind thinks his horse is lost, though, all the while, he is obstinately speeding his horse on the road. That fine fellow thinks his horse is lost, while his horse is sweeping him onward like the wind. In lamentation and inquiry, that scatterbrain runs from door to door in every direction, asking and searching, where and who is he that stole my horse? What is this animal under thy thigh, O master? Yes, this is the horse, but where is the horse? O dexterous rider, in search of thy horse, come to thyself. The spirit is lost to view because of its being so manifest and near. How, having thy belly full of water, art thou dry-lipped like a jar? How wilt thou see red and green and russet, unless before seeing these 3 colours, thou see the light? But since thy mind was lost, absorbed in perception of the colour, those colours became to thee a veil, debarred thee from contemplating the light. Inasmuch as at night those colours were hidden, thou sawest that thy vision of the colour was derived from the light. There is no vision of colour without the external light. Even so it is with the colour of inward fantasy. This outward light is derived from the sun and from Suha, while the inward light is from the reflection of the beams of divine glory. The light which gives light to the eye is in truth the light of the heart. The light of the eye is produced by the light of hearts. Again, the light which gives light to the heart is the light of God, which is pure and separate from the light of intellect and sense. At night there was no light. Thou didst not see the colour. Then it, the light, was made manifest by the opposite of light, by darkness. First comes the seeing of light, then the seeing of colour. And this thou knowest immediately by the opposite of light, darkness. God created pain and sorrow for the purpose that happiness might be made manifest by means of this opposite. Hidden things, then, are manifested by means of their opposite. Since God hath no opposite, he is hidden. For the sight fell, first, on the light, then on the colour. Opposite is made manifest by opposite, like Greeks and Ethiopians. Therefore thou knewest light by its opposite. Opposite reveals opposite in the process of coming forth. The light of God hath no opposite in all existence, that by means of that opposite it should be possible to make him manifest. Necessarily, therefore, our eyes do not perceive him, though he perceives us. See this fact from the case of Moses and the mountain, Sinai. Know that form springs from spirit, reality, as the lion from the jungle, or as voice and speech from thought. This speech and voice arose from thought. Thou knowest not where is the sea of thought, but since thou hast seen that the waves of speech are fair, thou knowest that their sea also is noble. When the waves of thought sped on from the sea of wisdom, it, wisdom, made, for them, the form of speech and voice. The form was born of the word and died again. The wave drew itself back into the sea. The form came forth from formlessness and went back thither, for verily unto him are we returning. Every instant, then, thou art dying and returning. Mustafa declared that this world is but a moment. Our thought is an arrow shot from him, Hu, into the air, Hawa. How should it stay in the air? It comes back to God. Every moment the world is renewed, and we are unaware of its being renewed, whilst it remains the same in appearance. Life is ever arriving anew, like the stream. Though in the body it has the semblance of continuity. From its swiftness it appears continuous, like the spark which thou whirlest rapidly with thy hand. If thou whirl a firebrand with dexterity, it appears to the sight as a very long line of fire. The swift motion produced by the action of God presents this length of duration, time, as a phenomenon arising from the rapidity of divine action. Even if the seeker of this mystery is an exceedingly learned man, say to him, Lo Husamuddin, who is a sublime book, where you will find the mystery revealed. The hare's coming to the lion, and the lion's anger with him. The lion, incensed and wrathful and frantic, saw the hare coming from afar, running undismayed and confidently, looking angry and fierce and fell and sour, for by coming humbly, he thought, suspicion would be excited, while by boldness every cause of doubt would be removed. When he came further on, near to the shoe row, the lion shouted, Ha, villain, I who have torn oxen limb from limb, I who have rubbed the ear of, chastised and vanquished, the ferocious elephant. Who, what, is a half-witted, feeble hare, that he should thus throw on the ground, disregard my behest? Abandon the hare's slumber and heedlessness. Give ear, O donkey, to the roaring of this lion. The hare's apology. Mercy, cried the hare, I have an excuse, if thy lordship's pardon come to my aid. What excuse? Said he. Oh, the short-sightedness of fools! Is this the time for them to come into the presence of kings? Thou art an untimely bird. Thy head must be cut off. One ought not to hear the excuse of a fool. The fool's excuse is worse than his crime. The excuse of the ignorant is the poison that kills wisdom. Thy excuse, O hare, is devoid of wisdom. What hare am I that thou shouldst put it in my ear? O king, he replied, account a worthless one to be worthy. Hearken to the excuse of one who has suffered oppression. In particular, as an alms, thank-offering, for thy high estate, do not drive out of thy way one whose way is lost. The ocean, which gives some water to every stream, lays on its head and face, surface, every piece of rubbish. By this bounty, the sea will not become less. The sea is neither increased nor diminished by its bounty. The lion said, I will bestow bounty in its proper place. I will cut everyone's clothes according to his stature. Listen, cried the hare. If I am not a fit object for thy grace, I lay my head before the dragon of thy violence. At breakfast time I set out on the way. I came towards the king with my comrade. That party of beasts had appointed, for thy sake, another hare to go along with me as consort and companion. On the road a lion attacked thy humble slave, attacked both the companions in travel who were coming to thee. I said to him, we are the slaves of the King of Kings, the lowly fellow servants of that exalted court. He said, the King of Kings, who is he? Be ashamed. Do not make mention of every base loon in my presence. Both thee and thy king I will tear to pieces, if thou and thy friend turn back from my door. I said to him, let me behold once more the face of the king and bear the news of thee to him. He said, place thy comrade with me in my keeping as a pledge. Otherwise, thou art a sacrifice, thy life is forfeit, according to my law. We entreated him much. It was no use. He seized my friend and left me to go alone. My friend, from his plumpness, made 3 of me both in comeliness and beauty and size of body. Henceforth this road is barred by that lion. The thread of our covenants is broken. Cut off, abandon, hope of the allowance henceforth. I am telling thee the truth, and truth is bitter. If thou want the allowance, clear the way. Hey, come on and repel that irreverent one. How the lion answered the hare and set off with him. Come on in God's name, said he. Let me see where he is. Go thou in front, if thou art speaking truth, that I may give him and 100 like him the punishment they deserve, or if this is a lie, that I may give thy deserts to thee. The hare set out on the way, going in front like a guide, that he might lead him towards his snare, towards the well which he had designated. He had made the deep well a snare for his, the lion's, life. Thus were these twain going till they arrived near the well. Look, you, this was a hare, deceitful, as a pool of water hidden under straw. The water bears a blade of straw down to the plain. How, I wonder, will the straw bear away a mountain? The snare of his, the hare's guile, was a noose for the lion, a marvellous hare, he who was carrying off a lion as his prey. A Moses draws Pharaoh with his army and mighty host into the river Nile. A single gnat with half a wing cleaves intrepidly the suture of Nimrod's skull. Behold the state of him who hearkened to the words of his enemy, and the retribution of him who became the friend. Of the envious one, the state of a Pharaoh who hearkened to Haman, and the state of a Nimrod who hearkened to Satan. Albeit the enemy speak to thee in friendly wise, know his words to be the snare, though he speak to thee of the grain, bait. If he give thee some candy, regard it as poison. If he do a kindness to thy body, regard it as cruelty. When the divine destiny comes to pass, you see naught but the skin, outward appearance. You do not distinguish enemies from friends. Since the case is thus, begin humble supplication, set about lamenting and glorifying God and fasting. Lament continually, crying, O thou who well knowest the hidden things, do not crush us beneath the stone of evil contrivance. O Creator of the lion, if we have wrought currishness, do not set the lion to spring on us from this covert. Do not give to sweet water the form of fire. Do not put upon fire the form of water. When thou makest us drunken with the wine of thy wrath, thou givest to things non-existent the form of existence. What is this drunkenness. That which binds prevents the eye from true eyesight, so that a common stone appears a jewel, and wool, pashm, a jasper, yashm. What is this drunkenness? The perversion of the senses, the change of tamarisk wood into sandalwood in the perverted sight. Story of the hoopoe and Solomon, showing that when the divine destiny comes to pass, clear eyes are sealed. When the tent pavilion was pitched for Solomon, the birds came before him to pay obeisance. They found him speaking the same tongue as themselves and familiar with them. One by one they sped with eager soul into his presence. All the birds, having ceased from twittering, in converse with Solomon became more distinct, spoke more articulately than your own brother. To speak the same tongue is a kinship and affinity. A man, when he is with those in whom he cannot confide, is like a prisoner in chains. Oh, many are the Indians and Turks that speak the same tongue. Oh, many the pair of Turks that are as strangers to each other. Therefore, the tongue of mutual understanding is different indeed. To be one in heart is better than to be one in tongue. Without speech and without sign or scroll, hundreds of thousands of interpreters arise from the heart. The birds, all and each, their secrets of skill and knowledge and practice, were revealing one by one to Solomon, and were praising themselves by way of submitting a request for his consideration. Not from pride and self-conceit, but in order that he might give them access to him. When a captive wants a lord to buy him as a slave, he offers a preface, summary account of his talent. But when he is ashamed, disgusted at his buying him, he makes himself out to be sick and palsied and deaf and lame. The turn came for the hoopoe and his craft, and the explanation of his skill and thoughtfulness. "O king," said he, "I will declare only one talent, which is an inferior one. 'Tis better to speak briefly." "Tell on," said Solomon. "Let me hear what talent that is." The hoopoe said, "At the time when I am at the zenith, I gaze from the zenith with the eye of certainty, and I see the water at the bottom of the earth, so that I know where it is, and what is its depth, what its colour is, whence it gushes forth, from clay or from rock. O Solomon, for the sake of thine army's camping place, keep this wise one beside thee on thy expeditions." Then said Solomon, "O good companion in waterless, far-stretching wastes." How the crow impugned the claim of the hoopoe. When the crow heard this, from envy he came and said to Solomon, "He has spoken false and ill. It is not respectful to speak in the king's presence, in particular to utter lying and absurd self-praise. If he had always had this keen sight, how would not he have seen the snare beneath a handful of earth? How would he have been caught in the snare? How would he have gone into the cage willy-nilly?" Then Solomon said, "O hoopoe, is it right that these dregs have risen from thee at the first cup? O thou who hast drunk buttermilk, how dost thou pretend intoxication and brag in my presence and tell lies besides?" The hoopoe's answer to the attack of the crow. He said, "O king, for God's sake, do not listen to the enemy's words against me, bare beggar as I am. If this which I claim is not true, I lay my head before thee. Sever this neck of mine." The crow who disbelieves in the absolute authority of the divine destiny is an infidel, though he have thousands of wits. Whilst there is in you a single K derived from the kafiran, infidels, you are the seat of a stench and lust, velet rima femoris. I see the snare when I am in the air. If the divine destiny do not muffle the eye of my intelligence. When the divine destiny comes, wisdom goes to sleep. The moon becomes black, the sun is stopped from shining. How is this disposal of things by the divine destiny to be called singular? Know that it is by the divine destiny that he, the infidel, disbelieves in the divine destiny. The story of Adam, on whom be peace, and how the divine destiny sealed up his sight so that he failed to observe the plain meaning of the prohibition and to refrain from interpreting it. The Father of mankind, who is the Lord of He, God, taught Adam the names, hath hundreds of thousands of sciences in every vein. To his soul accrued knowledge of the name of everything, even as that thing exists in its real nature, unto the end of the world. No title that he gave became changed, that one whom he called brisk did not become lazy. Whoso is to be a believer at the last he saw at the first. Whoso is to be an infidel at the last, to him it became manifest. Do thou hear the name of everything from the knower, hear the inmost meaning of the mystery of he taught the names. With us, the name of everything is its outward appearance. With the Creator, the name of everything is its inward reality. In the eyes of Moses, the name of his rod was staff. In the eyes of the Creator, its name was dragon. Here the name of Umar was idolater, but in Alast, his name was believer. That of which the name with us was seed, was in the sight of God, thou who art at this moment beside me. This seed was a form, idea, in non-existence, potentiality, existent with God, neither more nor less than the form in which it appeared externally. In brief, that which is our end is really our name with God. He bestows on a man a name according to his final state, not according to that state to which he gives the name of alone. Inasmuch as the eye of Adam saw by means of the pure light, the soul and inmost sense of the names became evident to him. Since the angels perceived in him the rays of God, they fell in worship and hastened to do homage. The Adam like this, whose name I am celebrating, if I praise him till the resurrection, I fall short of what is due. All this he knew, yet, when the divine destiny came, he was at fault in the knowledge of a single prohibition, wondering whether the prohibition was for the purpose of making unlawful the thing prohibited, or whether it admitted of an interpretation and was a cause of perplexity. When the view that it admitted of interpretation prevailed in his mind, his nature hastened in bewilderment towards the wheat. When the thorn went into the foot of the gardener, Adam, the thief, Satan, found an opportunity and quickly carried off the goods. As soon as he escaped from bewilderment, he returned into the right road. Then he saw that the thief had carried off the wares from the shop. He cried, "O Lord, we have done wrong, and alas, that is to say, darkness came and the way was lost." This divine destiny is a cloud that covers the sun. Thereby lions and dragons become as mice. If I, the hoopoe, do not see a snare in the hour of divine ordainment, 'tis not I alone who am ignorant in the course of divine ordainment. O happy he that clave to righteousness, he that let his own strength go and took to supplication. If the divine destiny shrouds thee in black like night, yet the divine destiny will take thy hand and guide thee at the last. If the divine destiny 100 times attempts thy life, Yet the divine destiny gives thee life and heals thee. This divine destiny, if 100 times it waylays thee, nevertheless, pitches thy tent on the top of heaven. Know that this is from the loving kindness of God, that he terrifies thee in order that he may establish thee in the kingdom of security. This subject hath no end. 'Tis late. Hearken, now, to the story of the hare and the lion. How the hare drew back from the lion when he approached the well. When the lion came near the well, he saw that the hare lagged on the way and stepped back. He said, "Why have you stepped back? Do not step back. Come on." The hare said, "Where is my power to move a foot? For both hand and foot are gone. My soul trembles and my heart, courage, has fled. Seest thou not the colour of my face, pale as gold? My colour indeed is giving knowledge of my inward state. Since God has called the external sign, aspect, informative, the eye of the Gnostic has remained turned towards the sign. Colour and scent are significant like a bell. The neigh of a horse makes one acquainted with the horse. The sound made by anything conveys knowledge of it, so that you may distinguish the bray of an ass from the creak of a door. Touching the discrimination of persons, one from another, the prophet said, "A man is hidden when his tongue is folded up." The colour of the face indicates the state of the heart. Have pity on me, implant love of me in thy heart. A red complexion has the sound of, declares and expresses, thankfulness, satisfaction. The sound, signification of a pale complexion, is patience and unthankfulness. There has come upon me that which took away hand and foot, took away colour of face and strength, and every outward mark, that which shatters everything it comes upon, tears up every tree from root and bottom. There has come upon me that by which man and animal, mineral and plant have been checkmated. These indeed are only parts, but wholes too are by him, doom, made yellow in hue and corrupt in odour, so that the world is now patient, now thankful. The garden now puts on a robe of verdure, and again is bare. The sun, which rises fire-coloured, at another hour sinks headlong. Stars shining in the four quarters of the sky are, from time to time, afflicted with, consumed by, burning. The moon, which excels the stars in beauty, becomes like a phantom from the malady of a hectic fever. This earth, quiet and controlled, is thrown by earthquakes into feverish tremors. Oh, from this inherited woe, many a mountain in the world has become tiny fragments and grains of sand. This air is conjoined with the vital spirit, but when the divine destiny comes, it turns foul and stinking. The sweet water that was a sister, congenial to the spirit, after standing in a pool, became yellow and bitter and turbid. The fire that has wind in its moustache, a single puff of wind calls death upon it. The state of the sea is such that, from its agitation and commotion, you may perceive the changes of its mind. The whirling heaven, which is ever engaged, in seeking and searching, its state is like the state of its children, now nadir, now middle, now zenith. Therein are host on host of stars, fortunate and unlucky. From thyself, O part made up of wholes, apprehend the state of every simple, uncompounded thing. Inasmuch as wholes suffer grief and pain, how should their part not be pale-faced, sick and subject to decay? Especially a part which is composed of contraries, of water and earth and fire and air. It is no wonder that the sheep recoiled from the wolf. The wonder is that this sheep set its heart on, became friendly with, the wolf. Life is the peace, harmony of contraries. Death is the fact that war arose between them. The grace of God has given amity to this lion and wild ass, these two far distant contraries. Since the world is sick and a prisoner, what wonder if the sick one is passing away? From this point of view, he, the hare, recited counsels to the lion. I have lagged behind, said he, because of these bonds. How the lion asked the reason of the hare's drawing back. The lion said to him, amongst all the causes of your malady, tell me the special cause, for this is my object. That lion, he said, lives in this well. Within this fortress, he is safe from harms. Everyone who is wise chose the bottom of the well to live in, because spiritual joys are to be attained only in solitude. The darkness of the well is better than the dark shades of the world. He that followed at the heels of the world never saved his head. Come on, said the lion. My blow subdues him. See thou whether that lion is in the well at present. The hare answered, I am consumed with dread of that fieriness, wrath. Perhaps thou wilt take me beside thee, that with thy support, O mine of generosity, I may open my eyes and look into the well. How the lion looked into the well and saw the reflection of himself and the hare in the water. When the lion took him to his side, under the lion's protection, he began to run towards the well. As soon as they looked at the water in the well, there shone forth in the water the light, reflected, from the lion and him, the hare. The lion saw his own reflection. From the water shone the image of a lion with a plump hare at his side. When he beheld his adversary in the water, he left him, the hare, and sprang into the well. He fell into the well which he had dug, because his iniquity was coming back on his own head. The iniquity of evildoers became, for them, a dark well. So have said all the wise. The more iniquitous one is, the more frightful is his well. Divine. Justice has ordained worse punishment for worse sin. O you who from iniquity are digging a well for others, you are making a snare for yourself. Do not weave a cocoon round yourself like the silkworm. You are digging a well for yourself to fall in. Dig with moderation, not too deep. Deem not the weak to be without a champion. Recite from the Quran the words, when the help of God shall come. If you are an elephant and your foe fled from you, lo, the retribution came upon you, birds in flocks. If any poor man on the earth beg for mercy, a loud tumult falls on, arises among the host of heaven. If you bite him with your teeth and make him bleed, toothache will attack you. How will you do? Then the lion saw himself in the well, and in his fury he did not know himself at that moment from the enemy. He regarded his own reflection as his enemy. Necessarily he drew a sword against himself. Oh, many an iniquity that you see in others is your own nature, reflected in them, O reader. In them shone forth all that you are, in your hypocrisy and iniquity and insolence. You are that evildoer, and you are striking those blows at yourself. 'Tis yourself you are cursing at that moment. You do not see clearly the evil in yourself, else you would hate yourself with all your soul. You are assaulting yourself, O simpleton, like the lion who made a rush at himself. When you reach the bottom of your own nature, then you will know that that vileness was from yourself. At the bottom of the well, it became manifest to the lion that he who seemed to him to be another was really his own image. Whoever tears out the teeth of a poor wretch is doing what the falsely seeing lion did. O you who see the bad reflection on the face of your uncle, it is not your uncle that is bad, it is you. Do not run away from yourself. The faithful are mirrors to one another. This saying is related from the prophet. You held a blue glass before your eye. For that reason, the world seemed to you to be blue. Unless you are blind, know that this blueness comes from yourself. Speak ill of yourself. Speak no more ill of anyone else. If the true believer was not seeing by the light of God, how did things unseen appear naked, plainly revealed, to the true believer? Inasmuch as you were seeing by the fire of God, you did not discern the difference between good and evil. Little by little throw water on the fire, that your fire may become light, O man of sorrow. Throw thou, O Lord, the purifying water, that this world fire may become wholly light. All the water of the sea is under thy command. Water and fire, O Lord, are thine. If thou willest, fire becomes sweet water. And if thou willest not, even water becomes fire. This search, aspiration in us is also brought into existence by thee. Deliverance from iniquity is thy gift, O Lord. Without our seeking, thou hast given us this search. Thou hast given us gifts without number and without end. How the hare brought to the beasts of chase the news that the lion had fallen into the well. When the hare was gladdened by deliverance from the lion, he began to run towards the beasts until he came to the desert. Having seen the lion miserably slain in the well, he was skipping joyously all the way to the meadow, clapping his hands because he had escaped from the hand of death, fresh and dancing in the air, like bough and leaf. Bough and leaf were set free from the prison of earth, lifted their heads, and became comrades of the wind. The leaves, when they had burst forth from the bough, made haste to reach the top of the tree. With the tongue of seed that put forth, its sprouts, each fruit and tree severally is singing thanks to God, saying, The bounteous giver nourished our root until the tree grew big and stood upright. Even so, the spirits bound in clay, when they escape glad at heart from their prisons of clay, begin to dance in the air of divine love and become flawless like the full moon's orb, their bodies dancing and their souls. Nay, do not ask how their souls fare, and those things from which comes the soul's delight. Nay, do not ask of those things. The hare lodged the lion in prison. Shame on a lion who was discomfited by a hare. He is in such a disgrace, and still, this is a wonder, he would fain be addressed by the title of Fakhri-Din. O thou lion that liest at the bottom of this lonely well, thy hare-like soul, Nafs, has shed and drunk thy blood. Thy hare soul is feeding in the desert, whilst thou art lying at the bottom of this well of how and why. That lion-catcher, the hare, ran towards the beasts, crying, Rejoice, O people, since the announcer of joy is come. Glad news, O company of merrymakers, that hellhound has gone back to hell. Glad news, the enemy of your lives, his teeth have been torn out by the vengeance of his creator. He who smote many heads with his claws, him too the broom of death has swept away like rubbish. How the beasts gathered round the hare and spoke in praise of him. Then all the wild beasts assembled, joyous and laughing gleefully in rapture and excitement. They formed a ring, he, the hare, in the midst like a candle. All the animals of the desert bowed in homage to him. Art thou a heavenly angel or a peri? No, thou art the Azrael of fierce lions. Whatever thou art, our souls are offered in sacrifice to thee. Thou hast prevailed, health to thy hand and arm. God turned this water into thy stream, blessing on thy hand and arm. Explain how thou didst meditate with guile, and how thou didst guilefully wipe out that ruffian. Explain, in order that the tale may be the means of curing our malady. Explain, that it may be a salve for our souls. Explain, for in consequence of the iniquity of that tyrant, our souls have myriads of wounds. O sirs, said he, it was by God's aid. Else, who in the world is a hare? Who am I that I should have been able to do this? He, God, bestowed power on me and gave light to my heart. The light in my heart gave strength to hand and foot. From God come preferments to high position. From God also come changes, which bring one to low estate. God in due course and turn is ever displaying this divine aid to doubters and seers alike. Take heed, do not exult in a kingdom bestowed in turns, passing from one to another. O thou who art the bondsman of vicissitude, do not act as though thou wert free. But those for whom is prepared a kingdom beyond vicissitude, for them the drums of sovereignty are beaten beyond the 7 planets. Beyond vicissitude are the kings everlasting. Their spirits are circling with the cupbearer perpetually. If thou wilt renounce this drinking of worldly pleasures, for a day or two, for thy brief lifetime, thou wilt dip thy mouth in the drink of paradise. Commentary on the tradition. We have returned from the lesser jihad to the greater jihad. O kings, we have slain the outward enemy, but there remains within us a worse enemy than he. To slay this enemy is not the work of reason and intelligence. The inward lion is not subdued by the hare. This carnal self, nafs, is hell, and hell is a dragon, the fire of, which is not diminished by oceans of water. It would drink up the 7 seas, and still the blazing of that consumer of all creatures would not become less. Stones and stony-hearted infidels enter it, miserable and shamefaced, but still it is not appeased by all this food until there comes to it from God this call. Art thou filled? Art thou filled? It says, not yet. Lo, here is the fire, here is the glow, here is the burning. It made a mouthful of and swallowed a whole world, its belly crying aloud, is there any more? God from the realm, where place is not, sets his foot on it. Then it subsides at the command, be, and it was. Inasmuch as this self of ours is a part of hell, and all parts have the nature of the whole, to God alone belongs this foot, power, to kill it. Who, indeed, but God should draw its bow, vanquish it. Only the straight arrow is put on the bow, but this bow of the self has its arrows bent back and crooked. Be straight, like an arrow, and escape from the bow, for without doubt, every straight arrow will fly from the bow to its mark. When I turned back from the outer warfare, I set my face towards the inner warfare. We have returned from the lesser jihad. We are engaged along with the Prophet in the greater jihad. I pray God to grant me strength and aid and the right of boasting, that I may root up with a needle this mountain of Kaf. Deem of small account the lion, champion, who breaks the ranks of the enemy. The true lion is he that breaks, conquers himself. How the ambassador of Rum came to the commander of the faithful, Umar. May God be well pleased with him, and witness the gifts of grace with which Umar, may God be well pleased with him, was endowed. To Umar in Medina there came through the wide desert an ambassador from the emperor of Rum. He said, O ye attendants, where is the palace of the caliph, that I may take thither my horse and baggage? The folk said to him, He has no palace. Umar's only palace is an illumined spirit. Though he has a great renown from being commander of the faithful, he has no dwelling except a hut, like the poor. O brother, how wilt thou behold his palace, when hair has grown in the eye of thy heart? Purge thy heart's eye of hair and defect, and then hope to behold his palace. Whoever hath a spirit purged of sensual desires will at once behold the presence and the holy porch. When Muhammad was purged of this fire and smoke, of human passions, wheresoever he turned his face was the face of Allah. Inasmuch as thou art a friend to the evil suggestions of the malign one, Satan, how wilt thou know the true meaning of? There is the face of Allah. Everyone in whose breast the gate is opened will behold from every city the sun shining. God is manifest amongst others as the moon amidst the stars. Lay 2 finger ends on thy 2 eyes, and wilt thou see aught of the world? Deal justly, confess that thou wilt see nothing. If thou dost not see this world, yet it is not non-existent. The fault lies not save in the finger of thy evil self. Come, lift the finger from thine eye, and then behold whatsoever thou wishest. To Noah his people said, Where is the divine recompense? He said, On the other side of they cover themselves with their garments. Ye have wrapped your faces and heads in your clothes. Of necessity ye have eyes and see not. Man is eye, and all the rest is worthless skin. The sight of that eye consists in seeing the beloved. When there is not sight of the beloved, it, the eye, is better blind. The beloved who is not everlasting is better afar, away and out of sight. When the ambassador of Rum admitted these fresh, spiritual words into his hearing, gave ear to them, he became more full of longing. He fixed his eye on seeking Umar. He let his baggage and horse be lost. He was going in every direction after that man of great accomplishment, inquiring madly for him, saying, Can there be in the world such a man, and he be hid, like the spirit, from the world? He sought him, that he might be as a slave to him. Inevitably, the seeker is a finder. An Arab woman of the desert saw that he was a stranger guest. Look, said she, there is Umar under that palm. There he is under the palm tree, apart from the people. Behold the shadow of God asleep in the shade. How the ambassador of Rum found the commander of the faithful, Umar, may God be well pleased with him, sleeping under the palm tree. He came thither and stood afar off. He saw Umar and fell a-trembling. An awe came upon the ambassador from that slumbering man, a sweet ecstasy lodged in his soul. Love and awe are contrary to each other. He saw these 2 contraries united in his heart. He said to himself, I have seen many kings. I have been great in esteem, and chosen for honor in the presence of sultans. I had no awe or dread of kings, but awe of this man has robbed me of my wits. I have gone into a jungle of lions and leopards, and my face did not change color because of them. Often where the ranks are arrayed on the field of battle have I become fierce as a lion, at the time when the affair is grievous, desperate. Many a heavy blow have I suffered and inflicted. I have been stouter in heart than all the others. This man is asleep on the earth, unarmed, and yet I am trembling in my 7 limbs, my whole body. What is this? This is awe of God. It is not from created beings. It is not awe of this man who wears the frock of a dervish. Whoever is afraid of God and has chosen fear of God as his religion, the jinn and mankind and everyone who sees him are afraid of him. Thus, meditating, he folded his hands reverently. After a while, Umar sprang up from sleep. How the ambassador of Rum saluted the commander of the faithful, may God be well pleased with him. He did homage to Umar and Salamed. The Prophet said, first the salam, then the talk. Then he, Umar, said, to thee, greeting, called him to come forward, reassured him, and bade him sit down by his side. Fear ye not is the hospitality offered to those who fear. That is proper entertainment for one who is afraid. When anyone is afraid, they make him feel secure. They soothe his fearful heart. How should you say, fear not, to one who has no fear? Why give lessons to him? He needs no lessons. He, Umar, made that disturbed mind be of good cheer and made his desolate heart be flourishing, happy. Afterwards, he addressed to him subtle discourses and spoke of the holy attributes of God, how good a friend is he, and of the loving kindnesses of God to the Abdal, saints, in order that he, the ambassador, might know the meaning of maqam, permanent station, and hal, passing state. The hal is like the unveiling of that beauteous bride, while the maqam is the king's being alone with the bride. The unveiling is witnessed by the king and by others as well, but at the time of being alone with the bride, there is no one except the mighty king. The bride unveils before commons and nobles alike. In the bridal chamber, the king is alone with the bride. There is many a one of the Sufis who enjoys hal, but he that has attained to maqam is rare amongst them. He, Umar, reminded him of the stages traversed by the soul, and he reminded him of the journeys of the spirit, and of the time which has ever been void of time, and of the station of holiness which has ever been majestical, and of the atmosphere wherein the simur of the spirit, before this material life, has flown and experienced the bounty of divine grace, every single flight thereof, being greater than the horizons of this world, and greater than the hope and greed of the longing lover. When Umar found the stranger in appearance a friend in reality, he found that his soul was seeking to learn the divine mysteries. The Sheikh, Umar, was adept, and the disciple, the ambassador, eager. The man, rider, was quick, dexterous, and the beast belonged to the royal court, was nobly bred and docile. That spiritual guide, Umar, perceived that he, the ambassador, possessed the capacity for receiving guidance. He sowed the good seed in the good soil. How the ambassador of Rum questioned the commander of the faithful, may God be well pleased with him. The man said to him, O commander of the faithful, how did the spirit come to the earth from above? How did the infinite bird go into the cage? He replied, God recited spells and incantations over the spirit. When he recites spells over the non-existences which have no eye or ear, they begin to stir. Because of his spells, the non-existences at that very moment are dancing joyously into existence. When again he recited a spell over the existent, at his word, the existent marched back post-haste into non-existence. He spake into the ear of the rose and made it laughing, blooming. He spake to the stone and made it a cornelian of the mine. He spake to the body a sign, message, so that it became spirit. He spake to the sun, so that it became radiant. Again, he puts into its ear a fearful saying, and upon the face of the sun fall 100 eclipses. Consider what that speaker chanted into the ear of the cloud, so that it poured tears from its eye like a water skin. Consider what God has chanted into the ear of the earth, so that it became regardful and has, ever since, remained silent. Whosoever in perplexity is sorely troubled, God has spoken the riddle into his ear, that he may imprison him in 2 doubtful thoughts, namely, shall I do what he told me, or the contrary thereof? From the decree of God also, one side obtains the preponderance, and from that divine quarter he chooses one of the 2 alternatives. If thou wouldst not have the mind of thy spirit in a state of perplexity, do not stuff this cotton wool into thy spiritual ear, so that thou mayst understand those riddles of his, so that thou mayst apprehend both the secret sign and the open. Then the spiritual ear becomes the place where wahi, inspiration, descends. What is wahi? A speech hidden from sense perception. The spiritual ear and eye are other than this sense perception. The ear of discursive reason and the ear of opinion are destitute of this inspiration. The word compulsion, jabra, made me impatient, uncontrollable, for love's sake, while it confined in the prison of compulsion him who is not a lover. This is union with God, and it is not compulsion. This is the shining forth of the moon. This is not a cloud. And if this be compulsion, it is not the compulsion of, suffered by, the vulgar. It is not the compulsion of, exerted by, the evil commanding, self-willed soul. O Son, only they know the real meaning of compulsion, in whose hearts God has opened the sight of the spiritual eye. To them, the unseen things of the future became manifest. To them, recollection of the past became naught. Their free will and compulsion is different from that of ordinary men. In oyster shells drops of rain are pearls. Outside of the shell, it is a drop of water, small or great, but within the shell it is a small or big pearl. Those persons have the nature of the musk deer's gland. Externally they are as blood, while within them is the fragrance of musk. Do not say, this substance externally is blood. How should it become a musky perfume when it goes into the gland? Do not say, this copper externally was despicable. How should it assume nobility in the heart midst of the elixir? In thee, the matter of free will and compulsion was a mere fancy, but when it went into them, it became the light of divine majesty. When bread is wrapped in the tablecloth, it is the inanimate thing, so-called. But in the human body, it becomes the glad spirit of life. It does not become transmuted in the heart of within the tablecloth. The animal soul transmutes it with the water of salsabil. O thou who readest aright, such is the power of the soul. What, then, must be the power of that soul of soul? The piece of flesh which is man, endowed with intelligence and soul, cleaves mountain and sea and mine. The strength of the mountain-riving soul is shown in the splitting of rocks. The strength of the soul in the moon was split asunder. If the heart should open the lid of the wallet of this mystery, the soul would rush in rapture towards the highest heaven. How Adam imputed that fault which he had committed to himself, saying, "O Lord, we have done wrong," and how Iblis imputed his own sin to God, saying, "Because thou hast seduced me." Consider both our action and the action of God. Regard our action as existent. This is manifest. If the action of created beings be not in the midst, obviously existent, then say not to anyone, "Why have you acted thus?" The creative act of God brings our actions into existence. Our actions are the effects of the creative act of God. A rational being perceives either the letter, the outer sign, or the inner purpose, the spirit. How should he comprehend two accidents at once? If he turns his mind to the spirit, he becomes unheedful of the letter. No eye sees forward and backward at the same moment. At the time when you look in front, how at the same time can you look behind you? Recognize this. Inasmuch as the soul does not comprehend both the letter and the spirit, how should the soul be the creator of them both? O Son, only God comprehends both. The one action does not hinder him from the other action. Satan said, "Because thou hast seduced me," the vile devil concealed his own act. Adam said, "We have done wrong unto ourselves." He was not, like us, unheedful of the action of God. From respect, he concealed it, the action of God, in regard to the sin. By casting the sin upon himself, he ate fruit, was blessed. After his repentance, he, God, said to him, "O Adam, did not I create in thee that sin and those tribulations? Was it not my foreordainment and destiny? How didst thou conceal that at the time of excusing thyself?" He, Adam, said, "I was afraid, so I did not let respect go, did not fail to observe due respect." He, God, said, "I too have observed it towards thee." Whoever brings reverence gets reverence in return. Whoever brings sugar eats almond cake. For whom are the good women? For the good men. Treat thy friend with honor. Offend him and see what will happen. O heart, bring forward a parable for the sake of illustrating a difference, that thou mayst know what distinguishes compulsion from free will. Take the case of a hand that is shaking from morbid or involuntary tremor, and the case of a person whose hand you cause to shake by knocking it away from its place. Know that both these movements are created by God, but it is impossible to compare the latter with the former. You are sorry for having caused it, his hand, to shake. How is the man afflicted with a morbid tremor? Not sorry. This is the intellectual quest. What is the use of such a quest, O ingenious one? That perchance by its means, a man of weak understanding may find his way to that place, gain some idea of the truth. Yet, the intellectual quest, though it be fine as pearls and coral, is other than the spiritual quest. The spiritual quest is on another plane. The spiritual wine has another consistency. At the time when the intellectual quest was in keeping with the circumstances, this Umar was intimate with Bul Hakam. But when Umar went away from intellect towards spirit, Bu il-Hakam became Bu Jal, the father of ignorance, in searching into that subject. He is perfect on the side of sense perception and understanding, though indeed he is ignorant in regard to the spirit. Know that the quest of the intellect and the senses is concerned with effects or secondary causes. The spiritual quest is either wonder or the father of wonder, either wonderful or beyond wonder. The illumination of the spirit comes. Then there remains not, O thou who seekest illumination, conclusion and premise, or that which contradicts a statement, or that which renders its acceptance necessary. Because the seer on whom his, God's light is dawning, is quite independent of the logical proof, which resembles a blind man's staff. Once more we come back to the tale. When indeed did we go forth from the tale? Commentary on, and he is with you, wheresoever ye be. If we come to ignorance, that is his prison. And if we come to knowledge, that is his palace. And if we come to sleep, we are his intoxicated ones. And if to wakefulness, we are in his hands. And if we weep, we are a cloud laden with the bounty dispensed by him. And if we laugh, at that time we are his lightning. And if we come to wrath and war, 'tis the reflection of his might. And if to peace and forgiveness, 'tis the reflection of his love. Who are we? In this tangled, complex world, what thing other than he? Indeed hath he, who is single, like Alif, nothing, nothing. How the ambassador asked Umar, may God be well pleased with him, concerning the cause of the tribulation suffered by spirits in these bodies of clay. He said, O Umar, what was the wisdom and mystery of imprisoning that pure one, the spirit, in this dirty place? The pure water has become hidden in mud. The pure spirit has become bound in bodies. He, Umar, said, Thou art making a profound inquiry. Thou art confining a meaning in a word. Thou hast imprisoned the free, unconditioned meaning. Thou hast bound the wind in a word. This thou hast done for a benefit, good purpose. O thou who thyself art blind to the benefit, good purpose of God. He from whom every benefit was born, how should he not see that which was seen by us? There are myriads of benefits, and every myriad is but a few beside that one. The breath of thy speech, which is a part of the parts, bodily members, became beneficial. Why, then, is the whole of the whole, the universal connection of spirit and body, devoid of benefit? Thou who art a part, thy act of speaking is beneficial. Why, then, dost thou lift thy hand to assail the whole? If there is no benefit in speech, do not speak, and if there is, leave off making objections and endeavour to give thanks. Thanksgiving to God is a collar on every neck, everyone's duty. It is not thanksgiving to dispute and make one's face look sour. If thanksgiving is only to look sour, then there is no thanksgiver like vinegar. If vinegar wants to find the way to the liver, let it become oxymel by being mixed with sugar. The meaning in poetry has no sureness of direction. It is like the sling. It is not under control. On the inner sense of, let him who desires to sit with God, sit with the Sufis. The ambassador became beside himself from these 1 or 2 cups of spiritual discourse. Neither embassage nor message remained in his memory. He became distraught at the power of God. The ambassador arrived at this place, state, and became a king. When the torrent reached the sea, it became the sea. When the seed reached the cornland, it became the crop of corn. When the bread attained to connection with the animal, man, The dead bread became living and endowed with knowledge. When the wax and firewood were devoted to the fire, their dark essence became filled with light. When the powdered stone of antimony went into the eyes, it turned to sight, and there became a scout, one who observes the enemy from some point of vantage. Oh, happy is the man who was freed from himself and united with the existence of a living one. Alas for the living one who consorted with the dead. He became dead, and life sped away from him. When you have fled for refuge to the Quran of God, you have mingled with the spirit of the prophets. The Quran is a description of the states of the prophets, who are the fishes of the holy sea of divine majesty. And if you read and do not accept, take to heart the Quran, suppose you have seen the prophets and saints, what will that avail you? But if you are accepting the Quran, when you read the stories of the prophets, the bird, your soul, will be distressed in its cage. The bird that is a prisoner in a cage, if it is not seeking to escape, 'tis from ignorance. The spirits which have escaped from their cages are the prophets, those worthy guides. From without comes their voice, telling of religion, and crying, This is the way of escape for thee. By this we escaped from this narrow cage. There is no means of escape from this cage but this way, that thou shouldst make thyself ill, exceedingly wretched, in order that thou mayest be let out from the cage of reputation. Worldly reputation is a strong chain. In the way, how is this less than a chain of iron? The story of the merchant to whom the parrot gave a message for the parrots of India on the occasion of his going thither to trade. There was a merchant, and he had a parrot imprisoned in a cage, a pretty parrot. When the merchant made ready for travel and was about to depart to India, because of his generosity, he said to each male slave and each handmaid, What shall I bring home for you? Tell me quickly. Each one asked him for some object of desire. That good man gave his promise to them all. He said to the parrot, What present would you like me to bring for you from the land of India? The parrot said, When thou seest the parrots there, explain my plight, and say, Such and such a parrot, who is longing for you, is in my prison by the destiny of heaven. She salutes you and asks for justice and desires to learn from you the means and way of being rightly guided. She says, Is it meet that I, in yearning after you, should give up the ghost and die here in separation? Is this right, that I should be in grievous bondage, while ye are now on green plants, now on trees? The faith kept by friends, is it like this? I in this prison, and ye in the rose garden. O ye noble ones, call to mind this piteous bird, and drink in memory of me a morning draught amongst the meadows. Happy it is for a friend to be remembered by friends, in particular when that beloved is Layla and this lover Majnun. O ye who consort with your charming and adored one, am I to be drinking cups filled with my own blood? O thou who art my beloved, quaff one cup of wine in memory of me, if thou desirest to do me justice, or at least, when thou hast drunk, spill one draught on the earth in memory of this fallen one who sifts dust. Oh, where, I wonder, is that covenant and oath? Where are the promises of that lip like candy? If thy having forsaken thy slave is because of his ill service to thee, when thou doest ill to the ill-doer, then what is the difference between master and slave? Oh, the ill thou doest in wrath and quarrel is more delightful than music and the sound of the harp. Oh, thy cruelty is better than felicity, and thy vengeance dearer than life. This is thy fire. How, what, must be thy light? This is thy mourning, so how, what, indeed must be thy festival? In respect of the sweetnesses which thy cruelty hath, and in respect of thy beauty, no one gets to the bottom of thee. I complain, and yet I fear lest he believe me, and from kindness make that cruelty less. I am exceedingly enamoured of his violence and his gentleness. 'Tis marvellous that I am in love with both these contraries. By God, if I escape from this thorn of sorrow and enter the garden of joy, because of this I shall begin to moan like the nightingale. This is a wondrous nightingale that opens his mouth to eat thorns and roses together. What nightingale is this? Nay, 'tis a fiery monster. Because of his love, all unsweet things are sweetness to him. He is a lover of the universal, and he himself is the universal. He is in love with himself and seeking his own love. Description of the wings of the birds that are divine intelligences. Suchlike is the tale of the parrot, which is the soul. Where is that one who is the confidant of the spiritual birds? Where is a bird, weak and innocent, and within him Solomon with all his host? When he moans bitterly without thanksgiving or complaint, a noise of tumult falls on, arises in the seven spheres of heaven. At every moment there come to him from God 100 missives, 100 couriers, from him one cry of, O my Lord, and from God 100 cries of, Labbaika, here am I. In the sight of God his backsliding is better than obedience. Beside his infidelity all faiths are tattered, worthless. Every moment he hath an ascension to God, peculiar to himself. He, God, lays upon his crown 100 peculiar crowns. His form is on earth, and his spirit in no place, a no place beyond the imagination of travellers on the mystic way. Not such a no place that it should come into thy understanding, or that a fancy about it should be born in thee every moment. Nay, place and no place are in his control, just as the 4 paradisal rivers are in the control of one who dwells in paradise. Cut short the explanation of this and avert thy face from it. Do not breathe a word more, and God knows best what is right. We return from this matter, O friends, to the bird and the merchant and India. The merchant accepted this message and promised that he would convey the greeting from her, the parrot, to her congeners. How the merchant saw the parrots of India in the plain and delivered the parrot's message. When he reached the farthest bounds of India, he saw a number of parrots in the plain. He halted his beast, then he gave voice, delivered the greeting, and discharged the trust. One of those parrots trembled exceedingly, fell, and died, and its breath stopped. The merchant repented of having told the news, and said, I have gone about to destroy the creature. This one, surely, is kin to that little parrot of mine. They must have been 2 bodies and 1 spirit. Why did I do this? Why did I give the message? I have consumed the poor creature by this raw, foolish speech. This tongue is like stone and is also fire-like, and that which springs from the tongue is like fire. Do not vainly strike stone and iron against each other, now for the sake of relating a story, now for the sake of boasting. Because it is dark, and on every side are fields of cotton, how should sparks be amongst cotton? Iniquitous are those persons who shut their eyes and by such vain Words set a whole world ablaze. A single word lays waste a whole world, turns dead foxes into lions. Spirits in their original nature have the life-giving breath of Jesus. But while they remain embodied, one breath of it, the spirit, is a wound, and the other, a plaster. If the bodily screen were removed from the spirits, the speech of every spirit would be like the breath of the Messiah. If you wish to utter words like sugar, refrain from concupiscence and do not eat this sweetmeat, the desires of the flesh. Self-control is the thing desired by the intelligent. Sweetmeat is what children long for. Whoever practices self-control ascends to heaven. Whoever eats sweetmeat falls farther behind. Commentary on the saying of Fariduddin. Attar, may God sanctify his spirit. Thou art a sensualist. O heedless one, drink blood, mortify thyself amidst the dust of thy bodily existence. For if the spiritualist drink a poison, it will be to him as an antidote. It does not harm the spiritualist, saint, though he drink deadly poison for all to see, because he has attained to spiritual health and has been set free from the need for abstinence, while the poor seeker of God is still in the state of fever. The prophet said, O bold seeker, beware, do not contend with anyone who is sought. In thee is a Nimrod, do not go into the fire. If thou wish to go in, first become Abraham. When thou art neither a swimmer nor a seaman, do not cast thyself into the sea from a feeling of self-conceit. He, the saint, fetches pearls from the bottom of the sea. From losses he brings gain to the surface. If a perfect man, saint, take earth, it becomes gold. If an imperfect one has carried away gold, it becomes ashes. Since that righteous man is accepted of God, his hand in all things is the hand of God. The hand of the imperfect man is the hand of devil and demon, because he is in the trap of imposition and guile. If ignorance come to him, the perfect man, it becomes knowledge, but the knowledge that goes into the imperfect man becomes ignorance. Whatever an ill man takes becomes illness. But if a perfect man takes infidelity, it becomes religion. O thou who, being on foot, hast contended with a horseman, thou wilt not save thy head. Now hold thy foot, desist. How the magicians paid respect to Moses, on whom be peace, saying, What dost thou command? Wilt thou cast down thy rod first, or shall we? The magicians, in the time of the accursed Pharaoh, when they contended with Moses in enmity, yet gave Moses the precedence, the magicians held him in honour. Because they said to him, 'Tis for thee to command. If thou wishest to be the first, do thou cast down thy rod first of all. Nay, said he, first do ye, O magicians, cast down those tricks, objects of enchantment, into the middle, where all can see them. This amount of respect purchased their belief in the true religion, so that it, the true belief, cut off the hands and feet of their contention, prevented them from disputing further with Moses. When the magicians acknowledged his, Moses, right, they sacrificed their hands and feet as a penance for the sin of that contention. To the perfect man, every mouthful of food and every saying is lawful. Thou art not perfect, do not eat, be mute, inasmuch as thou art an ear and he a tongue, not thy congeney. God said to the ears, Be silent. When the sucking babe is born, at first it keeps silence for a while, it is all ear. For a while it must close its lips and refrain from speech until it learns to speak, And if it is not silent like an ear but makes babbling sounds, it makes itself the dumbest creature in the world. He that is deaf by nature, he that had no ear at the beginning, is dumb. How should he burst into speech? Since, in order to speak, one must first hear, do thou come to speech by the way of hearing. Enter ye the houses by their doors, and seek ye the ends in their causes. There is no speech independent of the way of hearing except the speech of the Creator who is without want. He is the originator. He follows no master. He is the support of all things. He hath no support, while the rest, engaged in handicrafts and talk, follow a master and have need of a pattern, if thou art not alien to, unfit to hear this discourse. Assume the frock of a dervish and take to shedding tears in some deserted place. Because Adam by means of tears escaped from that reproof. Moist tears are the breath, speech of the penitent. For weeping's sake Adam came down to the earth, that he might be weeping and moaning and sorrowful. Adam, cast out from paradise and from above the 7 heavens, went to the shoe row for the purpose of excusing himself. If thou art from the back of Adam and from his loins, be constant in seeking forgiveness amongst his company. Prepare a dessert of heart fire, burning grief, and eye water, tears. The garden is made open, blooming, by cloud and sun. What dost thou know of the taste of the water of the eyes? Thou art a lover of bread, like the blind, beggars. If thou make this wallet empty of bread, thou wilt make it full of glorious jewels. Wean the babe thy soul from the devil's milk, and after that make it consort with the angel. Whilst thou art dark and vexed and gloomy, know that thou art sucking from the same breast as the accursed devil. The mouthful that gave increase of light and perfection is obtained from lawful earnings, the oil that comes and quenches our lamp. When it quenches a lamp, call it water. From the lawful morsel are born knowledge and wisdom. From the lawful morsel come love and tenderness. When from a morsel thou seest arise envy and guile, and when ignorance and heedlessness are born of it, know that it is unlawful. Wilt thou sow wheat, and will it produce barley? Hast thou seen a mare bring forth an ass's colt? The morsel is seed, and thoughts are its fruit. The morsel is the sea, and thoughts are its pearls. From the lawful morsel in the mouth is born the inclination to serve God, and the resolve to go to yonder world. How the merchant related to the parrot what he had witnessed on the part of the parrots of India. The merchant finished his trading and returned home glad at heart. He brought a present for every male slave. He gave a token to every slave girl. "Where is my present?" asked the parrot. "Relate what thou hast said and seen." "Nay," said he, "indeed I am repenting of that which I said, gnawing my hand and biting my fingers in remorse. Why, from ignorance and folly did I idly bear such an inconsiderate message?" "O master," said the parrot, "what is thy repentance for? What is it that causes this anger and grief?" "I told thy complaints," said he, "to a company of parrots resembling thee. One parrot got scent of, understood, thy pain. Her heart broke, and she trembled and died. I became sorry, thinking, why did I say this? But what was the use of repenting after I had said it? Know that a word which suddenly shot from the tongue is like an arrow shot from the bow. O son, that arrow does not turn back on its way. You must dam a torrent at the source. When it left the source behind, it swept over a world, of country. If it lays waste the world, 'tis no wonder. There is an unseen bringing forth of effects to our action, and the results born of it are not in the control of human creatures. Those results are all created by God without any partner, though they are imputed to us. Zayd let fly an arrow in the direction of Amr. His arrow gripped Amr like a leopard. During a long time, a whole year, it was producing pain. Pains are created by God, not by man. If Zayd, who shot the arrow, died of fright at the moment when Amr was wounded, nevertheless, pains are continually being produced there in Amr's body until Amr's death. Inasmuch as he, Amr, died from the results of the hurt inflicted on him, for this cause call Zayd, who shot the arrow, the murderer. Impute those pains to him, though all of them are the work of the Creator. So with sowing and breathing, speaking and laying snares and sexual intercourse, the results of those actions are amenable to, determined by the will of God. The saints possess power, derived from God. They turn back from its course the arrow that has sped. When the saint repents, he closes the doors of the results, shuts off the results from the cause by that hand, power of the Lord. Through the opening of the door of divine grace, he makes unsaid what has been said, so that neither spit nor roast meat is burnt thereby. He wipes out the saying from all the minds that heard it, and makes it imperceptible. O sire, if thou must needs have demonstration and proof of this, recite whatever verse we cancel or cause to be forgotten. Read the verse, they made you forget my warning. Acknowledge there the saint's power to put forgetfulness in men's hearts. Since they are able to make you remember and forget, they are mighty over all the hearts of God's creatures. When he, the saint, has blocked the road of your mental perception by means of forgetfulness, it is impossible for you to act, even if there be virtue in you. Think ye those exalted ones are a laughing stock? Recite from the Quran as far as the words, they made you forget. He that owns a village is king over bodies. He that owns a heart is king over your hearts. Without any doubt, action, practice, is a branch of subordinate to seeing, theory. Therefore man is nothing but the little man, the pupil of the eye. I dare not expound the whole of this subject. Hindrance thereto is coming from those who are at the centre. Inasmuch as the forgetfulness and recollection of God's creatures are with him, depend on the perfect saint, and he comes at their call for help. Every night that glorious one is emptying from their hearts hundreds of thousands of good and evil thoughts, while, in the daytime, he is filling their hearts therewith. He is filling those oyster shells with pearls. By divine guidance, after sleep is past, all those thoughts of former things recognize the spirits to which they were attached. Your handicraft and skill come back to you, that they may open to you the door of ways and means. The goldsmith's craft did not go to the ironsmith. The disposition of the good-natured man did not go to the disagreeable one. On the day of resurrection, the handicrafts and dispositions will come, like articles of property, to the claimant, owner. After sleep also, the handicrafts and dispositions come back in haste to him that claims them as his. At the hour of dawn, the handicrafts and thoughts went to the same place where that good and evil formerly were. Like carrier pigeons, they bring things useful to know from other cities to their own city. How the parrot heard what those parrots had done and died in the cage, and how the merchant made lament for her. When the bird heard what that other parrot had done, she trembled exceedingly, fell, and became cold. The merchant, seeing her thus fallen, sprang up and dashed his cap on the ground. When he saw her in this guise and in this state, the merchant sprang forward and tore the breast of his garment. He said, "O beautiful parrot with thy sweet cry, what is this that has happened to thee? Why hast thou become like this?" Oh, alas for my sweet-voiced bird! Oh, alas for my bosom friend and confidant! Oh, alas for my melodious bird, the wine of my spirit, and my garden and my sweet basil! Had Solomon possessed a bird like this, how indeed should he have become occupied with those other birds? Oh, alas for the bird which I gained cheaply, and so soon turned my face away from her countenance. O tongue, thou art a great damage to me. But since thou art speaking, what should I say to thee? O tongue, thou art both the fire and the stack. How long wilt thou dart this fire upon this stack? Secretly my soul is groaning because of thee, although it is doing whatsoever thou biddest it. O tongue, thou art a treasure without end. O tongue, thou art also a disease without remedy. Thou art at once a whistle and decoy for birds, and a comforter in the desolation of absence from the beloved. How long wilt thou grant me mercy, O merciless one? O thou who hast drawn the bow to take vengeance on me. Lo, thou hast made my bird fly away. Do not browse any more in the pasture of injustice. Either answer me or give redress or mention to me what will be the means of producing joy. Oh, alas for my darkness-consuming dawn! Oh, alas for my day-enkindling light! Oh, alas for my bird of goodly flight that has flown from my end, my last state, to my beginning, my first state. The ignorant man is in love with pain unto everlasting. Arise and read in the Quran, I swear as far as the words, in trouble. With thy face I was free from trouble, and in thy river I was unsoiled by froth. These cries of alas are caused by the fantasy, idea, of seeing the beloved, and by separation from my present existence. 'Twas the jealousy of God, and there is no device against God. Where is a heart that is not shattered in 100 pieces by God's love? The jealousy of God is this, that he is other than all things, that he is beyond explanation and the noise of words. Oh, alas, would that my tears were an ocean, that they might be strewn as an offering to the fair charmer. My parrot, my clever-headed bird, the interpreter of my thought and inmost consciousness, she has told me from the first that I might remember it, whatsoever should come to me as my allotted portion of right and wrong. The parrot whose voice comes from divine inspiration and whose beginning was before the beginning of existence. That parrot is hidden within thee. Thou hast seen the reflection of her upon this and that, the things of the phenomenal world. She takes away thy joy, and because of her thou art rejoicing. Thou receivest injury from her as though it were justice. O thou who wert burning the soul for the body's sake, thou hast burned, destroyed the soul, and illumined, delighted the body. I am burning with love of God. Does anyone want tinder? Let him set his rubbish ablaze with fire from me. Inasmuch as tinder is combustible, take tinder that catches fire readily. Alas, oh alas, oh alas, that such a moon became hidden under the clouds. How should I utter a word? For the fire in my heart is grown fierce. The lion of separation from the beloved has become raging and blood-shedding. one that even when sober is violent and furious. How will it be when he takes the wine cup in his hand? The furious lion who is beyond description is too great for, cannot be contained in, the wide expanse of the meadow. I am thinking of rhymes, and my sweetheart says to me, "Do not think of aught except vision of me. Sit at thy ease, my rhyme meditating friend. In my presence thou art rhymed with, attached to, felicity. What are words that thou shouldst think of them? What are words? Thorns in the hedge of the vineyard. I will throw word and sound and speech into confusion, that without these three I may converse with thee. That word which I kept hidden from Adam I will speak to thee, O thou who art the consciousness of the world, I will tell to thee. That word which I did not communicate to Abraham, and that pain, love, which Gabriel does not know. That word of which the Messiah, Jesus, breathed not a word God, from jealousy, did not utter even without ma. What is ma in language? Positive and negative. I am not positive, I am selfless and negated. I found true individuality in non-individuality. Therefore, I wove my individuality into non-individuality. All kings are enslaved to their slaves. All people are dead, ready to die, for one who dies for them. All kings are prostrate before one who is prostrate before them. All people are intoxicated with love for one who is intoxicated with them. The fowler becomes a prey to the birds in order that of a sudden he may make them his prey. The hearts of heart ravishers are captivated by those who have lost their hearts. To them, all loved ones are the prey of their lovers. Whomsoever thou didst deem to be a lover, regard him as the loved one, for relatively he is both this and that. If they that are thirsty seek water from the world, yet water too seeks in the world them that are thirsty. Inasmuch as he is thy lover, do thou be silent. As he is pulling thine ear, be thou all ear. Damn the torrent of ecstasy when it runs in flood, else it will work shame and ruin. What care I though ruin be wrought? Under the ruin there is a royal treasure. He that is drowned in God wishes to be more drowned, while his spirit is tossed up and down like the waves of the sea, asking, is the bottom of the sea more delightful, or the top? Is his, the beloved's, arrow more fascinating, or the shield? O heart, thou art torn asunder by evil suggestion if thou recognize any difference between joy and woe. Although the object of thy desire has the taste of sugar, is not absence of any object of desire in thee, the object of the beloved's desire. Every star of his is the blood price of 100 new moons. It is lawful for him to shed the blood of the whole world. We gained the price and the blood price. We hastened to gamble our soul away. Oh, the life of lovers consists in death. Thou wilt not win the beloved's heart, except in losing thine own. I sought to win his heart with 100 airs and graces, but he made excuses to me, put me off in disdain. I said, after all, this mind and soul of mine are drowned in thee. Be gone, said he, be gone. Do not chant these spells over me. Do not seek thus to beguile me. Do not I know what thought thou hast conceived? O thou who hast seen double, how hast thou regarded the beloved? O gross-spirited one, thou hast held me in light esteem, because thou hast bought me very cheaply. He that buys cheaply gives cheaply. A child will give a pearl for a loaf of bread. I am drowned in a love so deep that therein are drowned the first loves and the last. I have told it summarily, I have not explained it at length. otherwise both thy perceptions and my tongue would be consumed. When I speak of lip, 'tis the lip, shore of the sea. When I say not, the intended meaning is except. By reason of inward sweetness I sit with sour face. From fullness of speech I am silent, that in the mask of sour-facedness my sweetness may be kept hidden from the two worlds. In order that this subject may not come to every ear, I am telling only one out of 100 esoteric mysteries. Commentary on the saying of the Hakim, Sana'i. Anything that causes thee to be left behind on the way, what matter whether it be infidelity or faith? Any form that causes thee to fall far from the beloved, what matter whether it be ugly or beautiful? And a discourse on the meaning of the words of the Prophet, on whom be peace. Verily, Sa'd is jealous, and I am more jealous than Sa'd, and Allah is more jealous than I. And because of his jealousy, he hath forbidden foul actions both outward and inward. The whole world became jealous because God is superior to all the world in jealousy. He is like the spirit, and the world is like the body. The body receives from the spirit, both good and evil. Anyone whose prayer niche is turned to the mystical revelation, do thou regard his going back to the traditional faith as shameful. Anyone who has become master of the robes to the king, it is loss for him to traffic on the king's behalf. Anyone who becomes the intimate friend of the sultan, it is an injury and swindle for him to wait at his door. When the privilege of kissing the king's hand has been bestowed on him by the king, it is a sin if he prefers to kiss the king's foot. Although to lay the head on the king's foot is an act of obeisance, yet compared with the former act of obeisance, it is a fault and backsliding. The king is jealous of anyone who, after having seen the face, prefers the mere scent. To speak in parables, God's jealousy is the wheat, while men's jealousy is the straw in the stack. Know that the root of all jealousies is in God. Those of mankind are an offshoot from God, without resemblance being implied. I will leave the explanation of this and will begin to complain of the cruelty of that fickle beauty. I wail, because wailings are pleasant to him. He wants from the two worlds wailing and grief. How should I not wail bitterly on account of his deceit, since I am not in the circle of those intoxicated with him? How should I not mourn like night, without his day, and without the favour of his day illuming countenance? His unsweetness is sweet in my soul. May my soul be sacrificed to the beloved who grieves my heart. I am in love with my grief and pain for the sake of pleasing my peerless king. I make the dust of sorrow a salve for mine eye, that the two seas of mine eyes may be filled with pearls. The tears which people shed for his sake are pearls, and people think they are tears. I am complaining of the soul, but in truth I am not complaining. I am only relating. My heart is saying, I am tormented by him, and I have long been laughing at its poor pretense. Do me right, O glory of the righteous, O thou who art the dais, and I the threshold of thy door. Where are threshold and dais in reality? In the quarter where our beloved is, where are we and I? O thou whose soul is free from we and I, O thou who art the subtle essence of the spirit in man and woman, when man and woman become one, thou art that one. When the units are wiped out, lo, thou art that unity. Thou didst contrive this I and we, in order that thou mightst play the game of worship with thyself, that all I's and thou's should become one soul, and at last should be submerged in the beloved. All this is true, and do thou come, O Lord of the creative word, O thou who transcendest, come, and all speech. The body can see thee only in bodily fashion. It fancies, pictures to itself, thy sadness or laughter. Do not say that the heart that is bound, conditioned by such bodily attributes as sadness and laughter, is worthy of seeing thee as thou really art. He who is bound by sadness and laughter is living by means of these two borrowed, transient, and unreal things. In the verdant garden of love, which is without end, there are many fruits besides sorrow and joy. Love is higher than these two states of feeling. Without spring and without autumn, it is ever green and fresh. Pay the tithe on thy fair face, O beauteous one. Relate the story of the soul that is rent in pieces. For by the coquetry of a glance, one who is given to glancing amorously has branded my heart anew. I absolved him if he shed my blood. I was saying, it is lawful, I absolve thee. And he was fleeing from me. Since thou art fleeing from the lament of those who are as dust, why pourest thou sorrow on the hearts of the sorrowful? O thou whom every dawn that shone from the east found overflowing with abundant grace, like the bright fountain of the sun. How didst thou give nothing but evasion to thy frenzied lover, O thou the sugar of whose lips hath no price? O thou who art a new soul to the old world, hear the cry that comes from my body, which is without soul and heart. Leave the tale of the rose. For God's sake, set forth the tale of the nightingale that is parted from the rose. Our emotion is not caused by grief and joy. Our consciousness is not related to fancy and imagination. There is another state of consciousness, which is rare. Do not thou disbelieve, for God is very mighty. Do not judge from the normal state of man. Do not abide in wrongdoing and in well-doing. Wrongdoing and well-doing, grief and joy are things that come into existence. Those who come into existence die. God is their heir. 'Tis dawn. O thou who art the support and refuge of the dawn, ask pardon for me of my Lord Husamuddin. Thou art he who asketh pardon of the universal mind and soul. Thou art the soul of the soul and the splendour of the coral. The light of dawn has shone forth, and from thy light we are engaged in drinking the morning drink with the wine of thy Mansur. Inasmuch as thy gift keeps me thus enravished, who, what is other wine that it should bring me rapture? Wine in ferment is a beggar suing for our ferment. Heaven in revolution is a beggar suing for our consciousness. Wine became intoxicated with us, not we with it. The body came into being from us, not we from it. We are as bees, and bodies are as wax, honeycomb. We have made the body, cell by cell, like wax. This discourse is very long. Tell the story of the merchant, that we may see what happened to that good man. Reverting to the tale of the merchant who went to trade in India. The merchant in fire, burning grief, and anguish and yearning, was uttering 100 distracted phrases like this, now self-contradiction, now disdain, now supplication, now passion for reality, now metaphor, unreality. The drowning man suffers an agony of soul and clutches at every straw. For fear of losing his head, life, he flings about, both hand and foot, to see whether anyone will take his hand, help him in peril. The friend loves this agitation. It is better to struggle vainly than to lie still. He who is the king of all is not idle, though complaint from him would be a marvel, for he is not ill. For this reason said the merciful, God, O Son, every day he is busy in an affair. O Son, in this way be thou ever scraping and scratching, exerting thyself to the utmost, until thy last breath do not be unoccupied for a moment, so that thy last breath may be a last breath in which the divine favour is thy bosom friend. Whatsoever the soul which is in man and woman strives to do, the ear and eye of the soul's king are at the window. How the merchant cast the parrot out of the cage, and how the dead parrot flew away. After that, he cast her out of the cage. The little parrot flew to a lofty bough. The dead parrot made such a swift flight as when the orient sun rushed onward. The merchant was amazed at the action of the bird. Without understanding, he suddenly beheld the mysteries of the bird. He lifted up his face and said, O nightingale, give us profit, instruction, by explaining thy case. What did she, the parrot, do there, in India, that thou didst learn, devise a trick, and burn us with grief? The parrot said, She by her act counselled me. Abandon thy charm of voice and thy affection for thy master, because thy voice has brought thee into bondage. She feigned herself dead for the sake of giving me this counsel, meaning to say, O thou who hast become a singer to high and low, become dead like me, that thou mayest gain release. If you are a grain, the little birds will peck you up. If you are a bud, the children will pluck you off. Hide the grain, bait, become wholly a snare. Hide the bud, become the grass on the roof. Anyone who offers his beauty to auction, 100 evil fates set out towards him and overtake him. Plots and angers and envies pour upon his head like water from waterskins. Foes tear him to pieces from jealousy. Even friends take his lifetime away. He that was heedless of the sowing and the springtide, how should he know the value of this lifetime? You must flee to the shelter of God's grace, who shed thousandfold grace upon our spirits, that you may find a shelter. Then how will you lack shelter? Water and fire will become your army. Did not the sea become a friend to Noah and Moses? Did it not become overbearing in vengeance against their enemies? Was not the fire a fortress for Abraham, so that it raised smoke, sighs of despair, from the heart of Nimrod? Did not the mountain call Yahya, John the Baptist, to itself and drive off his pursuers with blows of stone? O Yahya, it said, come, take refuge in me, that I may be thy shelter from the sharp sword. How the parrot bade farewell to the merchant and flew away. The parrot gave him 1 or 2 counsels full of spiritual savour, and after that bade him the farewell of parting. The merchant said to her, Go, God protect thee. Just now thou hast shown to me a new way. Said the merchant to himself, This is the counsel for me. I will take her way, for this way is shining with light. How should my soul be meaner than the parrot? The soul ought to follow a good track like this. The harmfulness of being honoured by the people and of becoming conspicuous. The body is cage-like. The body, amidst the cajoleries of those who come in and go out, became a thorn to the soul. This one says to him, I will be thy confidant. And that one says, Nay, I am thy partner. This one says to him, There is none in existence like thee for beauty and eminence, and for kindness and liberality. That one says to him, Both the worlds are thine. All our souls are thy soul's parasites. When he sees the people intoxicated with desire for him because of arrogance, he loses self-control. He does not know that the devil has cast thousands like him into the water of the river of destruction. The world's flattery and hypocrisy is a sweet morsel. Eat less of it, eat it not, for it is a morsel full of fire. Its fire is hidden, and its taste is manifest. Its smoke becomes visible in the end. Do not say, "How should I swallow that praise?" He is speaking from desire for reward. I'm on his track and see quite well what he is after. If your belauder should satirize you in public, your heart would burn for many days on account of those scorches of vituperation. Although you know that he only said it in disappointment because the hopes he had of you brought him no gain, yet the effect thereof is remaining within you. The same experience happens to you in the case of praise. The effect of that too lasts for many days and becomes a source of arrogance and deception of the soul. But it does not show itself, because praise is sweet. In the case of blame, the evil shows itself because blame is bitter. Blame is like bitter decoctions and pills which you swallow, and for a long time you are in disturbance and pain. Whereas, if you eat halwa, sweetmeat, its taste is momentary. This effect, like the other, is not enduring forever. Since it does not endure perceptibly, it endures imperceptibly. Recognize every opposite by means of its opposite. When the effect of sugar endures, remains latent, after a while, it produces boils that call for the lancet. Pharaoh was made what he was by abundance of praises. Be lowly of spirit through meekness, do not domineer. So far as you can, become a slave, do not be a monarch. Suffer blows, become like the bull, do not be the bat. Otherwise, when this elegance and beauty remains with you no more, you will be loathed by those companions. The set of people who used to flatter you deceitfully, when they behold you, will call you a devil. When they see you at their doors, they all will cry, "A dead man has risen from his grave." You will be like the beardless youth whom they address as Lord, that by this hypocrisy they may make him infamous. As soon as he has grown a beard in infamy, the devil is ashamed to search after him. The devil approaches man for the sake of wickedness. He does not approach you because you are worse than the devil. So long as you were a man, the devil was running at your heels and bidding you taste his wine. Since you have become confirmed in devilry, the devil is fleeing from you, O good for nothing. At that former time they clung to your skirt. When you became like this, they all fled. Explanation of the tradition. Whatsoever God wills cometh to pass. We have spoken all these words, but in preparing ourselves for the journey before us, we are naught without the favours of God. Without the favours of God and God's elect ones, angel though he be, his page is black. O God, O thou whose bounty fulfills every need, it is not allowable to mention anyone beside thee. This amount of guidance thou hast bestowed upon us. Till this present time, thou hast covered up many a fault of ours. Cause the drop of knowledge which thou gavest us heretofore to become united with thy seas. In my soul there is a drop of knowledge. Deliver it from sensuality and from the body's clay. Before these clays drink it up, before these winds sweep it away. Although, when they sweep it away, thou art able to take it back from them and redeem it. The drop that vanished in the air or was spilled on the earth, when did it flee, escape from the storehouse of thy omnipotence? If it enter into non-existence or 100 non-existences, it will make a foot of its head, will return in headlong haste when thou callest it. Hundreds of thousands of opposites are killing their opposites. Thy decree is drawing them forth again from non-existence. There is caravan on caravan, O Lord, speeding continually from non-existence towards existence. In particular, every night all thoughts and understandings become naught, plunged in the deep sea. Again, at the time of dawn, those divine ones lift up their heads from the sea, like fishes. In autumn, the myriads of boughs and leaves go in rout into the sea of death, while, in the garden, the crow clothed in black, like a mourner, makes lament over the withered greenery. Again from the Lord of the land comes the edict, saying to non-existence, give back what thou hast devoured. Give up, O Black Death, what thou hast devoured of plants and healing herbs and leaves and grass. O brother, collect thy wits for an instant, and think, from moment to moment, incessantly, there is autumn and spring within thee. Behold the garden of the heart, green and moist and fresh, full of rosebuds and cypresses and jasmines, boughs hidden by the multitude of leaves, vast plain and high palace hidden by the multitude of flowers. These words, which are from universal reason, are the scent of those flowers and cypresses and hyacinths. Didst thou ever smell the scent of a rose where no rose was? Didst thou ever see the foaming of wine where no wine was? The scent is thy guide and conducts thee on thy way. It will bring thee to Eden and Kauthar. The scent is a remedy for the sightless eye. It is light-making. The eye of Jacob was opened by a scent. The foul scent darkens the eye. The scent of Joseph succours the eye. Thou who art not a Joseph, be a Jacob. Be familiar, like him, with weeping and sore distress. Hearken to this counsel from the sage of Ghazna, that thou mayest feel freshness in thy old body. Disdain needs a face like the rose. When thou hast not such a face, do not indulge in ill temper. Ugly is disdain in an uncomely face. Grievous is eye-ache in an unseeing eye. In the presence of Joseph, do not give thyself airs and behave like a beauty. Offer nothing but the supplication and sighs of Jacob. The meaning of dying, as conveyed by the parrot, was supplication, self-abasement. Make thyself dead in supplication and poverty of spirit, that the breath of Jesus may revive thee and make thee fair and blessed as itself. How should a rock be covered with verdure by the spring? Become earth that thou mayest grow flowers of many a hue. Years hast thou been a heart-jagging rock. Once, for the sake of experiment, be earth. The story of the old harper who in the time of Umar, may God be well pleased with him, on a day when he was starving, played the harp for God's sake in the graveyard. Hast thou heard that in the time of Umar there was a harper, a fine and glorious minstrel? The nightingale would be made beside herself by his voice. By his beautiful voice, one rapture would be turned into 100. His breath was an ornament to assembly and congregation, and at his song the dead would arise. He was, like Israfil, Seraphiel, whose voice will cunningly bring the souls of the dead into their bodies. Or he was like an accompanist to Israfil, for his music would make the elephant grow wings. One day Israfil will make a shrill sound and will give life to him that has been rotten for 100 years. The prophets also have spiritual notes within, whence there comes life beyond price to them that seek God. The sensual ear does not hear those notes, for the sensual ear is defiled by iniquities. The note of the peri is not heard by man, for he is unable to apprehend the mysteries of the peris, although the note of the peri too belongs to this world. The note of the heart is higher than both breaths, notes, for peri and man alike are prisoners. Both are captive in the prison of this ignorance. Recite, O community of jinn and men, in the Suratu L-Rahman. Recognize the meaning of, if ye be able to pass forth. The inward notes of the saints say, at first, O ye particles of La, not being. Take heed, lift up your heads from the La of negation, put forth your heads from this fancy and vain imagining. O ye who all are rotten in the world of generation and corruption, your everlasting soul neither grew nor came to birth. If I tell even a tittle of those saintly notes, the souls will lift up their heads from the tombs. Put thine ear close, for that melody is not far off, but 'tis not permitted to convey it to thee. Hark, for the saints are the Israfils of the present time. From them to the dead comes life and freshness. At their voice, the dead souls in the body's grave start up in their winding sheets. He that is thus awakened says, this voice is separate from all other voices. To quicken the dead is the work of the voice of God. We had died and were entirely decayed. The call of God came. We all arose. The call of God, whether it be veiled or unveiled, bestows that which he bestowed on Mary from his bosom. O ye who are rotten with death in your hearts, underneath the skin, return from non-existence at the voice of the friend. Absolutely, indeed, that voice is from the King, God, though it be from the larynx of God's servant. He, God, has said to him, the saint, I am thy tongue and I am thy senses, and I am thy good pleasure and thy wrath. Go, for thou art he of whom God saith, by me he hears, and by me he sees. Thou art the divine consciousness itself. What is the occasion, propriety of saying, thou art the possessor of the divine consciousness? Since thou hast become, through bewilderment, he that belongs to God, I am thine, for God shall belong to him. Sometimes I say to thee, 'tis thou, sometimes 'tis I. Whatever I say, I am the sun illuminating all. Wheresoever I shine forth from the lamp niche of a breath, divine word, there the difficulties of a whole world are resolved. The darkness which the earthly sun did not remove, through my breath, that darkness becomes like bright morning. To an Adam, he in his own person showed the divine names. To the rest, he was revealing the names by means of Adam. Do thou receive his light either from Adam or from himself. Take the wine either from the jar or from the gourd, cup. For this gourd is very closely connected with the jar. The blessed gourd is not rejoiced by the same causes as thou art. Mustafa, Muhammad, said, happy he that has seen me, and he that looks at him that saw my face. When a lamp has derived its light from a candle, everyone that sees it, the lamp, certainly sees the candle. If transmission of the light occurs in this way till 100 lamps are lighted, the seeing of the last lamp becomes a meeting with the original light. Either take with all thy soul from the hindmost light, there is no difference, or from the candelabrum. Either behold the light of God from the lamp of the last saints, or behold his light from the candle of those who have gone before. Explanation of the tradition. Verily, your Lord hath, during the days of your time, certain breathings. Oh, Address yourselves to receive them. The prophet said, "In these days the breathings of God prevail. Keep ear and mind attentive to these spiritual influences. Catch up such like breathings. The divine breathing came, beheld you, and departed. It gave life to whom it would, and departed. Another breathing has arrived. Be thou heedful that thou mayst not miss this one too, O comrade." The soul of fire gained there from an extinguisher of its fire. The dead soul felt within itself a movement of life. This is the freshness and movement of the tuba tree. This is not like the movements of animals. If it fall on earth and heaven, their galls will turn to water at once. They will be consumed with terror. Truly, from fear of this infinite breath, they were filled with dismay. Recite the words of the Quran, but they refuse to bear it, the trust offered to them. Else, how should the words they shrank from it have been in the Quran, unless from fear of it the heart of the mountain had become blood? Yesternight this breath presented itself to me in a different guise, but some morsels of food came in and barred the way. For a morsel's sake, a Luqman has become held in custody as a pledge. 'Tis the time for Luqman. Be gone, O morsel, these pricks of the flesh for the sake of a morsel. Pluck ye forth the thorn from the soul of Luqman. In his soul there is really no thorn or even the shadow of it, but because of concupiscence ye have not that discernment. Know that the thorn is that which thou, because thou art very greedy and very blind, hast deemed to be a date. Inasmuch as Luqman's spirit is the rose garden of God, why is the foot of his spirit wounded by a thorn? This thorn-eating existence is like a camel, and upon this camel, one born of Mustafa, Muhammad, is mounted. O camel, on thy back is a bale of roses, from the perfume of which 100 rosaries grew within thee. Thy inclination is towards thorn bushes and sand. I wonder what roses thou wilt gather from worthless thorns. O thou who in this search hast roamed from one quarter to another, how long wilt thou say, where is this rose garden? Until thou extract this thorn in thy foot, thine eye is dark, blind. How wilt thou go about? Man who is not contained in the world becomes hidden in the point of a thorn. Mustafa, Muhammad, came into the world to make harmony. He would say, "Speak to me, O Humaira, speak. O Humaira, put the horseshoe in the fire, that by means of thy horseshoe this mountain may become glowing with love like rubies." This Humaira is a feminine word, and the Arabs call the word for spirit feminine. But there is no fear, harm to the spirit from being feminine. The spirit has no association, nothing in common with man and woman. It is higher than feminine and masculine. This is not that spirit which is composed of dryness and moisture. This is not that spirit which is increased by eating bread, or which is sometimes like this and sometimes like that. It is a doer of what is sweet, and it is sweet, and the essence of sweetness. Without inward sweetness, there is no sweetness, O taker of bribes. When thou art made sweet by sugar, it may be that at some time that sugar will vanish from thee. But when thou becomest sugar from abundance of faithfulness, then how should sugar be parted from sugar? When the lover of God is fed from within himself with pure wine, the reason will remain lost and companionless. Partial, discursive. Reason is a denier of love, though it may give out that it is a confidant. It is clever and knowing, but it is not naught, devoid of self-existence. Until the angel has become naught, he is an Ari man, devil. It, partial reason, is our friend in word and deed. But when you come to the case of inward feeling, ecstasy, it is naught, of no account. It is naught because it did not pass away from existence and become non-existent, since it did not become naught. Willingly, it must become naught nevertheless, for there is many a one who became naught, i.e. died, unwillingly. The spirit is perfection, and its call is perfection. Mustafa, Muhammad, used to say, "Refresh us, O Bilal. O Bilal, lift up thy mellifluous voice, drawn from that breath which I breathed into thy heart, from that breath by which Adam was dumbfounded and the wits of the people of heaven were made witless." Mustafa became beside himself at that beautiful voice. His prayer escaped him, was left unperformed, on the night of the Taris. He did not raise his head from that blessed sleep until the time of the dawn prayer had advanced to the time of forenoon. On the night of the Taris, his Holy Spirit gained the privilege of kissing hands in the presence of the bride. Love and the Spirit are, both of them, hidden and veiled. If I have called him, God, the bride, do not find fault. I would have been silent from fear of the beloved's displeasure if he had granted me a respite for one moment. But he keeps saying, "Say on. Come, 'tis no fault. 'Tis but the requirement of the divine destiny in the world unseen." The fault is, in him, who sees nothing but fault. How should the pure spirit of the invisible see fault? Fault arises only in relation to the ignorant creature, not in relation to the Lord of favour, clemency. Infidelity, too, is wisdom in relation to the Creator, but when you impute it to us, infidelity is a noxious thing. And if there be one fault together with 100 advantages, excellences, it resembles the woody stalk, in the sugar cane. Both, sugar and stalk alike, are put into the scales because they both are sweet, like body and soul. Not idly, therefore, the great mystics said this: the body of the holy ones, the saints, is essentially pure as their spirit. Their speech and soul and form, all this, is absolute spirit without external trace. The spirit that regards them with enmity is a mere body. Like the plus in the game called Nard, it is a mere name. That one, the body of the enemy of the saints, went into the earth, grave, and became earth entirely. This holy body went into the salt and became entirely pure. The spiritual salt through which Muhammad is more refined than all others. He is more eloquent than that salt-seasoned, elegantly expressed hadith. This salt is surviving in his heritage. Those heirs of his are with thee. Seek them. He, the spiritual heir of Muhammad, is seated in front of thee. But where indeed is thy front? He is before thee. But where is the soul that thinks before? If who fancy thou hast a before and behind, thou art tied to body and deprived of spirit. Below and above, before and behind are attributes of the body. The essence of the bright spirit is without direction, not limited by relations of place. Open thy inward vision with the pure light of the King. Beware of fancying, like one who is short-sighted, that thou art only this very body living in grief and joy. O thou who art really non-existence, where are before and behind appertaining to non-existence? 'Tis a day of rain. Journey on till night, not sped by this earthly rain, but by the rain of the Lord. The story of Aisha, may God be well pleased with her, how she asked Mustafa, Muhammad, on whom be peace, saying, "It rained today. Since thou wentest to the graveyard, how is it that thy clothes are not wet?" One day Mustafa went to the graveyard. He went with the bier of a man, who was one of his friends. He made the earth so that it filled his grave. He quickened his seed under the earth. These trees are like the interred ones. They have lifted up their hands from the earth. They are making 100 signs to the people and speaking plainly to him that hath ears to hear. With green tongue and with long fingers, they are telling secrets from the earth's conscience, inmost heart. Sunk in earth, like ducks that have plunged their heads in water, they have become gay as peacocks, though in winter they were dark and bare as crows. If during the winter he imprisoned them in ice and snow, God made those crows peacocks in spring. Although he put them to death in winter, he revived them by means of spring and gave them leaves. The skeptics say, this creation surely is eternal. Why should we fix it on a beneficent Lord? God, in despite of them, caused spiritual gardens and plots of sweet flowers to grow in the hearts of his friends. Every rose that is sweet-scented within, that rose is telling of the secrets of the universal. Their scent, to the confusion of the skeptics, is going round the world, rending the veil of doubt and disbelief. The skeptics, shrinking from the scent of the rose like a beetle, or like a delicate, sensitive brain at the noise of the drum, feign themselves to be occupied and absorbed, and withdraw their eyes from the flash and the lightning. They withdraw their eyes, but no eye is there. The eye is that which sees a place of safety. When the Prophet returned from the graveyard, he went to the Siddiqah and confided in her. As soon as the eye of the Siddiqah fell upon his countenance, she advanced and began to lay her hand on him, on his turban and his face and his hair, on his collar and chest and arm. Said the Prophet, "What art thou seeking so hastily?" She replied, "Today rain fell from the clouds. I am searching thy garments in quest of moisture. I do not feel them wet with the rain. Oh, how wonderful!" The Prophet said, "What wrap hast thou thrown over thy head?" Said she, "I made that rider plaid of thine serve as a head covering." He said, "O pure-bosomed one, that is why God revealed to thy pure eye the rain of the unseen. That rain is not from your clouds. There are other clouds and another sky." Commentary on the verse of Hakim, Sana'i. In the realm of the soul are skies lording over the sky of this world. In the way of the spirit there are lowlands and highlands. There are lofty mountains and seas. The unseen world has other clouds and water than ours. It has another sky and sun. That is not discerned save by the elect. The rest are in doubt as to a new creation. There is rain for the sake of nurture. There is also rain for the sake of decay. Marvelous is the benefit of the rain of springtime, but to the garden, the autumnal rain is like a consuming fever. That vernal rain makes it tenderly nurtured, flourishing, while this autumnal rain makes it sickly and wan. Similarly, know that cold and wind and sun are at variance, produce various effects, and find the clue. Even so, in the unseen world there are these different sorts, consisting in loss and gain and in profit and defraudment, damage. This breath of the Abdal saints, is from that spiritual springtide. From it there grows a green garden in heart and soul. From their breaths there comes, is produced, in him who is fortunate the same effect as that of the spring rain on the tree. If there be in the place a dry tree, do not deem its defect to be due to the life-quickening wind. The wind did its own work and blew on. He that had a soul chose it in preference to his soul. On the meaning of the tradition, take advantage of the coolness of the spring season, etc. The prophet said, "Give heed, my friends, do not cover your bodies from the cold of spring, for it does to your spirits the same thing that spring does to the trees. But flee from the cold of autumn, for it does what autumn did to the garden and the vines." The traditionists have referred this saying to the outward sense and have been content with that same outward form. That class of people were ignorant of the spirit. They saw the mountain, they did not see the mine in the mountain. In the sight of God, that autumn is the flesh, nafs, and its desires. The reason and the spirit are the essence of spring and our everlasting life. Thou hast a partial reason hidden within thee. Now in this world seek one whose reason is perfect. Through his whole thy part is made whole and perfect. Universal reason is like a shackle on the neck of the flesh. Therefore, according to the right interpretation, the meaning is this, that the holy breaths are like spring and the life of leaf and vine. The sayings of the saints, whether soft or rough, do not thou cover thy body against them, for they are the support of thy religion. Whether he, the saint, speak hot or cold, receive his words with joy. Thereby thou wilt escape from the hot and cold of nature and from hellfire. His hot and cold is life's new season of spring, the source of sincerity and faith and service. Inasmuch as the garden of the spirits is living through him, and the sea of his heart is filled with these pearls, thousands of griefs lie heavy on a wise man's heart, if from the garden of his heart even a toothpick fail be missing. How the Siddiqah, Aisha, may God be well pleased with her, asked Mustafa, Muhammad, God bless him and give him peace, saying, "What was the inner meaning of today's rain?" The Siddiqah said, "O thou who art the cream of existence, what was the true reason of today's rain? Was it one of the rains of mercy, or was it for the sake of menace and the justice of divine majesty? Was it from the favour of the vernal attributes, or from a baneful autumnal attribute?" He said, "This rain was for the purpose of allaying the grief that is upon the race of Adam in calamity. If man were to remain in that fire of grief, much ruin and loss would befall. This world would at once become desolate. All selfish desires would go forth from men. Forgetfulness of God, O beloved, is the pillar, prop of this world. Spiritual intelligence is a bane to this world. Intelligence belongs to that other world, and when it prevails, this world is overthrown. Intelligence is the sun and cupidity the ice. Intelligence is the water, and this world the dirt. A little trickle of intelligence is coming from yonder world, that cupidity and envy may not roar too loudly in this world. If the trickle from the unseen should become greater, in this world neither virtue nor vice will be left. This topic has no bound. Go to the starting point. Go back to the tale of the minstrel. The remainder of the story of the old harper and the explanation of its issue, moral. That minstrel by whom the world was filled with rapture, from whose voice wondrous fantasies grew, arose in the minds of those who heard him, at whose song the bird of the soul would take wing, and at whose note the mind of the spirit would be distraught. When time passed and he grew old, from weakness the falcon, his soul, became a catcher of gnats. His back became bent like the back of a wine jar, the brows over his eyes like a crupper strap. His charming, soul-refreshing voice became ugly and worth nothing to anyone. The tone that had, once, been the envy of Zura, Venus, was now like the bray of an old donkey. Truly, what fair thing is there that did not become foul, or what roof that did not become a carpet? Except the voices of holy men in their breasts, from the repercussion of whose breath is the blast of the trumpet of resurrection. Theirs is the heart by which all hearts are made drunken. Theirs is the non-existence whereby these existences of ours are made existent. He, the saint, is the amber, magnet of all thought and of every voice. He is the inward delight of revelation and inspiration and divine mystery. When the minstrel grew older and feeble through not earning anything, he became indebted for a single loaf of bread. He said, "Thou hast given me long life and respite, O God. Thou hast bestowed many favours on a vile wretch. For 70 years I have been committing sin. Yet not for one day hast thou withheld thy bounty from me. I can earn nothing. Today I am thy guest. I will play the harp for thee. I am thine." He took up his harp and went in search of God to the graveyard of Medina, crying, "Alas!" He said, "I crave of God the price of silk for harp strings, for he in his kindness accepts adulterated coin." He played the harp a long while, and then, weeping, laid his head down. He made the harp his pillow and dropped on a tomb. Sleep overtook him. The bird, his soul, escaped from captivity. It let harp and harper go and darted away. It became freed from the body and the pain of this world in the simple, purely spiritual world and the vast region of the soul. There his soul was singing what had befallen it, saying, "If they would, but let me stay here. Happy would be my soul in this garden and springtide, drunken with this far-stretching, plain and mystic anemone field. Without head or foot I would be journeying, without lip or tooth I would be eating sugar. With a memory and thought free from brain sickness, I would frolic with the dwellers in heaven. With eyes shut, I would be seeing a whole world. Without a hand, I would be gathering roses and basil. The water bird, his soul, was plunged in a sea of honey, the fountain of Job to drink and wash in, whereby Job, from his feet to the crown of his head, was purged of afflictions and made pure, like the light of the sunrise. If the Masnavi were as the sky in magnitude, not half the portion of this mystery would find room in it, for the exceeding broad earth and sky of the material world caused my heart, from their narrowness in comparison with the spiritual universe, to be rent in pieces. And this world that was revealed to me in this dream of the minstrel has spread wide my wings and pinions because of its vast expansion. If this world and the way to it were manifest, no one would remain there in the material world for a single moment. The divine command was coming to the minstrel, "Nay, be not covetous, inasmuch as the thorn is out of thy foot, depart," whilst his soul was lingering there in the spacious domain of his God's mercy and beneficence. How the heavenly voice spoke to Umar, may God be well pleased with him, while he was asleep, saying, "Give a certain sum of gold from the public treasury to the man who is sleeping in the graveyard." Then God sent such a drowsiness upon Umar that he was unable to keep himself from slumber. He fell into amazement, saying, "This is a thing unknown. This has fallen from the unseen, 'tis not without purpose." He laid his head down, and slumber overtook him. He dreamed that a voice came to him from God. His spirit heard. That voice which is the origin of every cry and sound. That indeed is the only voice, and the rest are echoes. Turcoman and Kurd and Persian-speaking man and Arab have understood that voice without help of ear or lip. Aye, but what of Turcomans, Persians, and Ethiopians? Even wood and stone have understood that voice. Every moment there is coming from him the call, "Am not I, your Lord?" And substance and accidents are becoming existent. If the answer, yea, is not coming from them, yet they're coming from non-existence into existence, is equivalent to yea. Listen to a goodly tale in explanation of what I have said concerning the friendliness, awareness of stone and wood. How the moaning pillar complained when they made a pulpit for the prophet, on whom be peace, for the multitude had become great, and said, "We do not see thy blessed face when thou art exhorting us," and how the prophet and his companions heard that complaint, and how Mustafa conversed with the pillar in clear language. The moaning pillar was complaining of its separation from the prophet, just as rational beings might do. The prophet said, "O pillar, what dost thou want?" It said, "My soul is turned to blood because of parting from thee. I was thy support. Now, thou hast run away from me. Thou hast devised a place to lean against upon the pulpit. Dost thou desire," said he, "to be made a date palm, so that the people of the east and the west shall gather fruit from thee? Or that he, God, should make thee a cypress in yonder world, so that thou wilt remain everlastingly fresh and flourishing?" It replied, "I desire that whereof the life is enduring forever. Hearken, O heedless one, be not thou less than a piece of wood. He, the prophet, buried that pillar in the earth, that it may be raised from the dead, like mankind, on the day of resurrection. That hence thou mayst know that everyone whom God has called to himself remains disengaged from all the work of this world. Whosoever hath his work and business from God gains admission there and goes forth from, abandons worldly work. He that hath no gift, portion, of spiritual mysteries, how should he believe in the complaining of inanimate things? He says yes, not from his heart, but for agreement's sake, lest people should say that he is a hypocrite in his religion. Unless there were knowers of the divine command, this doctrine, that inanimate things are capable of speech, would have been rejected in the world. Myriads of conformists and legalists are cast into the abyss of destruction by a single taint of doubt. For their conformity and their drawing evidence from logical proofs, and all their wings and wing feathers, every means which they employ in order to arrive at the truth, depend on opinion. The vile devil raises a doubt in their minds. All these blind ones fall in headlong. The leg of the syllogizers is of wood, a wooden leg, is very infirm. Unlike the Qutb, supreme saint of the age, the possessor of spiritual vision, by whose steadfastness the mountain is made giddy-headed, amazed. The blind man's leg is a staff, so that he may not fall headlong on the pebbles. The cavalier that became the cause of victory for the army. Who is he for? The army of the religious. One possessed of spiritual sight. If with the aid of a staff the blind have seen their way, yet only under the protection of other people are they clear-sighted. Were there no men of vision and spiritual kings, all the blind in the world would be dead. From the blind comes neither sowing nor reaping, nor cultivation, nor tradings and profit. If he, God, did not bestow mercy and grace upon you, the wood of your logical deduction would break. What is this staff? Inferences and logical demonstration. Who gave them? The blind, that staff. The all-seeing and almighty one. Since the staff has become a weapon of quarrel and attack, break that staff to pieces, O blind man. He gave you the staff that ye might approach, him. With that staff ye struck even at him in your anger. O company of the blind, what are ye doing? Bring the seer between you and God. Lay hold of his skirt who gave thee the staff. Consider what dreadful things Adam suffered from disobedience. Consider the miracles of Moses and Ahmad, Mohammed. How the staff became a serpent, and the pillar was endowed with knowledge. From the staff came a serpent, and from the pillar a moaning. They, the staff and the pillar, are beating the drums of honor 5 times daily for the sake of the religion. Unless this savor, perception of spiritual truths, were non-intellectual, how should all these miracles have been necessary? Whatever is intelligible, the intellect is swallowing, receiving it, without the evidence of miracles, and without contention. This virgin, untrodden, way deem unintelligible, deem it accepted in the heart of every fortunate elect one. As in fear of Adam devil and wild beast fled to the islands, from envy, so in fear of the miracles of the prophets have the skeptics slunk away under the grass, that they may live in hypocrisy with the reputation of being Moslems, and that you may not know who they are. Like counterfeiters, they smear the base coin with silver and inscribe on it the name of the king. The outward form of their words is profession of the divine unity and the religion of Islam. The inward meaning thereof is like darnel, seed in bread. The philosopher has not the stomach, courage to breathe a word. If he utter a word, the true religion will confound him. His hand and foot are inanimate, and whatever his spirit says, commands. Those two are under its control. Albeit they, the skeptics, propound reasons for suspicion with their tongues, their hands and feet give testimony against them. How the Prophet, on whom be peace, manifested a miracle by the speaking of the gravel in the hand of Abu Jahl, God's curse on him, and by the gravel's bearing witness to the truth of Muhammad, on whom be God's blessing and peace. There were some pebbles in the hand of Buyal. "O Ahmad," said he, "tell quickly what this is." "If thou art the messenger of God, what is hidden in my fist? Speak, since thou hast knowledge of the mysteries of heaven." He said, "How dost thou wish me to do? Shall I say what those hidden things are, or shall they declare that I am truthful and right?" Buyal said, "This second thing is more extraordinary." "Yes," said the Prophet, "but God hath greater power than that." Without delay, From the middle of his closed fist, every pebble began to pronounce the Moslem's profession of faith. Each said, "There is no God," and each said, "Except Allah." Each threaded the pearl of Ahmad is the messenger of Allah. When Bujal heard this from the pebbles, in his anger he dashed those pebbles on the ground. The rest of the story of the minstrel and how the commander of the faithful, Umar, may God be well pleased with him, conveyed to him the message spoken by the heavenly voice. Turn back and hear the plight of the minstrel, for the minstrel had, now, become desperate from waiting so long. The voice of God came to Umar saying, "O Umar, redeem our servant from want. We have a servant, a favourite and highly esteemed one. Take the trouble to go on foot to the graveyard. O Umar, spring up and put in thy hand full 700 dinars from the public treasury. Carry them to him, and say, O thou who art our choice, accept this sum now and excuse us for offering such a small gift. Spend this amount on the purchase of silk. When it is spent, come here, again." Then Umar, in awe of that voice, sprang up that he might gird his loins for this service. Umar set his face towards the graveyard with the purse under his arm, running in search of God's favourite. Long did he run round about the graveyard. No one was there but that poor old man. He said, "This is not he," and ran once more. He became tired out and saw none but the old man. He said, "God said, we have a servant. He is a pure and worthy and blessed one. How should an old harper be the chosen of God? O hidden mystery, how excellent art thou." Once again he wandered about the graveyard, like the hunting lion about the desert. When it became certain to him that none was there except the old man, he said, "Many an illumined heart is to be found in darkness." He came and sat down there, beside him, with 100 marks of respect. Umar happened to sneeze, and the old man sprang to his feet. He saw Umar and stood fixed in amazement. He resolved to go and began to tremble with fear. He said within himself, "O God, help, I beseech thee. The inspector has fallen upon a poor old harper." When Umar looked on the old man's countenance, he saw him ashamed and pale. Then Umar said to him, "Fear not, do not flee from me, for I have brought thee glad tidings from God." How often has God praised thy disposition, so that he has made Umar in love with thy face? Sit down beside me, and do not make separation between us, that I may say into thine ear the secret message from the divine favour. God sends thee greeting and asks thee how thou farest in thy distress and boundless sorrows. Lo, here are some pieces of gold to pay for silk. Spend them and come back to this place. The old man heard this, trembling all over and biting his hand and tearing his garment, crying, "O God who hast no like," inasmuch as the poor old man was melted with shame. After he had wept long and his grief had gone beyond all bounds, he dashed his harp on the earth and broke it to bits. He said, "O thou harp, that hast been to me a curtain debarring me from God. O thou that hast been to me a brigand cutting me off from the king's highway. O thou that hast drunk my blood for 70 years. O thou because of whom my face is black, disgraced before the divine perfection. Have mercy, O bounteous God, who keepest faith on a life passed in iniquity." God gave me a life, the value of every single day whereof none knoweth except him. I have spent my life breath by breath, I have breathed it all away in treble and bass. Ah me, that in minding the musical mode and rhythm of Iraq, the bitter moment of parting from this world went out of my mind, was forgotten. Alas, that from the liquid freshness of the minor Zirafgand, the seed sown in my heart dried up, and my heart died. Alas, that from my preoccupation with the sound of these 24 melodies, the caravan passed and the day grew late. O God, help me against this self of mine that is seeking help from Thee. I seek justice, redress from no one else, but only from this justice-seeking self. I shall not get justice for myself from anyone except, surely, from Him who is nearer to me than I. For this I-hood comes to me from Him moment by moment. Therefore, when this has failed me, I see only Him. As, when you are with one who is counting out gold to you, you keep your gaze directed towards Him, not towards yourself. How Umar, may God be well pleased with him, bade him, the harper, turn his gaze from the stage of weeping, which is self-existence, to the stage of absorption in God, which is non-existence of self. Then Umar said to him, "This wailing of thine is also one of the marks of thy sobriety, self-consciousness." The way of him that has passed away from self-consciousness is another way, because sobriety is another sin. Sobriety exists, arises, from recollection of what is past. Past and future are to thee a curtain, separating thee from God. Cast fire on them both. How long, because of these twain, wilt thou be full of knots, joints, like a reed? Whilst the reed is knotted, it is not a sharer of secrets. It is not the companion of the flute player's lip and voice. When thou art engaged in going about, seeking God, thou art indeed wrapped in thy going about. When thou hast come home, thou art still with thyself, self-conscious. O thou whose knowledge is without knowledge of the giver of knowledge, thy repentance is worse than thy sin. O thou that seekest to repent of a state that is past, say, when wilt thou repent of this repentance? At one time thou turnest to the low sound of the treble, at another thou dost kiss, art in love with, weeping and wailing. When Farooq, Umar, became a reflector of mysteries, the old man's heart was awakened from within. He became without weeping or laughter, like the soul. His animal soul departed and the other soul came to life. In that hour, such a bewilderment arose within him that he went forth from earth and heaven. A seeking and searching beyond all seeking and search, I know not how to describe it. If you know, tell. Words and feelings beyond all feelings and words. He had become drowned in the beauty of the Lord of Majesty, drowned, not in such wise that there should be for him any deliverance, or that anyone should know him except the divine ocean. Partial reason would not be telling of the mysteries of the universal reason, if there were not demand after demand, perpetual divine impulses, necessitating the manifestation of these mysteries. Since demand after demand is arriving, the waves of that sea, universal reason, reach this place, the world of partial reason. Now that the story of the old man's spiritual experiences has come to this point, the old man and his experiences have withdrawn behind the veil. The old man has shaken his skirt free from talk and speech. Half of the tale has remained in our mouth, has not been told. It behoves us, for the sake of procuring such delight and enjoyment, to gamble away, sacrifice, hundreds of thousands of souls, lives. In chase of the spiritual forest, be as a falcon, be one who gambles his soul, life, away, like the sun of this world. The lofty sun is life-diffusing. Every moment it becomes empty and is filled. O sun of reality, diffuse spiritual life, show forth newness to this old world. Soul and spirit are coming from the unseen into human existence, like running water. Commentary on the prayer of the two angels, who daily make proclamation in every market, saying, O God, bestow on every prodigal some boon in exchange. O God, bestow on every niggard some bane in return. And an explanation that the prodigal is he that strives earnestly in the way of God, not he that squanders his wealth in the way of sensuality. The prophet said, For admonishment's sake, two angels are always making goodly proclamation, saying, O God, keep the prodigals fully satisfied, give 100,000-fold recompense for every dirham that they spend. 2,225. O God, do not give the niggards in this world anything but loss upon loss. Oh, there is many an act of niggardliness that is better than prodigality. Do not bestow what belongs to God except by the command of God, that thou mayest gain infinite treasure in return, and that thou mayest not be numbered among the infidels, who were offering camels in sacrifice in order that their swords might prevail against Mustafa. Endeavour to find out the command of God from one who is united with God. Not every heart understands the command of God, as, for example, the slave, the enemy of God, who did justice, in his own opinion, and bestowed what belonged to the king upon those who rebelled against him. In the Quran, there is warning to the heedless that all their spendings are a cause of bitter grief to them. What increase does the equity and justice of this enemy produce in the sight of the king? Banishment and a black countenance, disgrace. The chiefs of Mecca, when at war with the Prophet, offered sacrifice in hope of divine favour. On this account, the true believer is saying in his prayer, from fear, lead us in the right path. It beseems the generous man thus to give money, but verily the generosity of the lover is the surrender of his soul, life. If you give bread for God's sake, you will be given bread in return. If you give your life for God's sake, you will be given life in return. If the leaves of this plane tree drop off, the Creator will bestow on it the provision of leaflessness, spiritual poverty. If because of your liberality, no wealth remains in your hand, how should the bounty of God let you be downtrodden? When anyone sows, his barn becomes empty of seed, but there is goodliness in his cornfield, and if he leaves it, the seed in the barn and saves it up, weevils and mice and calamities of time and decay devour it. This world is negation of reality. Seek reality in affirmation of God. Your form, body, is void of reality. Seek in your essence. Bring the briny, bitter, animal soul to the sword. Buy the heavenly soul that is like a great sweet river. And if you cannot become one of the frequenters of this threshold, sublime court, at least hear from me the following tale. The story of the Caliph who in his time surpassed Hatim of Tayyi in generosity and had no rival. In former days there was a Caliph who made Hatim the slave of his liberality. He had raised high the banner of munificence and largesse. He had removed poverty and want from the world. He was a sea of pearls, pure bounty. His largesse reached from Kaf to Kaf, In this world of dust, he was the cloud and the rain. He was the center wherein the bounty of the giver of all displayed itself. His gifts caused sea and mine to quake, tremble with shame. Caravan on caravan were hastening towards his liberality. His gate and portal was the point to which need turned. The fame of his munificence had gone, far and wide, into the world. Persians and Greeks, Turkomans and Arabs were lost in amazement at his liberality and generosity. He was the water of life and the ocean of bounty. By him, both Arabs and foreigners were revived. Story of the poor Arab of the desert and his wife's altercation with him because of their penury and poverty. One night, a Bedouin woman said to her husband, and she carried her talk beyond bounds, "We are suffering all this poverty and hardship. All the world are living in happiness. We alone are unhappy. We have no bread. Our only condiment is anguish and envy. We have no jug. Our only water is the tears that flow from our eyes. Our garment by day is the burning sunshine. At night, our bed and coverlet is made of the moonbeams. We fancy the disk of the moon is a disk, round cake of bread, and lift up our hands towards the sky. The poorest of the poor feel shame at our poverty. Day is turned to night, darkened by our anxiety about our daily portion of food. Kinsfolk and strangers have come to flee from us in like fashion as Samiri from men. If I beg a handful of lentils from someone, he says to me, 'Be silent, O death and plague.'" The Arabs take pride in fighting and giving. Thou amongst the Arabs art like a fault in writing. What fighting can we do? We are killed without fighting. We are made giddy, utterly distracted by the sword of want. What gifts can we make? We are continually in beggary. We are slitting the vein of slaughtering the gnat in the air. If any guest arrive, if I am, as sure as I am living, I will go for his tattered cloak when he falls asleep at night. How disciples, novices in Sufism, are beguiled in their need by false impostors and imagine them to be sheikhs and venerable personages and saints united with God, and do not know the difference between fact, naqd, and fiction, naqwal, and between what is tied on artificially and what has grown up naturally. For this reason the wise have said with knowledge, one must become the guest of those who confer benefits. Thou art the disciple and guest of one who, from his vileness, robs thee of all thou hast. He is not strong. How should he make thee strong? He does not give light. Nay, he makes thee dark. Since he had no light in himself, how in association with him should others obtain light from him? He is like the half-blind healer of eyes. What should he put in people's eyes except wool? Such is our state in poverty and affliction. May no guest be beguiled by us. If thou hast never seen a 10 years' famine in visible forms, open thine eyes and look at us. Our outward appearance is like the inward reality of the impostor. Darkness in his heart, his tongue flashy, plausible. He has no scent or trace of God, but his pretension is greater than that of Seth and the father of mankind, Adam. The devil is so ashamed of him that he has not shown to him even his portrait. Yet he, the impostor, is saying, "We are of the Abdal and are more, we are superior even to them." He has stolen many an expression used by dervishes in order that he himself may be thought to be a holy personage. In his talk, he cavils at Bayazid, although Yazid would be ashamed of his existence. He is, without any portion of the bread and viands of heaven. God did not throw a single bone to him. He has proclaimed, I have laid out the dishes. I am the vicar of God. I am the son of the spiritual Khalifa. Welcome to the feast. O simple-hearted ones, tormented with hunger, that from my bounteous table ye may eat your fill of nothing. Some persons, relying on the promise of tomorrow, have wandered for years around that door, but tomorrow never comes. It needs a long time for the inmost conscience of a man to become evident, more and less, both in great and small matters, so that we may know whether beneath the wall of his body there is treasure, or whether there is the house of snake and ant and dragon. When it became clear that he was naught, worthless, by that time, the life of the seeker, disciple, had passed. What use was the knowledge to him? Explaining how it may happen, though rarely, that a disciple sincerely puts his faith in a false impostor and believes that he is a holy personage, and by means of this faith attains unto a spiritual degree which his sheikh has never even dreamed of, and then fire and water do him no hurt, though they hurt his sheikh. But this occurs very seldom. But exceptionally comes the case of a disciple to whom, because of his spiritual illumination, that falsehood of the impostor is beneficial. He, by his goodly purpose, attains unto a high degree, although he fancied the impostor to be soul, and that soul proved to be only body. It is like trying to find the Qibla in the heart depth of night. The Qibla is not found, but his, the seeker's, prayer is valid. The impostor has a dearth of soul within, but we have a dearth of bread without. Why should we conceal our poverty like the impostor and suffer agony for the sake of false reputation? How the Bedouin bade his wife be patient and declared to her the excellence of patience and poverty. Her husband said to her, How long wilt thou seek income and seed produce? What indeed is left of our life? Most of it is past. The sensible man does not look at increase or deficiency, because both these will pass by like a torrent. Whether it, life, be pure, clear and untroubled, or whether it be a turbid flood, do not speak of it, since it is not enduring for a moment. In this world, thousands of animals are living happily, without up and down, anxiety. The dove on the tree is uttering thanks to God, though her food for the night is not yet ready. The nightingale is singing glory to God and saying, I rely on thee for my daily bread, O thou who answerest prayer. The falcon has made the king's hand his joy, the place in which he takes delight, and has given up hope of, has become indifferent to, all carrion. Similarly, you may take every animal, from the gnat to the elephant. They all have become God's family, dependent on him for their nourishment. And what an excellent nourisher is God! All these griefs that are within our breasts arise from the vapour and dust of our existence and wind, vain desire. These uprooting griefs are as a scythe to us. To think that this is such and such, or that is such and such, is a temptation of the devil to us. Know that every pain is a piece of death. Expel that part of death from thee, if there be a means of doing so. When thou canst not flee from the part of death, know that the whole of it will be poured upon thy head. If the part of death has become sweet to thee, know that God will make the whole sweet. Pains are coming from death as his messengers. Do not avert thy face from his messenger, O foolish one. Whoever lives sweetly, pleasantly, dies bitterly, painfully. Whoever serves his body does not save his soul. Sheep are driven from the plains to the town. The fatter they are, the quicker they are killed. The night is past and dawn is come. O my soul, how long wilt thou take up, again, the tale of gold from the beginning? Thou wert young once, and then thou wert more contented. Now thou hast become a seeker of gold, but at first thou wert gold indeed, precious and perfect. Thou wert a fruitful vine. How hast thou become unsaleable, worthless? How hast thou become rotten when thy fruit is ripening? Thy fruit ought to become sweeter and not move farther backwards like rope makers. Thou art my wife. The wife must be of the same quality as the husband, in order that things may go rightly. The married pair must match one another. Look at a pair of shoes or boots. If one of the shoes is too tight for the foot, the pair of them is of no use to thee. Hast thou ever seen one leaf of a folding door small and the other large, or a wolf mated with the lion of the jungle? A pair of sacks on a camel do not balance properly when one is small and the other of full size. I march with stout heart towards contentment. Why art thou betaking thyself to revilement? In this fashion the contented man, moved by sincerity and ardour, was talking to his wife till daybreak. How the wife counselled her husband, saying, Don't talk any more about thy merit and spiritual rank. Why say ye that which ye do not? For although these words are true, yet thou hast not attained to the degree of trust in God, and to speak thus above thy station and devotional practice is harmful and exceedingly hateful in the sight of God. The wife cried out at him, saying, O thou who makest reputation thy religion, I will not swallow thy spells, deceiving speeches any more. Don't talk nonsense in thy presumption and pretension. Begone, don't speak from pride and arrogance. How long wilt thou utter pompous and artificial phrases? Look at thine own acts and feelings, and be ashamed. Pride is ugly, and in beggars all the more ugly. It is like wet clothes after a cold, snowy day. How long this pretension and palaver and bluster, O thou whose house is frail as the house of the spider? When hast thou illumined thy soul by contentment? Of contentment thou hast learned only the name. The prophet said, What is contentment? A treasure. Thou canst not distinguish the gain from the pain. This contentment is the soul's treasure. Do not thou boast of possessing it. O, thou who art grief and pain to my soul. Don't call me thy mate, don't flap so much. I am the mate of justice, I am not the mate of fraud. How art thou walking, consorting, with Amir and Bey, when thou art slitting the veins of killing for food, the locust in the air? Thou art contending with dogs for the sake of a bone. Thou art wailing like an empty-bellied reed pipe. Don't look at me dully, coldly, with contempt, lest I tell others what is in thy veins. Disclose thy hidden faults. Thou hast deemed thy understanding superior to mine, but how hast thou truly seen me, who am deficient in understanding? Don't spring upon me like a reckless wolf. Oh, better be without understanding, mad, than suffer the disgrace of having thy understanding. Since thy understanding is a shackle for mankind, it is not understanding, it is a snake and scorpion. May God be the enemy of thy iniquity and deceit. May the deceitfulness of thy understanding fall short of, fail to injure us. Thou art both the snake and the charmer. O wonderful! Thou art both the snake catcher and the snake, O thou disgrace to the Arabs! If the crow knew its ugliness, from grief and sorrow, it would melt like snow. The charmer chants a spell as an enemy does. He is casting a spell upon the snake, and the snake is casting a spell upon him. If his trap were not devised by him as a spell for the snake, a means of catching it, how would he become a prey to the snake's spell? The charmer, from greed and desire of getting and making money, is not conscious of the snake's spell at the time. The snake says, O charmer, beware, beware. Thou hast beheld thine own spell and its effect upon me. Now behold mine. Thou beguilest me with the name of God, in order that thou mayest expose me to shame and confusion. The name of God enthralled me, not thy contrivance. Thou madest the name of God a trap. Woe to thee! The name of God will take vengeance from thee on my behalf. I commit my soul and body to the name of God. Either it will sever the vein of thy life by my stroke, or it will bring thee into a prison as it has brought me. Rough speeches of this sort, whole volumes, the woman recited to her youthful husband. How the man counselled his wife, saying, Do not look with contempt on the poor, but regard the work of God as perfect, and do not let thy vain thought and opinion of thine own penury cause thee to sneer at poverty and revile the poor. O woman, said he, art thou a woman or the father of sorrow? Poverty is my pride, and do not thou beat me on the head, lash me with thy reproaches. Wealth and gold are as a cap to the head. 'Tis the bald man that makes a shelter of his cap, but he that has curly and beautiful locks is happier when his cap is gone. The man of God, the saint, resembles the eye. Therefore, his sight is better bare, unveiled, than covered. When a slave dealer offers slaves for sale, he removes from the sound slave the garment that hides defects. But if there be any defect, how should he strip the slave? Nay, he tricks him, the purchaser, by means of the garment. This one, says he, is ashamed of good and evil. Stripping him would cause him to run away from thee. The rich merchant is plunged in vice up to the ears, but the merchant has money, and his money covers his vice, for because of cupidity, none that is covetous sees his vice. Feelings of cupidity are a bond uniting men's hearts. And if a beggar speak a word like the pure gold of the mine, his wares will not find the way to the shop. The affair of spiritual poverty is beyond thy apprehension. Do not look on poverty with contempt, because dervishes are beyond property and wealth. They possess an abundant portion from the Almighty. The high God is just. And how should the just behave tyrannously to the dispirited, poor and weak? How should they give fortune and goods to that one, while they put this one on the fire? The fire burns him, because he hath this evil thought about the Lord who created both worlds. Is the saying, poverty is my pride, vain and false? No, 'tis thousands of hidden glories and disdains. Thou in anger hast poured nicknames on me. Thou hast called me a catcher, deceiver of friends, and a catcher of snakes. If I catch the snake, I extract its fangs in order that I may save it from having its head crushed. Because those fangs are an enemy to its life, I am making the enemy a friend by means of this skill. Never do I chant my spell from motives of cupidity. I have turned this cupidity upside down, I have entirely vanquished it. God forbid. I desire nothing from created beings. Through contentment there is a whole world within my heart. Thou, sitting on the top of the pear tree, seest things like that come down from it, that the evil thought may not continue. When thou turnest round and becomest giddy, thou seest the house turning round, and 'tis thou, thyself, art that revolving object. Explaining how everyone's movement, action, proceeds from the place where he is, so that he sees everyone else from the circle of his own self-existence. A blue glass shows the sun as blue, a red glass as red, but when the glass escapes from the sphere of colour, it becomes white, and then it is more truthful than all other glasses, and is the Imam, exemplar to them all. Abu Jahl saw Ahmad, Muhammad, and said, "'Tis an ugly figure that has sprung from the sons of Hashim." Ahmad said to him, "Thou art right, thou hast spoken truth, although thou art impertinent." The Siddiq Abu Bakr saw him and said, "O son, thou art neither of east nor of west. Shine beauteously." Ahmad said, "Thou hast spoken the truth, O dear friend. O thou that hast escaped from this world of nothingness." They that were present said, "O king, why didst thou call both of them truth-tellers when they contradicted each other?" He replied, "I am a mirror polished by the divine hand. Turkoman and Indian behold in me that which exists in themselves. O wife, if thou deemest me very covetous, rise above this womanish care for worldly things. This state of mine resembles cupidity, and, in reality, it is a divine mercy. Where that spiritual blessing is, where is cupidity? Make trial of poverty for a day or two, that thou mayst find in poverty double riches. Have patience with poverty and abandon this disgust, because in poverty there is the light of the Lord of glory. Do not look sour, and thou wilt see thousands of souls plunged through contentment in an ocean of honey. Behold hundreds of thousands of bitterly suffering souls steeped in rose syrup like the rose. O alas, would that thou hadst comprehension, so that the unfolded tale of my heart might be shown forth to thee from my soul. This discourse is milk in the teat of the soul. It will not flow well without someone to suck the teat. When the hearer has become thirsty and craving, the preacher, even if he be as good as dead, becomes eloquent. When the hearer is fresh and without fatigue, not bored, the dumb and mute will find 100 tongues to speak withal. When a stranger comes in at my door, the women of the harem hide themselves in the veil. But if a harmless relative should come in, those covered ones will lift up their face veils. Everything that is made beautiful and fair and lovely is made so for the eye of him that sees. How should the sound of melody and treble and bass be made for the insentient ear of one who is deaf? Not in vain did God make musk fragrant. He made it so for the sense of smell. He did not make it for one whose nostrils are stopped by disease. God hath fashioned the earth and the sky. He hath raised in the midst much fire and light. He made this earth for those created of clay. He made heaven to be the abode of the celestials. The low base man is the enemy of what is high, the purchaser, seeker of each place, heaven or hell, is manifest, made known by his actions. O chaste woman, hast thou ever risen up and decked thyself for the sake of him that is blind? If I should fill the world with hidden pearls of wisdom, how should I fare? What good would it do me? Since they are not thy portion, since thou art unfit to receive them. O wife, take leave of quarrelling and waylaying, and if thou wilt not, then take leave of me. What room have I for quarrelling with the good or the bad? For this heart of mine is recoiling, even from acts of peace. If thou keep silence, 'tis well, and if not, I will so do that, at this very moment, I will leave my house and home. How the wife paid regard to her husband and begged God to forgive her for what she had said. When the wife saw that he was fierce and unmanageable, she began to weep. Tears, in sooth, are a woman's lure. She said, "When did I imagine such words from thee? I hoped of thee something different." The wife approached by the way of self-naughting, self-abasement. "I am thy dust," said she, "not worthy to be thy lady wife. Body and soul and all I am is thine. The entire authority and command belongs to thee. If because of poverty my heart has lost patience, it is not for my own sake, but for thine. Thou hast been my remedy in afflictions. I am unwilling that thou shouldst be penniless. On my soul and conscience, this is not for my own sake. This wailing and moaning is on account of thee. I swear by God that at every moment myself would fain die for thyself before thee. Would that thy soul, to which my soul is devoted, were aware of my soul's inmost thoughts. Inasmuch as thou hast such an ill opinion of me, I am grown weary both of soul and of body. I cast earth on, renounce silver and gold, since thou behavest thus to me, O comfort of my soul. Thou who dwellest in my soul and heart, wilt thou declare thyself to be quit of me for this small amount of offence? Be quit, then, for thou hast the power. But, O my soul pleads against thy making this declaration. Remember the time when I was beautiful as the idol, and thou adoring as the idolater. Thy slave has kindled her heart in eagerness to comply with thee. Whatever thou callest cooked, she says it is burnt. Whatever thou mayst cook me with, I am thy spinach. Whether thou art sour broth to me or sweet, thou art worthy of my affection. I uttered infidelity, blasphemy. Lo, I have returned to the true faith. I am come to submit with all my soul to thy command. I did not know thy kingly nature. I rudely urged my beast, intruded before thee. Since I have made for myself a lamp of thy forgiveness, I repent. I cast away, abandon, opposition. I am laying before thee sword and winding sheet. I am bending my neck towards thee. Smite. Thou art talking of bitter separation from me. Do whatever thou wilt, but do not this. Thy conscience within thee is a pleader on my behalf. It is a perpetual intercessor with thee in my absence. What pleads within thee for me is thy noble nature. From reliance on it my heart sought to sin against thee. Have mercy, unbeknown to thyself, without any self-conceit. O angry one, O thou whose nature is better than 100 morns of honey. In this fashion was she speaking graciously and winningly. Meanwhile, a fit of weeping came upon her. When the tears and sobs passed beyond bounds, from her who was fascinating even without tears, there appeared from that rain a lightning flash, that shot a spark of fire into the heart of the lonely man. She by whose beauteous face man was enslaved, how will it be when she begins to play the humble slave? She at whose haughtiness thy heart is trembling, How wilt thou fare when she falls a-weeping before thee? She from whose disdain thy heart and soul are bleeding. How will it be when she turns to entreaty? She in whose tyranny and cruelty we are snared, what plea shall we have when she rises to plead? The love of desired things, women, etc., is decked out for men, made attractive to them. God has arranged it. How can they escape from what God has arranged? Inasmuch as he created her, the woman, that he, Adam, might take comfort in her. How can Adam be parted from Eve? Though he, the husband, be Rustam son of Zal, and greater than Hamza, in valour, as regards authority, he is his old woman's, his wife's, captive. He, the prophet, to whose words the whole world was enslaved, obedient, used to cry, "Speak to me, O Humaira." The water prevailed over, extinguished the fire by its dread onset, but the fire makes it seethe when it, the water, is screened, hidden in the cauldron. When a cauldron comes between them, O king, it, the fire, annihilates the water and converts it into air. If outwardly thou art dominating thy wife, like the fire-quenching water, yet inwardly thou art dominated and art seeking the love of thy wife. This is characteristic of man alone. To the other animals love is wanting, and that want of love arises from their inferiority to man. Explanation of the tradition. Verily they, women, prevail over the wise man, and the ignorant man prevails over them. The prophet said that woman prevails exceedingly over the wise and intelligent, while, on the other hand, ignorant men prevail over woman, for in them the fierceness of the animal is imprisoned. They lack tenderness, kindness, and affection because animality predominates over their human nature. Love and tenderness are human qualities. Anger and lust are animal qualities. She, woman, is a ray of God. She is not that earthly beloved. She is creative. You might say she is not created. How the man yielded to his wife's request that he should seek the means of livelihood and regarded her opposition to him as a divine indication. Verse. To the mind of every knowing man, it is a fact that with the revolving object, there is one that causes it to revolve. The man became as sorry for that speech of his, as at the hour of death, a tyrannical officer is sorry for his tyranny. He said, "How did I become the adversary of her who is the life of my soul? How did I bestow kicks on the head of my soul?" When the divine destiny comes, it muffles the sight, so that our intellect cannot distinguish foot from head. As soon as the destiny is past, it, the intellect, devours itself with grief. Rending the veil, without regard for appearances, it tears its bosom. The man said, "O wife, I am repenting. If I have been an infidel, I will, now, become a Moslem. I am a sinner against thee. Have mercy. Do not dig me up all at once from a root and foundation. Do not bring me to utter ruin." If the old infidel is repenting, he becomes a Moslem when he pleads for pardon. He, God, is the merciful and bountiful Lord. Both existence and non-existence are in love with him. Both, infidelity and faith, are lovers of that majesty. Both copper and silver are slaves to that elixir. Explaining that both Moses and Pharaoh are subject to the divine will, like antidote and poison and darkness and light, and how Pharaoh conversed in solitude with God, praying that he would not destroy his good reputation. Moses and Pharaoh were servants, worshippers of reality, though, outwardly, the former keeps the way, is rightly guided, while the latter has lost the way. In the daytime, Moses was making lament, supplication to God. At midnight, Pharaoh would begin to weep, saying, "O God, what shackle is this on my neck? Were it not for the shackle, who would say, I am I? By that will, whereby thou hast made Moses to be illumined, by that same will thou hast made me to be darkened. By that, whereby thou hast made Moses' face like the moon, thou hast made the moon of my soul to be black-faced, eclipsed. My star was not better than a moon, so that it should be exempt from eclipse. Since it has suffered eclipse, what help have I? If they beat drums in my honour, proclaiming me as Lord and Sultan, 'tis like as when the moon is eclipsed, and the people beat bowls of metal. They beat those bowls and raise a clamour. They put the moon to shame by their blows. I who am Pharaoh, oh woe is me because of what is being done by the people. My title of my Supreme Lord is like the blows on the bowl, since it proclaims my eclipse. We, Moses and I, are fellow servants to thee, but thy axe is cleaving the sappy boughs in thy forest. Then it makes one bough to be firmly planted, another bough to be left uncared for. The bough has no power against the axe, no bough escaped from the power of the axe. I entreat thee, by the truth of the might which belongs to thy axe, do thou graciously make these crooked, perverse actions of ours straight, righteous. Once more Pharaoh said to himself, O wonderful, am not I occupied the whole night in crying, O our Lord? In secret I am growing humble and harmonious. When I reach Moses, how am I becoming so different? The colour, gilt of base gold is laid on in 10 coats. How is it becoming black-faced in the presence of the fire? Is it not true that my heart, spirit, and body are under his control, so that at one moment he makes me a kernel, at another moment a rind? When he bids me be a cornfield, I become green. When he bids me be ugly, I become yellow. At one moment he makes me a moon, at another black. How indeed is the action of God other than this? Before the blows of the bat of his decree, be and it was, we are running like balls in space and beyond. Since colourlessness, pure unity, became the captive of colour, manifestation in the phenomenal world, a Moses came into conflict with a Moses. When you attain unto the colourlessness which you originally possessed, Moses and Pharaoh are at peace with each other. If it occurs to you to ask questions about this mystery, I reply, how should the world of colour be devoid of contradiction? The marvel is that this colour arose from that which is colourless. How did colour arise to war with the colourless? Inasmuch as oil has been formed, by God, from water, why have oil and water become opposites? Since the rose springs from the thorn, and the thorn from the rose, why are both of them at war and engaged in recrimination? Or is this not really war? Is it for the divine purpose, and is it an artifice, like the bickering of those who sell asses? Or is it neither this nor that? Is it bewilderment? The treasure must be sought, and this bewilderment is the ruin where it is hidden. That which you imagine to be the treasure, through that vain imagination you are losing the treasure. Know that fancies and opinions are like the state of cultivation. Treasure is not to be found in cultivated spots. In the state of cultivation, there is existence and strife, contrariety. The non-existent is ashamed of all existent things. It is not the case that the existent implored help against, sought to escape from, non-existence. Nay, 'twas the non-existent that repelled the existent. Do not say, I am fleeing from the non-existent. Nay, it is fleeing from you. Stop. Do not fancy yourself to be fleeing. Outwardly, it is calling you towards itself, but inwardly it is driving you away with the cudgel of rejection. O man of sound heart, mind, 'tis a case of reversed shoes. Know that the rebelliousness of Pharaoh was, really, caused by Moses. The reason why the unblessed are disappointed of both worlds, according to the text. He has lost this life and the life to come. The wretched philosopher, being firmly convinced that the sky is an egg and the earth like its yolk, someone asked him how this earth remains, in the midst of this surrounding expanse of sky, suspended in the air like a lamp, moving neither to the bottom nor to the top. The philosopher said to him, it remains in the air because of the attraction exerted by the sky from all 6 directions. The sky is, like a vault made of lodestone. The earth, like a suspended piece of iron, remains in the middle. Said the other, how should the pure sky draw the dark earth to itself? Nay, it is repelling it, the earth, from all 6 directions. Hence it, the earth, remains suspended amidst the violent winds, currents. Similarly, then, because of the repulsion exerted by the hearts of the perfect saints, the spirits of pharaohs remain in perdition. Therefore, through being rejected by this world and by that world, these lost ones have been left without either this or that. If you turn away your head from the holy servants of the Almighty, know that they are disgusted by your existence. They possess the amber. When they display it, they make the straw of your existence frenzied with desire for it. When they conceal their amber, they quickly make your submission to God rebellion against Him. That position which you hold in relation to them is like the stage of animality, which is captive and subject to the stage of humanity. Know that the stage of humanity is subject to the power of the saints as the animal is subject to man, O Master. Ahmad, Muhammad, in righteousness called the people of the whole world his servants, read the text, say, O my servants. Your intellect is like the camel driver, and you are the camel. It drives you in every direction under its bitter control. The saints are the intellect of intellect, and all intellects from the beginning to the end are under their control, like camels. Come now, look upon them with profound consideration. There is but one guide, and 100,000 souls following him. What is the guide and what the camel driver? Get thee an eye that may behold the sun. Lo, the world has been left nailed fast in night, while day is waiting expectantly, depending on the sun. Here is a sun hidden in a moat, a fierce lion in the fleece of a lamb. Here is an ocean hidden beneath straw. Beware, do not step on this straw with hesitancy. But a feeling of hesitancy and doubt in the heart of the foolish is a divine mercy in regard to the spiritual guide. Every prophet came alone into this world. He was alone, and yet he had 100 unseen worlds within him. By his power, he enchanted the macrocosm, universe. He enfolded himself in a very small frame. The foolish deemed him to be lonely and weak. How is he weak who has become the king's companion? The foolish said, "He is a man, nothing more. Woe to him that recks not of the end." How the eyes of external sense regarded Salih and his she-camel as despicable and without a champion. For, when God is about to destroy an army, he makes their adversaries appear despicable and few in their sight, even though the adversary be superior in strength. And he was making you few in their eyes, that God might bring to pass a thing that was to be done. The she-camel of Salih was in outward form a camel. That bitter, graceless tribe hamstrung and slaughtered her in their folly. When they became her foes on account of the water which she shared with them, they were blind to bread and blind to water, ungrateful for the blessings of God. God's she-camel drank water from brook and cloud. They, really, withheld God's water from God. The she-camel of Salih became, like the bodies of righteous men, an ambush for the destruction of the wicked, that you may see what the divine command. Let God's she-camel have her portion of water, wrought against that people, through the ordainment of death and woe. The vengeance which is God's minister demanded from them an entire town as the blood price of a single camel. His, the prophet's or saint's, spirit is like Salih, and his body is the she-camel. The spirit is in union with God, the body in want, distress. The Salih spirit is not susceptible to afflictions. The blows fall on the camel, body, not on the essence, spirit. No one gains victory over the saints' hearts. Harm comes only to the oyster shell, not to the pearl. The Salih spirit is not capable of being hurt. The light of God is not subject to infidels. The soul, God, attached to it, the spirit, the earthly body, that they, the infidels, might hurt it and suffer tribulation, not knowing that to hurt this body is to hurt, offend him. The water in this jar is joined with the water in the river. God connected the spirit with a body in order that he, the prophet or saint, might become a refuge for the whole world. Be a slave to the camel, which is the saint's body, that you may become the fellow servant of the Salih spirit. Salih said to the people of Thamud, "Inasmuch as ye have shown this envy, after 3 days the punishment will arrive from God. After 3 more days there will come from the taker of life a calamity that hath 3 signs. The colour of all your faces will be changed. They will be of colours different to look at. On the first day, your faces will be like saffron. On the second, your faces will be red like agawan, flowers of the Judas tree. On the third, all your faces will become black. After that, the vengeance of God will arrive. If ye desire from me the sign of this threatened chastisement, the she-camel's foal has run towards the mountains. If ye can catch him, there is help for you. Else the bird of hope hath surely escaped from the snare." None was able to overtake the foal. He went into the mountains and vanished. Salih said, "Ye see, the divine destiny has been ratified and has beheaded the phantom of your hope." What is the she-camel's foal? His, the saint's heart, which ye may bring back to its place, win again, by means of well-doing and piety. If his heart comes back, is reconciled, ye are saved from that divine punishment. Otherwise, ye are despairing and biting your forearms, in remorse. When they heard this dark threat, they cast down their eyes and waited for it to be fulfilled. On the first day they saw their faces yellow. From despair they were sighing heavily. On the second day the faces of all became red. The time for hope and repentance was irretrievably lost. On the third day all their faces became black. The prediction of Salih came true without possibility of dispute. When they all were cast away and plunged in despair, they fell on their knees like crouching birds. Gabriel, the trusted angel, brought in the Quran the description of this kneeling, which is described by the word yathimin. Do thou kneel at the time when they, the saints, are teaching thee and bidding thee dread such a kneeling as this. They, the people of Thamud, were waiting for the stroke of vengeance. The vengeance came and annihilated this town. Salih went from his solitude to the town. He beheld the town amidst, wrapped in, smoke and heat. He heard the sound of wailing from their limbs. The lamentation was plain to hear. Those who uttered it were invisible. He heard wailings from their bones. Tears of blood poured from their spirits like hailstones. Salih heard that and set to weeping. He began to lament for them that made lamentation. He said, O people that lived in vanity, and on account of you I wept before God. God said to me, have patience with their iniquity. Give them counsel. Not much remains of their allotted period. I said, counsel is barred by ill treatment. The milk of counsel gushes forth from love and joy. Much ill treatment have they bestowed on me, so that the milk of counsel is curdled in my veins. God said to me, I will give thee a boon. I will lay a plaster on those wounds of thine. God made my heart clear as the sky. He swept your oppression out of my mind. I went back once more to admonition. I spake parables and words, sweet as sugar. I produced fresh milk from the sugar. I mingled milk and honey with my words. In you those words became like poison, because ye were filled with poison from the root and foundation. How should I be grieved that grief is overthrown? Ye were grief to me, O obstinate people. Does anyone lament the death of grief? Does anyone tear out his hair when the sore on his head is removed? Then he turned to himself and said, O mourner, those folk are not worth thy mourning. Recite correctly. Do not regard my misquotation, the words in the Quran. Say, how shall I be grieved for an unjust people? Again he felt a weeping in his eye and heart. An uncaused, involuntary compassion shone forth in him. He was raining drops of water, shedding tears, and he had become distraught, an uncaused drop from the ocean of bounty. His intellect was saying, wherefore is this weeping? Ought one to weep for such scoffers? Tell me, what art thou weeping for? For their fraud, for the host of their ill-shod, miserable hatreds, for their murky hearts full of rust, for their venomous snake-like tongues, for their sagsar-like breath and teeth, for their mouths and eyes teeming with scorpions, for their wrangling and sneering and scoffing. Give thanks, since God has imprisoned, restrained them. Their hands are perverse, their feet perverse, their eyes perverse, their love perverse, their peace perverse, their anger perverse. For the sake of blind conformity and for the sake of following the standards of tradition, they set their feet, trampled, on the camels of reason, the venerable guide. They were not eager for a guide, Pirkar. They all had become like an old donkey, pirkar, from paying hypocritical observance to each other's eyes and ears. God brought the devout worshippers from paradise, that he might show unto them the nurslings of hell fire. On the meaning of, he let the two seas go to meet one another. Between them is a barrier which they do not seek to cross. Behold the people of, destined for the fire, and those of paradise dwelling in the same shop. Yet between them is a barrier which they do not seek to cross. He hath mixed the people of the fire and the people of the light. Between them he hath reared the mountain of Kaf. He hath mixed them like earth and gold in the mine. Between them are 100 deserts and caravanserais. They are mixed even as pearls and jet beads in the necklace, soon to be parted, like guests of a single night. One half of the sea is sweet like sugar, the taste sweet, the colour bright as the moon. The other half is bitter as snake's venom, the taste bitter and the colour dark as pitch. Both halves dash against one another, from beneath and from the top, wave on wave like the water of the sea. The appearance of collision, arising from the narrow body, is due to the spirits being intermingled in peace or war. The waves of peace dash against each other and root up hatreds from men's breasts. In other form, do the waves of war turn men's loves upside down, confound, and destroy them. Love is drawing the bitter ones to the sweet, because the foundation of all loves is righteousness. Wrath is carrying away the sweet one to bitterness. How should the bitter sort with be suited to the sweet? The bitter and the sweet are not visible to this ocular sight, but they can be seen through the window of the latter end. The eye that sees the end, ache, can see truly. The eye that sees only the stable, ache, is delusion and error. Oh, many the one that is sweet as sugar, but poison is concealed in the sugar. He that is more sagacious than the rest will know it by the smell, another only when it touches his lips and teeth. Then his lips will reject it before it reaches his throat, although the devil is shouting, "Eat ye." And to another it will declare itself in his throat, while to another it will unmask in his body, and to another it will give burning pain in evacuation. Its outgoing will give him instruction as to its incoming, will show him what he has swallowed. And to another it will become manifest after days and months, and to another after death from the depth of the grave. And if he be given a respite in the depth of the grave, then it will inevitably become manifest on the day of resurrection. Every piece of candy and sugar, desirable thing in the world, manifestly has a period granted to it from the revolution of time. Years are needed in order that the ruby in, exposed to the rays of the sun, may obtain the perfect tint and splendour and brilliance. Vegetables again reach maturity in 2 months, while the red rose comes to perfection in a year. For this reason, the Almighty and glorious God in the Suratu Al-An'am has made mention of an appointed term, ajal. You have heard this discourse. May the whole of you, hair by hair, be an ear to receive it. 'Tis the water of life. If you have drunk, may it do you good. Call it the water of life, call it not a discourse. Behold the new spirit in the body of the old letter. Now, my friend, hearken to another saying, which is, like the soul, very clear to mystics and abstruse to the rest. In a certain place, spiritual degree, through divine dispositions, even this poison and snake, worldliness and sensuality, is rendered digestible. In one place it is poison, and in one place medicine, in one place infidelity, and in one place approved. Although there it is injurious to the soul, when it arrives here it becomes a remedy. In the young grape, gura, the juice is sour, but it is sweet and good when the gura comes to be an angur, ripe grape. Again, in the wine jar, it becomes bitter and unlawful, but in the state, form of vinegar, how excellent it is as a seasoning. Concerning the impropriety of the disciples, murid, presuming to do the same things as are done by the saint, wali, inasmuch as sweetmeat does no harm to the physician, but is harmful to the sick, and frost and snow do no harm to the ripe grape, but are injurious to the young fruit. For he, the disciple, is still on the way, for he has not yet become the saint to whom are applicable the words in the Quran, that God may forgive thee thy former and latter sins. If the saint drinks a poison, it becomes an antidote. But if the seeker, disciple, drinks it, his mind is darkened. From Solomon have come the words, O Lord, give me a kingdom that it behoves not anyone after me to obtain. That is, do not give this kingdom and power to any but me. Do not bestow this grace and bounty on any but me. This looks like envy, but it was not that, in reality. Read with your soul the mystery of it behoves not. Do not deem the inward meaning of after me to be derived from his, Solomon's, avarice. Nay, but in sovereignty he saw 100 dangers. The kingdom of this world has ever been, hair by hair, in every respect, fear for one's head. Fear for head with fear for heart with fear for religion. There is no trial for us like this. Therefore, one must needs possess the high aspiration of a Solomon in order to escape from these myriads of colours and perfumes, enticing vanities. Even with such great strength of spirit as he had, the waves of that worldly kingdom were stifling his breath, choking him. Since dust settled on him from this sorrow, he had compassion for all the kings of the world. Hence he interceded with God on their behalf and said, give this kingdom to them with, accompanied by, the spiritual perfection which thou hast given to me. To whomsoever thou wilt give it, and on whomsoever thou wilt confer that bounty, he, that person, is Solomon, and I also am he. He is not after me, he is with me. What of with me, indeed? I am without rival. 'Tis my duty to explain this, but now I will return to the story of the man and wife. The moral of the altercation of the Arab and his wife. The heart of one who is sincere is seeking to find a moral for the altercation of the man and wife. The altercation of the man and wife has been related as a story. Know that it is a parable of your own flesh, nafs, and reason. This man and wife, which are the flesh and the reason, are very necessary for the manifestation of good and evil. And this necessary pair in this house of earth are engaged in strife and altercation day and night. The wife is craving requisites for the household, that is to say reputation and bread and viands and rank. Like the wife, the flesh, in order to contrive the means of gratifying its desires, is at one time seeking, having recourse to humility, and at another time to domination. The reason is really unconscious of these worldly thoughts. In its brain is nothing but love of God. Although the inner meaning of the tale is this bait and trap, listen now to the outward form of the tale in its entirety. If the spiritual explanation were sufficient, the creation of the world would have been vain and idle. If love were only spiritual thought and reality, the form of your fasting and prayer would be non-existent. The gifts of lovers to one another are, in respect of love, naught but forms, but the purpose is that the gifts may have borne testimony to feelings of love which are concealed in secrecy, because outward acts of kindness bear witness to feelings of love in the heart, O dear friend. Your witness is sometimes true, sometimes false, sometimes drunken with wine, sometimes with sour curds. He that has drunk sour curds makes a show of intoxication, shouts ecstatically, and behaves like one whose head is heavy with the fumes of wine. That hypocrite is assiduous in fasting and praying, in order that it may be supposed that he is drunken with devotion to God. In short, external acts are different from internal feelings, and their purpose is to indicate that which is hidden. O Lord, grant us according to our desire such discernment that we may know the false indication from the true. Do you know how the sense perception becomes discerning? In this way, that the sense perception should be seeing by the light of God. And if there be no effect, outward sign, the cause too makes manifest that which is hidden, as, for example, kinship gives information concerning love, enables you to infer the presence of love. When the light of God comes into the sensorium and becomes the medium of perception, you will not be a slave to effect or cause, so that love will throw a spark within, wax mighty, and make the illumined one independent of effect. He has no need for the signs of love, since love has shot its radiance over the sky of his heart. There are detailed explanations which I could give in order to complete this subject, but seek them for yourself, and now farewell. And as for him that perceived the inner meaning in this outward form, the form is both near to the meaning and far from it. In regard to indication, they, the meaning and the form, are like the sap and the tree. But when you turn to the quiddity, they are very far, removed from each other. Let me take leave of quiddities and essential properties, and relate what happened to those twain with faces like the moon. How the Arab set his heart on, complying with, his beloved's request, and swore that in thus submitting to her he had no idea of trickery, and making trial of her. The man said, Now I have ceased to oppose thee. Thou hast authority to do what thou wilt. Draw the sword from the sheath. Whatsoever thou biddest me do, I will obey. I will not consider the bad or good result of it. I will become non-existent in thy existence, because I am thy lover. Love makes blind and deaf. The wife said, Oh, I wonder if thou art really my friend, or whether thou art bent on discovering my secret by trickery. He said, No, by God who knows the thought most deeply hid, who out of dust created Adam pure, chosen above all, who, in the body 3 cubits long which he gave him, displayed everything that was contained in the tablets of destiny and the world of spirits. Through his he, God, taught him, Adam, the names, through his God-given knowledge. He at the very first gave instruction to the angels concerning everything that shall come to pass unto everlasting, so that the angels became beside themselves in amazement at his teaching, and gained from his glorification of God a holiness other than they possessed before. The revelation that appeared to them from Adam was not contained in the amplitude of their heavens, In comparison with the spaciousness of the range of that pure spirit, Adam, the expanse of the seven heavens became narrow. The prophet said that God has said, "I am not contained in the jar of high and low spatial dimensions. I am not contained in earth or heaven, or even in the empyrean. Know this for certain, O noble one. But I am contained in the true believer's heart. Oh, how wonderful! If thou seekest me, search in those hearts." He, God, said also, "Enter among my servants, thou wilt meet with a paradise consisting of vision of me, O God-fearing one." The empyrean, notwithstanding its wide, far-extending light, when it beheld that spirit of Adam, was confounded. Truly, the magnitude of the empyrean is very great, but what is form when reality has arrived? Then the angels were saying to Adam, "Before this time, we had a friendship with thee on the dust of the earth. On the earth we were sowing the seed of service, worship. We were marveling at that connection, marveling what connection we had with that dust, inasmuch as our nature is of heaven. We said, why this friendship in us, who are light with darkness? How can light live with darkness? O Adam, that friendship was owing to the scent of thee, because earth was the woof and warp of thy body. From this place, the earth, thy earthly body was woven. In this place thy pure light was found. This light that our souls have obtained from thy spirit shone erstwhile from the dust. We were in the earth, and heedless of the earth, heedless of the treasure that lay buried there. When he, God, bade us journey from that place of abode, our palates were soured, we were bitterly grieved by the change, so that we were arguing and saying, O God, who will come in our stead? Wilt thou sell the splendor of the praise with which we glorify and magnify thee for babble and palaver? The decree of God spread for us the carpet of indulgence, and he said, Speak ye in the way of boldness, and without fear, whatever comes upon your tongues, like only children with their father. For what if these words of yours are unseemly? My mercy likewise is prior, superior to my wrath. In order to manifest this priority, O angel, I will put in thee incitement to perplexity and doubt, that thou mayst speak, and I not take offence at thee, so that none who denies my clemency may dare to utter a word. Within my infinite clemency, the clemencies of 100 fathers and 100 mothers at every moment are born and vanish. Their clemency is but the foam of the sea of my clemency. The foam comes and goes, but the sea is always there. What indeed, shall I say, compared with that pearl, divine clemency, this oyster shell, human clemency, is naught but the foam of the foam of the foam of foam. By the truth of that foam, by the truth of that pure sea, I swear that these words of mine are not meant to make trial of thee and are not vain. They are inspired by love and sincerity and humbleness, I swear by the truth of that one to whom I turn. If this affection, which I am showing, seems to thee a trial, do thou for one moment put the supposed trial of thee to the test. Do not hide thy secret, but reveal it. In order that mine may be revealed, command anything that I am able to do. Do not hide thy heart, but reveal it. In order that mine may be revealed, and that I may accept whatever I am capable of performing. How shall I do? What remedy is in my power? Look what a plight my soul is in. How the wife specified to her husband the way to earn daily bread, and how he accepted her proposal. The wife said, "A son has shone forth. A whole world has received light from him." The vicar of the merciful, God, the Khalifa of the Creator. Through him the city of Baghdad is gay and happy as the season of spring. If thou gain access to that king, thou wilt become a king. How long wilt thou go after every kind of misfortune? Companionship with the fortunate is like the elixir. Indeed, how is an elixir like to be compared with their looks of favour? The eye of Ahmad, Mohammed, was cast upon an Abu Bakr. He, by a single act of faith, became a Siddiq. Said the husband, "How should I go to meet the king? How should I go to him without a pretext? I must have some reference or device. Is any handicraft right, possible, without tools?" As, to mention a similar case, the famous Majnun, when he heard from someone that Layla was a little unwell, cried, "Ah, how shall I go to her without a pretext? And if I fail to visit her when she is ill, how wretched shall I be? Would that I were a skilled physician. I would have gone on foot to Layla first of all, before anyone else." God said to us, "Say, come ye," in order to signify to us the means of vanquishing our feeling of shame. If bats had sight and means, ability to bear the sunshine, they would fly about and enjoy themselves by day. The wife said, "When the gracious king goes into the field, Maidan, the essence of every lack of means, inability, becomes a means, ability. Because the means, ability, involves pretension and self-existence. The pith of the matter lies in lack of means, inability, and non-existence." "How," said he, "should I do business without means, unless I make it manifest that I really have no means? Therefore, I must needs have attestation of my want of means, that he, the king, may pity me in want." Do thou produce some attestation besides talk and show, so that the beauteous king may take pity, for the testimony that consisted of talk and show was ever invalidated before that supreme judge. He requires truth, veracity, as witness to his, the indigent man's, state, so that his inner light shall shine forth and proclaim his indigence without any words of his. How the Arab carried a jug of rainwater from the midst of the desert as a gift to the commander of the faithful at Baghdad, in the belief that in that town also there was a scarcity of water. The wife said, "When people with all their might endeavour to rise up entirely purged of self-existence, that is veracity. We have the rainwater in the jug. 'Tis thy property and capital and means. Take this jug of water and depart. Make it a gift and go into the presence of the King of Kings. Say, we have no means except this. In the desert, there is nothing better than this water. If his treasury is full of gold and jewels, yet he does not get water like this. 'Tis rare. What is that jug? Our confined body. Within it is the briny water of our senses. O Lord, accept this jar and jug of mine by the grace of God hath purchased from the believers their lives and wealth in return for paradise. 'Tis a jug with 5 spouts, the 5 senses. Keep this water pure and safe from every filth, that there may be from this jug a passage to the sea, and that my jug may assume the nature of the sea, so that when you carry it as a gift to the king may find it pure and be its purchaser. And after that, its water will become without end. 100 worlds will be filled from my jug. Stop up its spouts and keep it filled with water from the jar of reality. God said, "Close your eyes to vain desire." His, the husband's beard, was full of wind. He was puffed up with pride. Who, thought he, has such a gift as this? This truly is worthy of a king like him. The wife did not know that in that place, Baghdad, on the thoroughfare, there is the great stream of water, sweet as sugar, flowing like a sea through the city, full of boats and fishing nets. Go to the Sultan and behold this pomp and state. Behold the senses of those for whom God hath prepared gardens, beneath which the rivers flow. Our senses and perceptions, such as they are but a single drop in those rivers. How the Arab's wife sewed the jug of rainwater in a felt cloth and put a seal on it because of the Arab's utter conviction that it was a precious gift for the king. Yes, said the husband, stop up the mouth of the jug. Take care, for this is a gift that will bring us profit. Sew this jug in felt, that the king may break his fast with our gift. For there is no water like this in all the world. No other water is so pure as this. This he said, because they, people like him, are always full of infirmity and half blind, from drinking bitter and briny waters. The bird whose dwelling place is the briny water, how should it know where to find in it the clear and sweet water? O thou whose abode is in the briny spring, how shouldst thou know the Shat and the Jaihoon and the Euphrates? O thou who hast not escaped from this fleeting caravanserai, the material world, how shouldst thou know the meaning of self-extinction and mystical intoxication and expansion? And if thou knowest, 'tis by rote like the knowledge, handed down to thee from father and grandfather. To thee these names are like Abjad. How plain and evident to all children are Abjad and Hawaz, and yet the real meaning is far away, hard to reach. Then the Arab man took up the jug and set out to journey, carrying it along with him day and night. He was trembling for the jug, in fear of fortune's mischiefs. All the same, he conveyed it from the desert to the city, Baghdad. His wife unrolled the prayer rug in supplication. She made the words, Rabbi Salim, save, O Lord, her litany in prayer, crying, keep our water safe from scoundrels. O Lord, let that pearl arrive at that sea. Although my husband is shrewd and artful, yet the pearl has thousands of enemies. Pearl indeed. 'Tis the water of Kauthar. 'Tis a drop of this that is the origin of the pearl. Through the prayers and lamentation of the wife, and through the husband's anxiety and his patience under the heavy burden, he bore it without delay, safe from robbers and unhurt by stones, to the seat of the caliphate, the caliph's palace. He saw a bountiful court where the needy had spread their nets. Everywhere, moment by moment, some petitioner gained and carried away from that court a donation and robe of honour. 'Twas like sun and rain, nay, like paradise, for infidel and true believer, and good folk and bad. He beheld some people arrayed with favour in the sight of the caliph, and others who had risen to their feet and were waiting to receive his commands. High and low, from Solomon to the ant, they all had become quickened with life, like the world at the blast of the trumpet, on the day of resurrection. The followers of form were woven, entangled in pearls. The followers of reality had found the sea of reality. Those without aspiration, how aspiring had they become? And those of high aspiration, to what felicity had they attained? Showing that as the beggar is in love with bounty, and in love with the bountiful giver, so the bounty of the bountiful giver is in love with the beggar. If the beggar have the greater patience, the bountiful giver will come to his door. And if the bountiful giver have the greater patience, the beggar will come to his door. But the beggar's patience is a virtue in the beggar, while the patience of the bountiful giver is in him a defect. A loud call was coming to his ears. Come, O seeker, bounty is in need of beggars. It is needy, like a beggar. Bounty is seeking the beggars and the poor, just as fair ones who seek a clear mirror. The face of the fair is made beautiful by the mirror. The face of beneficence is made visible by the beggar. Therefore, on this account, God said in the Surah Ad-Duha, O Muhammad, do not shout at and drive away the beggar. Inasmuch as the beggar is the mirror of bounty, take care. Breath is hurtful to the face of the mirror. In the one case, the giver's bounty, makes the beggar manifest, causes him to beg, while in the other case, he, the giver, without being asked, bestows on the beggars more than they need. Beggars, then, are the mirror of God's bounty, and they that are with God are united with the absolute bounty. And every one, except those two types of beggar, is truly a dead man. He is not at this door, the divine court. He is lifeless as a picture embroidered on a curtain. The difference between one that is poor for, desirous of, God and thirsting for him, and one that is poor of, destitute of God, and thirsting for what is other than he. He that seeks other than God is the mere picture of a dervish. He is not worthy of bread, divine bounty. Do not throw bread to the picture of a dog. He wants a morsel of food, he does not want God. Do not set dishes before a lifeless picture. The dervish that wants bread is a landfish. He has the form of a fish, but he is fleeing from the sea. He is a domestic fowl, not the seamerg of the air. He swallows sweet morsels of food. He does not eat from God. He loves God for the sake of gain. His soul is not in love with God's excellence and beauty. If he conceives that he is in love with the essence of God, conception of the divine names and attributes is not the essence. Conception is begotten of qualities and definition. God is not begotten. He is lam yulad. How should he that is in love with his own imagination and conception be one of them that love the Lord of bounties? If the lover of that false conception be sincere, that metaphor, unreal judgment, will lead him to the reality. The exposition of this saying demands a commentary, but I am afraid of senile, feeble minds. Senile and short-sighted minds bring 100 evil fancies into their thoughts. Not everyone is able to hear rightly. The fig is not a morsel for every little bird, especially a bird that is dead, putrid, a blind, eyeless fellow filled with vain fancy. To the picture of a fish, what is the difference between sea and land? To the colour of a Hindu, what is the difference between soap and black vitriol? If you depict the portrait on the paper as sorrowful, it has no lesson, learns nothing of sorrow or joy. Its appearance is sorrowful, but it is free from that sorrow. Or its appearance is smiling, but it has no inward impression of that joy. And this worldly sorrow and joy, which are delineated in the heart, are naught but a picture in comparison with that spiritual joy and sorrow. The picture's smiling appearance is for your sake, in order that by means of that picture the reality may be established, rightly understood by you. The pictures Phenomena which are in these hot baths, the world, when viewed, from outside the undressing room, of self-abandonment, are like clothes. So long as you are outside, you see only the clothes, phenomena. Put off your clothes and enter the bath of reality, O kindred spirit, because with your clothes, there is no way of getting inside. The body is ignorant of the soul. The clothes are ignorant of the body. How the caliph's officers and chamberlains came forward to pay their respects to the Bedouin and to receive his gift. When the Bedouin arrived from the remote desert to the gate of the caliph's palace, the court officers went to meet the Bedouin. They sprinkled much rosewater of graciousness on his bosom. Without speech on his part, they perceived what he wanted. It was their practice to give before being asked. Then they said to him, O chief of the Arabs, whence dost thou come? How art thou after the journey and fatigue? He said, I am a chief, if ye give me any countenance, favour. I am without means of winning respect when ye put me behind your backs. O ye in whose faces are the marks of eminence, O ye whose splendour is more pleasing than the gold of Jafar, O ye, one sight of whom is worth many sights, O ye at the sight of whom pieces of gold are scattered, as largesse. O ye, all of whom have become seeing by the light of God, who have come from God for the sake of munificence, that ye may cast the elixir of your looks upon the copper of human individuals, I am a stranger. I have come from the desert. I have come in hope of gaining the grace of the Sultan. The scent of his grace covered took entire possession of the deserts. Even the grains of sand were ensouled thereby. I came all the way to this place for the sake of dinars. As soon as I arrived, I became drunken with sight, contemplation. A person ran to the baker for bread. On seeing the beauty of the baker, he gave up the ghost. A certain man went to the rose garden to take his pleasure, and found it in the beauty of the gardener, like the desert Arab who drew water from the well and tasted the water of life from the lovely face of Joseph. Moses went to fetch fire. He beheld such a fire, the burning bush, that he escaped from searching after fire. Jesus sprang up to escape from his enemies. That spring carried him to the fourth heaven. The ear of wheat became a trap for Adam, so that his existence became the wheat ear, seed and origin of mankind. The falcon comes to the snare for food. It finds the forearm, wrist of the king and fortune and glory. The child went to school to acquire knowledge, in hope of getting its father's pretty bird as a prize. Then, by going to school, that child rose to the top, paid monthly fees to his teacher, and became perfect in knowledge. Abbas had come to war for vengeance sake, for the purpose of subduing Ahmad, Muhammad, and opposing the true religion. He and his descendants in the caliphate became a back and front, complete support to the true religion until the resurrection. I came to this court in quest of wealth. As soon as I entered the portico, I became a spiritual chief. I brought water as a gift for the sake of getting bread. Hope of bread led me to the highest place in paradise. Bread drove an Adam forth from paradise. Bread caused me to mix, made me consort with those who belong to paradise. I have been freed, like the angels, from water and bread, materiality. Without any worldly object of desire, I move round this court like the revolving sphere of heaven. Nothing in the world is without object, disinterested in its movement, activity, except the bodies and the souls of God's lovers. Showing that the lover of this world is like the lover of a wall on which the sunbeams strike, who makes no effort and exertion to perceive that the radiance and splendor do not proceed from the wall, but from the orb of the sun in the fourth heaven. Consequently, he sets his whole heart on the wall, and when the sunbeams rejoin the sun at sunset, he is left forever in despair, and a bar is placed between them and that which they desire. The lovers of the whole are not those who love the part. He that longed for the part failed to attain unto the whole. When a part falls in love with a part, the object of its love soon returns to its own whole. He, the lover of the particular, became the laughingstock of another's slave. He became, like a man who was, drowning and clung to someone weak and powerless to help him. He, the loved slave, possesses no authority that he should care for him. Shall he do his own master's business or his, the lover's? The Arabic proverb, if you commit fornication, commit it with a free woman, and if you steal, steal a pearl. Hence the saying, commit fornication with a free woman became proverbial, and the words, steal a pearl, were transferred, metaphorically, to this, meaning, the slave, the loved one, went away to his master. He, the lover, was left in misery. The scent of the rose went back to the rose. He was left with the thorn. He was left far from the object of his desire, his labour lost, his toil useless, his foot wounded. Like the hunter who catches a shadow, how should the shadow become his property? The man has grasped tightly the shadow of a bird, while the bird on the branch of the tree has fallen into amazement, thinking, I wonder who this crack-brained fellow is laughing at. Here's folly for you. Here's a rotten cause. And if you say that the part is connected with the whole, then eat thorns. The thorn is connected with the rose. Except from one point of view, it, the part, is not connected with the whole. Otherwise, indeed, the mission of the prophets would be vain, inasmuch as the prophets are sent in order to connect the part with the whole. How then should they, the prophets, connect them when they are already one body? This discourse hath no end. O lad, the day is late. Conclude the tale. How the Arab delivered the gift, that is, the jug to the caliph's servants. He presented the jug of water. He sowed the seed of homage in that exalted court. Bear this gift, said he, to the Sultan. Redeem the king's suitor from indigence. 'Tis sweet water, and a new green jug, some of the rainwater that collected in the ditch. The officials smiled at that, but they accepted it, the jug, as though it were precious as life, because the graciousness of the good and wise king had made a mark, impressed itself on all the courtiers. The disposition of kings settles, becomes implanted in their subjects. The green sky makes the earth verdant. Regard the king as a reservoir with pipes in every direction, and water running from all, the pipes, like hoppers, in a mill. When the water in all, the pipes, is from a pure reservoir, every single one gives sweet water, pleasant to taste. But if the water in the reservoir is brackish and dirty, every pipe brings the same to view, because every pipe is connected with the reservoir. Dive into, ponder deeply the meaning of these words. Consider how the imperial grace of the homeless spirit has produced effects on the whole body, how the grace of reason, which is of goodly nature, of goodly lineage, brings the entire body into discipline, how love, saucy, uncontrolled and restless, throws the whole body into madness. The purity of the water of the sea that is like Kauthar is such that all its pebbles are pearls and gems. For whatever science the master is renowned, the souls of his pupils become endued with the same. With the master theologian, the quick and industrious pupil reads scholastic theology. With the master jurist, the student of jurisprudence reads jurisprudence when he, the teacher, expounds it, not theology. Then the master who is a grammarian, the soul of his pupil becomes imbued by him with grammar. Again, the master who is absorbed in the way of Sufism, because of him, the soul of his pupil is absorbed in the king, God. Of all these various kinds of knowledge, on the day of death, the best equipment and provision for the road is the knowledge of spiritual poverty. The story of what passed between the grammarian and the boatman. A certain grammarian embarked in a boat. That self-conceited person turned to the boatman and said, "Have you ever studied grammar?" "No," he replied. The other said, "Half your life is gone to naught." The boatman became heartbroken with grief, but at the time he refrained from answering. The wind cast the boat into a whirlpool. The boatman spoke loud, shouted to the grammarian, "Tell me, do you know how to swim?" "No," said he. "O fair-spoken, good-looking man." "O grammarian," said he, "your whole life is naught, because the boat is sinking in these whirlpools. Know that here mahor, self-effacement, is needed, not na, grammar. If you are mahor, dead to self, plunge into the sea without peril. The water of the sea places the dead one on its head, causes him to float on the surface. But if he be living, how shall he escape from the sea? Inasmuch as you have died to the attributes of the flesh, the sea of divine consciousness will place you on the crown of its head, will raise you to honor. But, O thou who hast called the people asses, at this time thou art left floundering like an ass upon this ice. If in the world thou art the most learned scholar of the time, behold the passing away of this world and this time. We have stitched inserted, the story of the grammarian, that we might teach you the grammar, nahau, of self-effacement, mahu. In self-loss, O venerated friend, thou wilt find the jurisprudence of jurisprudence, the grammar of grammar, and the accidents of accidents. That jug of water is an emblem of our different sorts of knowledge, and the caliph is the tigress of God's knowledge. We are carrying jugs full of water to the tigress. If we do not know ourselves to be asses, asses we are. After all, the Bedouin was excusable, for he was ignorant of the Tigris and of the great river. If he had been acquainted with the Tigris as we are, he would not have carried that jug from place to place. Nay, had he been aware of the Tigris, he would have dashed that jug against a stone. How the Caliph accepted the gift and bestowed largesse, notwithstanding that he was entirely without need of the gift, the water, and the jug. When the Caliph saw the gift and heard his story, he filled the jug with gold and added other presents. He delivered the Arab from penury. He bestowed donations and special robes of honor, saying, "Give into his hand this jug full of gold. When he returns home, take him to the Tigris. He has come hither by way of the desert and by traveling on land. It will be nearer for him to return by water." When he, the Arab, embarked in the boat and beheld the Tigris, he was prostrating himself in shame and bowing his head, saying, "Oh, wonderful is the kindness of that bounteous king, and 'tis even more wonderful that he took that water. How did that sea of munificence so quickly accept from me such spurious coin as this? Know, O son, that everything in the universe is a jug which is filled to the brim with wisdom and beauty. It, everything in the universe, is a drop of the Tigris of his beauty, which beauty, because of its fullness, is not contained under the skin, that should enclose it. 'Twas a hidden treasure. Because of its fullness, it burst forth and made the earth more shining than the heavens. 'Twas a hidden treasure. Because of its fullness, it surged up and made the earth like a sultan robed in satin. And if he, the Arab, had seen a branch of the divine Tigris, he would have destroyed that jug, destroyed it. They that saw it are always beside themselves. Like one beside himself, they hurled a stone at the jug of their self-existence. O thou who from jealousy hast hurled a stone at the jug, while the jug has only become more perfect through being shattered. The jar is shattered, but the water is not spilled from it. From this shattering have arisen 100 soundnesses. Every piece of the jar is in dance and ecstasy, though to the partial, discursive reason this seems absurd. In this state of ecstasy, neither the jug is manifest, nor the water. Consider well, and God knoweth best what is right. When you knock at the door of reality, it will be open to you. Beat the pinion of thought, in order that you may be made a king falcon. The pinion of your thought has become mud-stained and heavy because you are a clay eater. Clay has become to you as bread. Bread and meat are, originally, clay. Eat little thereof, that you may not remain in the earth like clay. When you become hungry, you become a dog. You become fierce and ill-tempered and ill-natured. When you have eaten your fill, you have become a carcass. You have become devoid of understanding and without feet, inert, like a wall. So, at one time, you are a carcass, and at another time, a dog. How will you run well in the road of the lions? Follow the saints. Know that your only means of hunting is the dog, the animal soul. Throw bones to the dog but seldom, because when the dog has eaten its fill, it becomes rebellious. How should it run to the goodly chase and hunt? Want of food was leading the Arab to that exalted court, and there he found his fortune. We have related in the foregoing story the kindness shown by the king to that needy one who had no refuge. Whatsoever the man in love with God speaks, the scent of love is springing from his mouth into the abode of love. If he speak formal theology, it all turns to spiritual poverty. The scent of poverty comes from that man of sweet and beguiling discourse. And if he speak infidelity, it has the scent of the true religion. And if he speak doubtfully, his doubt turns to certainty. The perverse froth that has risen from a sea of sincerity, that turbid froth, has been set out by the pure source. Know that its froth is pure and worthy. Know that it is like revilement from the lips of the beloved, whose unsought reproaches have become sweet to the lover for the sake of her cheek which he desires. If he, the lover of God, speak falsehood, it seems like the truth. Oh, fine falsehood that would adorn even the truth. If you cook a confection of sugar in the form of a loaf of bread, it will taste of candy, not of bread, while you are sucking it. If a true believer find a golden idol, how should he leave it there? for the sake of a worshipper. Nay, he will take it and cast it into the fire. He will break, destroy its borrowed, unreal form, in order that the idol shape may not remain on the gold, because form hinders and waylays those who seek reality. The essence of its gold is the essence of lordship, divinity. The idol stamp on the sterling gold is borrowed, unreal. Do not burn a blanket on account of a flea, and do not let the day go to waste on account of every gnat's headache. You are an idol worshipper when you remain in bondage to forms. Leave the idol's form, and look at the reality. If you are a man bound for the pilgrimage, seek a pilgrim as your companion, whether he be a Hindu or a Turkoman or an Arab. Do not look at his figure and colour, look at his purpose and intention. If he is black, yet he is in accord with you. Call him white, for spiritually his complexion is the same as yours. This story has been told up and down, confusedly, like the doings of lovers, without foot, end, or head, beginning. It hath no head, inasmuch as it existed before eternity. It hath no foot, it has always been akin to everlastingness. Nay, it is like water. Every drop thereof is both head and foot, and at the same time, without both. This is not a story, mark you, God forbid. This is the ready money, presentation here and now of my state and yours. Consider it, well, because the Sufi is grand and glorious in his spiritual vision. Whatever is past is not remembered, does not enter his mind. We are both the Arab and the jug and the king. We are all. He that has been turned away from it, the truth, shall be turned away. Know that the husband is reason, and the wife is greed and cupidity. These twain are dark and deniers of reason. Reason is the bright candle. Now hear the origin of their denial. Whence it arose from the fact that the whole hath various parts. The parts of the whole are not parts in relation to the whole. They are, not like the scent of the rose, which is a part of the rose. The beauty of all green herbs is a part of the rose's beauty. The coo of the turtle dove is a part of that nightingale. If I become occupied with a difficult question, and the answer, explanation, how shall I be able to give water to the thirsty? If you are wholly perplexed and in straits, have patience. Patience is the key to joy. Abstain from distracting thoughts. Abstain. Thought is like the lion and the wild ass, and men's hearts are the thickets which they haunt. Acts of abstinence are superior to medicines because scratching is an increase, aggravation of the itch. Assuredly, abstinence is the first principle of medicine. Abstain, and behold the strength of the Spirit. Receive these words, like the open ear, that I may make for you an earring of gold. Then you will become a ring in the ear of devoted to the moon that works in gold. You will ascend to the moon and the Pleiades. First, hear and learn that the diverse created beings are spiritually different, from Ye, Y, to Aleph, A. Amongst the various letters, there is a confusion and uncertainty, though from one point of view they are all one from head, beginning, to foot, end. From one aspect they are opposites, and from one aspect they are unified. From one aspect they are jest, and from one aspect they are earnest. Therefore, the resurrection is the day of the supreme inspection. Inspection is desired by him only who is glorious and splendid. Whoever is like a fraudulent Hindu, for him the day of inspection is the time of exposure. Inasmuch as he hath not a face like the sun, he desires nothing but night to cover him like a veil. Since his thorn hath not a single rose leaf, spring is the enemy of his conscience. While to one that is roses and lilies from head to foot, spring is welcome as a pair of bright eyes. The unspiritual thorn wishes for autumn, in order that it may jostle with, contend as a rival with, the rose garden, and that it, autumn, may hide the beauty of that, the rose, and the shame of this, the thorn, so that you may not see the colour of that, and the colour of this. Therefore autumn is the thorn's spring, and life, for then the worthless stone, and the pure ruby appear one. The gardener knows that difference, even in autumn, but the one sight is better than the world's sight. Truly that one person is, essentially, the whole world. He is unaware of evil, does not know evil as such. The stars, everyone, are all part of the moon. Therefore, every fair form and shape in the world is crying, good news, lo, here comes the spring. So long as the blossom is shining like a coat of mail, how should the fruits display their knobs? When the blossom is shed, the fruit comes to a head. When the body is shattered, the spirit lifts up its head. The fruit is the reality. The blossom is its form. The blossom is the good news. The fruit is the bounty, given as a reward for it. When the blossom was shed, the fruit became visible. When that diminished, this began to increase. How should bread give strength until it is broken? How should uncrushed clusters of grapes yield wine? Unless myrobalan is pounded up with medicines, how should the medicines by themselves become health-increasing, act as tonics? Concerning the qualities of the peer, spiritual guide, and the duty of obedience to him. O splendor of the truth, Husamuddin, take 1 or 2 sheets of paper and add them to the poem in description of the peer. Although thy slender body hath no strength, yet without the sun of thy spirit, we have no light. Although thou hast become the lighted wick and the glass lamp, yet thou art the heart's leader, the spiritual guide. Thou art the end of the thread, which serves as a clue. Inasmuch as the end of the thread is in thy hand and will, the beads of spiritual knowledge on the heart's necklace are derived from thy bounty. Write down what appertains to the peer guide who knows the way. Choose the peer and regard him as the essence of the way. The peer is like summer, and other people are like the autumn month. Other people are like night, and the peer is the moon. I have bestowed on my young fortune, Husamuddin, the name of peer, old, because he is made old by the truth, not made old by time. So old is he that he hath no beginning. There is no rival to such a unique pearl. Verily, old wine grows more potent. Verily, old gold is more highly prized. Choose a peer, for without a peer, this journey is exceeding full of woe and affright and danger. Without an escort, you are bewildered, even on a road you have travelled many times before. Do not then travel alone on a way that you have not seen at all. Do not turn your head away from the guide. Fool, if his shadow, protection, be not over you, then the cry of the ghoul will keep you wandering about, with your head in a whirl. The ghoul will entice you from the way and cast you into destruction. There have been in this way many craftier than you, who have perished miserably. Here, Learn from the Quran the perdition of the wayfarers, what the evil-souled Iblis did unto them. He carried them far, a journey of hundreds of thousands of years, from the highway, and made them backsliders and naked, devoid of good works. Behold their bones and their hair. Take warning, and drive not your ass towards them. Seize the neck of your ass, the flesh, and lead him towards the way, towards the good keepers and knowers of the way. Beware. Do not let your ass go, and do not remove your hand from him, because his love is for the place where green herbs are plentiful. If you carelessly leave him free for one moment, he will go many leagues in the direction of the herbage. The ass is an enemy to the way. He is madly in love with fodder. Oh, many is the attendant on him that he has brought to ruin. If you know not the way, whatsoever the ass desires, do the contrary thereof. That surely will be the right way. The Prophet said, consult them, women, and then oppose them in what they advise. He that disobeys them not will be ruined. Be not a friend to sensual passion and desire, since it leads you astray from the way of God. Nothing in the world will break, mortify this passion, like the shadow, protection of fellow travelers. How the Prophet, on whom be peace, enjoined Ali, may God make his person honoured, saying, when everyone seeks to draw nigh to God by means of some kind of devotional act, do thou seek the favour of God by associating with his wise and chosen servant, that thou mayst be the first of all to arrive, to gain access to him. The Prophet said to Ali, O Ali, thou art the lion of God, thou art a courageous knight, but do not even rely upon thy lion-heartedness. Come into the shade of the palm tree of hope. Come into the shade, protection of the sage, whom no conveyor can carry off from the way. His shadow on the earth is like Mount Kaf. His spirit is like the simug that circles, soars, exceedingly high. If I should tell of his qualities until the resurrection, do not seek, expect any conclusion and end to them. The divine Son has veiled himself in man. Apprehend this mystery, and God knows best what is right. O Ali, above all devotional acts in the way of God, do thou choose the shadow protection of the servant of God. Everyone took refuge in some act of devotion and discovered for themselves some means of deliverance. Go thou, take refuge in the shadow of the sage, that thou mayst escape from the enemy that opposes thee in secret. Of all acts of devotion, this is the best for thee. Thereby thou wilt gain precedence over everyone that has outstripped the rest. When the peer has accepted thee, take heed, surrender thyself to him. Go, like Moses, under the authority of Kisa. Bear patiently whatever is done by a Kisa who is without hypocrisy, in order that Kisa may not say, Begone, this is our parting. Though he stave in the boat, do not speak a word. Though he kill a child, do not tear thy hair. God has declared that his, the peer's, hand is as his own. Since he gave out the words, the hand of God is above their hands. The hand of God causes him, the child, to die, and then brings him to life. What of life? He makes him a spirit everlasting. If anyone, by rare exception, traversed this way alone, without a peer, he arrived at his goal through the help and favour of the hearts of the peers. The hand of the peer is not withdrawn from the absent, those who are not under his authority. His hand is naught but the grasp of God. Inasmuch as they give such a robe of honour to the absent, what must they give their disciples? Undoubtedly, the present are better than the absent. Since they are bestowing spiritual food on the absent, see what bounties they must lay before one who is present. Where is one that girds himself for service before them to, i.e., How far superior is he to one that is outside the door? When thou hast chosen thy peer, be not faint-hearted, be not weak as water and crumbly as earth. If thou art enraged by every blow, then how wilt thou become a clear mirror without being polished? How the man of Qazwin was tattooing the figure of a lion in blue on his shoulders, and then repenting because of the pain of the needle pricks. Hear from the narrator this story about the way and custom of the people of Qazwin. They tattoo themselves in blue with the point of a needle on body and hand and shoulders so as to suffer no injury. A certain man of Qazwin went to a barber and said, "Tattoo me, and do it charmingly, artistically." "O valiant sir," said he, "what figure shall I tattoo?" He answered, "Prick in the figure of a furious lion." Leo is my ascendant. Tattoo the form of a lion. Exert yourself, prick in plenty of the blue dye. "On what place?" he asked. "Shall I tattoo you?" Said he, "Prick the design of the beauty on my shoulder blade." As soon as he began to stick in the needle, the pain of it settled in the shoulder, and the hero fell a-moaning. "O illustrious one, you have killed me. What figure are you tattooing?" "Why," said he, "you bade me do a lion." "What limb of the lion," asked the other, "did you begin with?" "I have begun at the tail," said he. "Oh, my dear friend," he cried, "leave out the tail. My breath is stopped by the lion's tail and rump. His rump has tightly closed, choked my windpipe. Let the lion be without a tail, O lion maker, for my heart is faint from the blows of the prong, the tattooer's needle." That person commenced to prick in the blue on another part of the man's shoulder, without fear, without favour, without mercy. He yelled, "Which of his members is this?" "This is his ear, my good man," the barber replied. "O doctor," said he, "let him have no ears. Omit the ears and cut the frock short." The barber began to insert his needle in another part. Once more the man of Qazwin set out to wail, saying, "What is the member you are pricking in, now on this third spot?" He replied, "This is the lion's belly, my dear sir." "Let the lion have no belly," said he. "What need of a belly for the picture that is already sated?" The barber became distraught and remained in great bewilderment. He stood for a long time with his fingers in his teeth. Then the master flung the needle to the ground and said, "Has this happened to anyone in the world? Who ever saw a lion without tail and head and belly? God himself did not create a lion like this. O brother, endure the pain of the lancet, that you may escape from the poison of your miscreant self, nafs. For sky and sun and moon bow in worship to the people who have escaped from self-existence. Anyone in whose body the miscreant self has died, sun and cloud obey his command. Since his heart has learned to light the candle of spiritual knowledge and love, the sun cannot burn him. God hath made mention of the rising sun as turning aside, like that, from their cave. The thorn becomes entirely beautiful, like the rose in the sight of the particular that is going towards the universal. What is the meaning of to exalt and glorify God? To deem yourself despicable and worthless as dust. What is the meaning of to learn the knowledge of God's unity? To consume yourself in the presence of the One. If you wish to shine like day, burn up your night-like self-existence. Melt away your existence as copper melts away in the elixir, in the being of Him who fosters and sustains existence. You have fastened both your hands tight on, are determined not to give up. I and we. All this spiritual ruin is caused by dualism. How the wolf and fox went to hunt in attendance on the lion. A lion, wolf, and fox had gone to hunt in the mountains in quest of food, that by supporting each other they might tie fast the bonds and fetters of captivity on the hunted animals, and all three together might seize much and great quarry in that deep wilderness. Although the fierce lion was ashamed of them, the wolf and fox, yet he did them honour and gave them his company on the way. To a king like this, the escort of soldiers are an annoyance, but he accompanied them. A united party is a mercy from God. A moon like this is disgraced by the stars. It is amongst the stars for generosity's sake. The divine command, consult them, came to the prophet, though no counsel is to be compared with his own. In the scales, barley has become the companion of gold, but that is, not because barley has become a substance like gold. The spirit has now become the body's fellow traveller. The dog has become for a time the guardian of the palace gate. When this party, the wolf and fox, went to the mountains at the stirrup side of the lion majestic and grand, they found a mountain ox and goat and fat hare, and their business went forward, prosperously. Whoever is on the heels of him that is a lion in combat, roast meat does not fail him by day or by night. When they brought them, the animals which they had caught, from the mountains to the jungle, killed and wounded and dragging along in streams of blood, the wolf and fox hoped that a division of the prey would be made according to the justice of emperors. The reflection of the hope of both of them struck the lion. The lion knew what was the ground for those hopes. Anyone that is the lion and prince of spiritual mysteries, he will know all that the conscience thinks. Beware, guard thyself, O heart disposed to thinking, from any evil thought in his presence. He knows and keeps riding on silently. He smiles in thy face in order to mask his feelings. When the lion perceived their bad ideas, he did not declare his knowledge and paid courteous regard to them at the time. But he said to himself, I will show you what chastisement ye deserve, O beggarly villains. Was my judgment not enough for you? Is this your opinion of my bounty, O ye whose understanding and judgment are derived from my judgment and from my world-adorning gifts? What else, but good, should the picture think of the painter, since he bestowed thought and knowledge upon it? Had ye such a vile opinion of me, O ye who are a scandal to the world? I will strike off the hypocritical heads of them that think ill of God. I will deliver the sphere of time from your disgrace, so that this tale shall remain in the world as a warning. While thus meditating, the lion continued to smile visibly. Do not trust the smiles of the lion. Worldly wealth is like the smiles of God. It has made us drunken and vainglorious and threadbare, deprived of the means of salvation. Poverty and distress are better for thee, O Lord, for then that smile will remove its lure. How the lion made trial of the wolf and said, Come forward, O wolf, and divide the prey amongst us. The lion said, O wolf, divide this prey. O old wolf, make justice new, give it new life by thy example. Be my deputy in the office of distributor, that it may be seen of what substance thou art. O king, said he, the wild ox is thy share. He is big, and thou art big, and strong, and active. The goat is mine, for the goat is middle and intermediate. Do thou, O fox, receive the hare, and no mistake. The lion said, O wolf, how hast thou spoken? Say, when I am here, dost thou speak of I and thou? Truly, what a cur the wolf must be, that he regarded himself in the presence of a lion like me, who am peerless and unrivalled. Then, he said, come forward, O thou self-esteeming ass. He approached him. The lion seized him with his claws and rent him. Inasmuch as he, the lion, did not see in him the kernel of right conduct, he tore the skin off his head as a punishment. He said, since the sight of me did not transport thee out of thyself, a spirit like this, thine, must needs die miserably, since thou wert not passing away from thyself in my presence. 'Twas an act of grace to smite thy neck, behead thee. Everything is perishing except his face. Unless thou art in his face, essence, do not seek to exist. When anyone has passed away from himself in my face, essence, the words, everything is perishing, are not applicable to him, because he is in accept, he has transcended not, non-entity. Whosoever is in accept has not passed away, perished. Whosoever is uttering I and we at the door of the divine court, he is turned back from the door and is continuing in not, non-entity. The story of the person who knocked at a friend's door. His friend from within asked who he was. He said, "'Tis I," and the friend answered, "Since thou art thou, I will not open the door. I know not any friend that is I." A certain man came and knocked at a friend's door. His friend asked him, "Who art thou, O trusty one?" He answered, "I." The friend said, "Begone, 'tis not the time for thee to come in. At a table like this, there is no place for the raw. Save the fire of absence and separation. Who, what, will cook the raw one? Who, what, will deliver him from hypocrisy? The wretched man went away, and for a year in travel, and in separation from his friend, he was burned with sparks of fire. That burned one was cooked. Then he returned and again paced to and fro beside the house of his comrade. He knocked at the door with 100 fears and respects, lest any disrespectful word might escape from his lips. His friend called to him, "Who is at the door?" He answered, "'Tis thou art at the door, O charmer of hearts." "Now," said the friend, "since thou art I, come in, O myself. There is not room in the house for two eyes. The double end of thread is not for the needle. Inasmuch as thou art single, come into this needle. 'Tis the thread that is connected with the needle. The eye of the needle is not suitable for the camel. How should the existence, body, of the camel be fined down, save by the shears of ascetic exercises and works? For that, O reader, the hand power of God is necessary, for it is the be, and it was, bringer into existence of every seemingly impossible thing. By his hand, every impossible thing is made possible. By fear of him, every unruly one is made quiet. What of the man blind from birth and the leper? Even the dead is made living by the spell of the Almighty, and that non-existence which is more dead than the dead. Non-existence is compelled to obey when he calls it into being. Recite the text. Every day he is engaged in some affair. Do not deem him idle and inactive. His least act every day is that he dispatches 3 armies. 1 army from the loins of the fathers towards the mothers, in order that the plant may grow in the womb. 1 army from the wombs to the earth, that the world may be filled with male and female. 1 army from the earth to what is beyond death, that everyone may behold the beauty of good works. This discourse hath no end. Come, hasten back to those two sincere and devoted friends. Description of unification. His friend said to him, "Come in, O thou who art entirely myself, not different like the rose and thorn in the garden. The thread has become single. Do not now fall into error if thou seest that the letters K and N are two. K and N are pulling like a noose, that they may draw non-existence into great affairs. Hence the noose must be double in the world of forms, though those two letters are single in effect. Whether the feet be 2 or 4, they traverse one road, like the double shears, which makes but one cut. Look at those two fellow washermen. There is apparently a difference between that one and this. The one has thrown the cotton garments into the water, while the other partner is drying them. Again, the former makes the dry clothes wet. 'Tis as though he were spitefully thwarting his opposite. Yet these two opposites, who seem to be at strife, are of one mind and acting together in agreement. Every prophet and every saint hath a way of religious doctrine and practice, but it leads to God. All the ways are really one. When slumber, heedlessness overtook the concentration, attention of the listener, the water carried the millstones away. The course of this water is above the mill. Its going into the mill is for your sakes. Since ye had no further need of the mill, he, the prophet or saint, made the water flow back into the original stream. The rational spirit, the Logos, is coming to the mouth for the purpose of teaching. Else it would not come, for truly that speech hath a channel apart. It is moving without noise and without repetitions of sound to the rose gardens beneath which are the rivers. O God, do thou reveal to the soul that place where speech is growing without letters, that the pure soul may make of its head a foot, fly headlong, towards the far-stretching expanse of non-existence, an expanse very ample and spacious, and from it, this fantasy and being of ours is fed. The realm of fantasies is narrower than non-existence, potential existence. On that account, fantasy is the cause of pain. The realm of actual existence, again, was ever narrower than the realm of fantasy. Hence in it, moons become like the moon that has waned. Again, the existence of the world of sense and colour is narrower than this, for 'tis a narrow prison. The cause of narrowness is composition, compoundness, and number, plurality. The senses are moving towards composition. Know that the world of unification lies beyond sense. If you want unity, march in that direction. The divine command. Kun, be, was a single act, and the two letters, N and K, occurred only in speech, while the inward meaning was pure, uncompounded. This discourse hath no end. Return, that we may see what happened to the wolf in combat with the lion. How the lion punished the wolf who had shown disrespect in dividing the prey. That haughty one tore off the head of the wolf in order that two-headedness, dualism, and distinction might not remain in being. 'Tis the meaning of, so we took vengeance on them, O old wolf, inasmuch as thou wert not dead in the presence of the Amir. After that, the lion turned to the fox and said, divide it, the prey, for breakfast. He bowed low and said, This fat ox will be thy food at breakfast, O excellent king, and this goat will be a portion reserved for the victorious king at midday, and the hare too for supper, to be the repast at nightfall of the gracious and bountiful king. Said the lion, O fox, thou hast made justice shine forth. From whom didst thou learn to divide in such a manner? Whence didst thou learn this, O eminent one? O king of the world, he replied, I learned it from the fate of the wolf. The lion said, Inasmuch as thou hast become pledged to love of me, pick up all the 3 animals and take them and depart. O fox, since thou hast become entirely mine, how should I hurt thee when thou hast become myself? I am thine, and all the beasts of chase are thine. Set thy foot on the 7th heaven and mount beyond. Since thou hast taken warning from the fate of the vile wolf, thou art not a fox, thou art my own lion. The wise man is he that in the hour of the shunned tribulation takes warning from the death of his friends. The fox said to himself, 100 thanks to the lion for having called me up after that wolf. If he had bidden me first, saying, Do thou divide this, who would have escaped from him with his life? Thanks be to him, God, then, that he caused us to appear, be born, in the world after those of old, so that we heard of the chastisements which God inflicted upon the past generations in the preceding time, that we, like the fox, may keep better watch over ourselves from considering the fate of those ancient wolves. On this account, he that is God's prophet and veracious in explanation called us a people on which God has taken mercy. Behold with clear vision the bones and fur of those wolves, and take warning, O mighty ones. The wise man will put off from his head, lay aside, this self-existence and wind of vanity, since he heard what was the end of the pharaohs, and add, and if he do not put it off, others will take warning from what befell him in consequence of his being misguided. How Noah, on whom be peace, threatened his people, saying, Do not struggle with me, for I am only a veil. Ye are really struggling with God, who is within this veil, O God-forsaken men. Noah said, O ye headstrong ones, I am not I. I am dead to the animal soul. I am living through the soul of souls. Inasmuch as I am dead to the senses of the Father of mankind, human sense perceptions, God has become my hearing and perception and sight. Since I am not I, this breath of mine is from him. In the presence of this breath, if anyone breathes a word, he is an infidel. In the form of this fox, there is the lion. 'Tis not fitting to advance boldly towards this fox. Unless thou believe in him from his exterior aspect, accept him in the form in which he appears, thou wilt not hear from him the lion's roar. If Noah had not been the eternal lion, why should he have cast a whole world into confusion? He was hundreds of thousands of lions in a single body. He was like fire, and the world like a stack. For as much as the stack neglected to pay the tithe due to him, he launched such a flame against that stack. Whosoever in the presence of this hidden lion opens his mouth disrespectfully, like the wolf, that lion will tear him to pieces, as he tore the wolf, and will recite to him the text. So we took vengeance upon them. He will suffer blows, like the wolf, from the lion's paw. Foolish is he that waxed bold in the presence of the lion. Would that those blows fell upon the body, so that it might be that the sinner's faith and heart would be safe. My power is broken, fails me, on reaching this point. How can I declare this mystery? Make little of your bellies, like that fox. Do not play fox's tricks in his presence. Lay the whole of your we and I before him. The kingdom is his kingdom. Give the kingdom to him. When ye become poor, selfless, in the right way, verily, the lion and the lion's prey are yours. Because he is holy, and glory is his attribute. He hath no need of good things, and kernel or rind. Every prize and every gift of grace that exists is for the sake of the servants of that King, God. The King hath no desire for anything. He hath made all this empire for his creatures. Happy is he that knew. Of what use should the possession of empires be to him who created all, empire and the two worlds? In the presence of his glory, keep close watch over your hearts, lest ye be put to shame by thinking evil. For he sees conscience and thought and quest, desire, as plainly as a thread of hair in pure milk. He whose clear breast has become devoid of any image, impression, has become a mirror for the impressions of the invisible. He becomes intuitively and undoubtingly aware of our inmost thought, because the true believer is the mirror of the true believer. When he rubs our spiritual poverty on the touchstone, then he knows the difference between faith and doubt. When his soul becomes the touchstone of the coin, then he will distinguish the true heart and the false money of hypocrisy. How kings seat in front of them the Sufis who know God, in order that their eyes may be illumined by seeing them. Such is the custom of kings. You will have heard of this, if you remember. The paladins stand on their left hand because the heart, the seat of courage, is fixed on the left side of the body. On the right hand are the chancellor and the secretaries, because the science of writing and bookkeeping belongs in practice to this hand. They give the Sufis the place in front of their countenance, for they, the Sufis, are a mirror for the soul, and better than a mirror, since they have polished their breasts, hearts, in commemoration of God and meditation, that the heart's mirror may receive the virgin, original image. Whoever is born beautiful from the loins of creation, a mirror must be placed before him. The beauteous face is in love with the mirror. It, such a face, is a polisher of the soul and a kindler of the fear of God in men's hearts. How the guest came to Joseph, on whom be peace, and how Joseph demanded of him a gift and present on his return from abroad. The loving friend came from the ends of the earth and became the guest of Joseph the truthful, for they had been well acquainted in childhood, reclining together on the sofa of acquaintance. He spoke to him, Joseph, of the injustice and envy of his brethren. Joseph said, "That was like a chain, and I was the lion." The lion is not disgraced by the chain. I do not complain of God's destiny. If the lion had a chain on his neck, yet he was prince over all the chainmakers. He asked, "How wert thou in regard to the prison and the well?" "Like the moon," said Joseph, "in the interlunar period when she is on the wane. If in that period the new moon is bent double, does not she at last become the full moon in the sky? Though the seed pearl is pounded in the mortar, it becomes the light of eye and heart and looks aloft. They cast a grain of wheat under earth, then from its earth they raised up ears of corn. Once more they crushed it with the mill. Its value increased, and it became soul-invigorating bread. Again they crushed the bread under their teeth. It became the mind and spirit and understanding of one endowed with reason. Again, when that spirit became lost in love, it became as that which rejoiceth the sowers after the sowing. This discourse hath no end. Come back, that we may see what that good man said to Joseph. After he, Joseph, had told him his story, he, Joseph, said, Now, O so-and-so, what traveller's gift hast thou brought for me? To come empty-handed to the door of friends is like going without wheat to the mill. God, exalted is he, will say to the people at the gathering for judgment, Where is your present for the day of resurrection? Ye have come to us and alone without provision, just in the same guise as we created you. Hark, what have ye brought as an offering, a gift on homecoming for the day when you rise from the dead? Or had ye no hope of returning? Did the promise of meeting me today seem vain to you? Dost thou, O reader, disbelieve in the promise of being his guest? Then from the kitchen of his bounty thou wilt get only dust and ashes. And if thou art not disbelieving, how with such empty hands art thou setting foot in the court of that friend? Refrain thyself a little from sleep and food. Bring the gift for thy meeting with him. Become scant of sleep, like them that were slumbering but a small part of the night. In the hours of dawn, be of those who were asking pardon of God. Stir a little, like the embryo, in order that thou mayst be given the senses which behold the light. And, then, thou art outside of this womb-like world. Thou goest from the earth into a wide expanse. Know that the saying, God's earth is wide, refers to that ample region into which the saints have entered. The heart is not oppressed by that spacious expanse. There the fresh boughs of the palm tree do not become dry. At present thou art bearing the burden of thy senses. Thou art becoming weary and exhausted and ready to fall headlong. Since at the time of sleep thou art borne on high and art not bearing the burden, thy fatigue is gone and thou art free from pain and anguish. Regard the time of sleep as a mere taste, sample, in comparison with the state in which the saints are born on high. The saints are like the men of the cave. O obstinate one, they are asleep even in rising up and turning to and fro. He, God, is drawing them, without their taking trouble to act, without consciousness on their part, to the right hand and to the left. What is that right hand? Good deeds. What is that left hand? The affairs of the body. These two kinds of actions proceed from the saints, while they are unconscious of them both, like the echo. If the echo causes thee to hear good and evil, the mountain itself is unconscious of either. How the guest said to Joseph, I have brought thee the gift of a mirror, so that whenever thou lookest in it, thou wilt see thine own fair face and remember me. Joseph said, Come, produce the gift. He, the guest, on account of shame, confusion at this demand, sobbed aloud. How many a gift, said he, did I seek for thee? No worthy gift came into my sight. How should I bring a grain of gold to the mine? How should I bring a drop of water to the sea of Uman? I shall only bring cumin to Kirman if I bring my heart and soul as a gift to thee. There is no seed that is not in this barn, except thy beauty which hath no equal. I deemed it fitting that I should bring to thee a mirror, like the inward light of a pure breast, that thou mayst behold thy beauteous face therein, O thou who, like the sun, art the candle of heaven. I have brought thee a mirror, O light of mine eyes, so that when thou seest thy face, thou mayest think of me. He drew forth the mirror from beneath his arm. The fair one's business is with a mirror. What is the mirror of being? Not being. Bring not being as your gift, if you are not a fool. Being can be seen only in not being. The rich bestow, exhibit, generosity on the poor. The clear mirror of bread is truly the hungry man. Tinder, likewise, is the mirror of that, the stick or flint, from which fire is struck. Not being and defect, wherever they arise, appear, are the mirror which displays the excellence of all crafts. When a garment is neat and well stitched, how should it enable the tailor to exhibit his skill? Trunks of trees must be unhewn in order that the woodcutter may fashion the stem or the branches, and thus exercise his craft. The doctor who sets broken bones goes to the place where the person with the fractured leg is. How shall the excellence of the art of medicine be made manifest when there is no emaciated invalid? How shall the power of the elixir be shown if the vileness and baseness of coppers is not notorious? Defects are the mirror of the quality of perfection, and that vileness is the mirror of power and glory, because every contrary is certainly made evident by its contrary, because honey is perceived to be sweet by contrast with vinegar. Whoever has seen and recognized his own deficiency has ridden post-haste, made rapid progress in perfecting himself. The reason why he, anyone, is not flying towards the Lord of glory is that he supposes himself to be perfect. There is no worse malady in your soul, O haughty one, than the conceit of perfection. Much blood must flow from your heart and eye, that self-complacency may go out of you. The fault of Iblis lay in thinking, I am better than Adam. And this disease is in the soul of every human creature. Though he regard himself as very broken in spirit, know that it is a case of clear water on the surface and dung under the stream. When he, the devil, stirs you in trial, immediately the water becomes dung-coloured. There is dung in the bed of the stream, my man, though to you the stream appears pure. 'Tis the peer full of wisdom, well acquainted with the way, that digs a channel for, draining off, the streams of the flesh and the body. Can the water of the polluted stream clear out the dung? Can man's knowledge sweep away the ignorance of his sensual self? How shall the sword fashion its own hilt? Go, entrust the cure of this wound to a surgeon. Flies gather on every wound, so that no one sees the foulness of his wound. Those flies are your evil thoughts and your love of possessions. Your wound is the darkness of your spiritual states. And if the peer lays a plaster on your wound, at once the pain and lamentation are stilled, so that you fancy it, the wound, is healed, whereas in reality, the healing ray of the plaster has shone upon the wounded spot. Beware, do not scornfully turn your head away from the plaster, O you who are wounded in the back, but recognize that that healing of the wound proceeds from the ray. Do not regard it as proceeding from your own constitution. How the writer of the Quranic revelation fell into apostasy, because when the ray of the revelation shot upon him, he recited the revealed verse before the Prophet, on whom be peace, had dictated it to him. Then he said, so I too am one upon whom revelation has descended. Before the time of Uthman, there was a scribe who used to be diligent in writing down the revelation. Whenever the prophet dictated the revelation, he would write out the same portion on the leaf. The beams of that revelation would shine upon him, and he would find wisdom within him. The substance of that wisdom was dictated by the prophet, by this small amount of reflected wisdom. That meddling fool was led astray, thinking, I have in my conscience the truth of that which the illumined prophet is saying. The ray of his thought struck the prophet. The wrath of God descended on his, the scribe's, soul. He abandoned both his work as a scribe and the religion, Islam. He became the malignant foe of Mustafa, Muhammad, and the religion. Mustafa said, O obstinate miscreant, if the light was from thee, how shouldst thou have become black with sin? If thou hadst been the divine fountain whence the revelation issued, thou wouldst not have let out such black water as this. Lest his reputation should be ruined in the sight of all and sundry, this pride kept his mouth shut. His, a sinner's heart, is being darkened. Hence he is unable to repent. This is wonderful. He, the scribe, was crying, Alas! But alas was of no use to him when the sword came on and took off his head. God has made reputation to be like 100 morns' weight of iron. Oh, many a one is bound in the unseen chain. Pride and infidelity have barred that way of repentance, in such wise that he, the sinner, cannot utter a sigh. He, God, said, We have put on their necks shackles chin high, and thereby they are forced to lift up their heads. Those shackles are not put on us from outside. And we have put behind them a barrier, and we have made a covering of darkness over them. The uncle, old sinner, is not seeing the barrier in front of him and behind. The barrier that arose has the appearance of open country. He does not know that it is the barrier of the divine destiny. Your earthly beloved is a barrier to the face of the divine beloved. Your worldly guide is a barrier to the words of the true spiritual guide. Oh, many are the infidels that have a passionate longing for the religion, Islam. His, such a one's chain, stumbling block, is reputation and pride, and that and this, object of desire. The chain is hidden, but 'tis worse than iron. The iron chain is cloven by the axe. The iron chain can be removed. None knows how to cure the invisible chain. If a man is stung by a wasp, he extracts the wasp's sting from his body. But since the stinging wound is from inflicted by your self-existence, the pain continues with violence, and the anguish is not relieved. The full explanation of this matter is springing forth, seeking to escape from my breast, but I am afraid it may give you cause to despair. Nay, do not despair. Make yourself cheerful. Call for help to him who comes at the call, saying, Forgive us, O thou who lovest to forgive. O thou who hast a medicine for the old gangrenous disease. The reflection of wisdom led astray that miserable one, the prophet's scribe. Be not self-conceited, lest it, your self-conceit, raise up the dust from you, utterly destroy you. O brother, wisdom is flowing in upon you. It comes from the Abdal, and in you it is only a borrowed thing. Although the house, your heart, has found a light within it, that light has shone forth from a light-giving neighbour. Render thanks, be not beguiled by vanity. Do not turn up your nose in disdain. Hearken attentively, and do not show any self-conceit. 'Tis 100 pities and griefs that this borrowed, unreal state of self-assertion has put the religious communities far from religious communion. I am the devoted slave of him who does not regard himself in every caravanserai, at every stage in his spiritual progress, as having attained to the privilege of sitting at the table of union with God. Many is the caravanserai that must be quitted in order that one day the man may reach home. Though the iron has become red, it is not red by nature. It, the redness, is a ray borrowed from something that strikes fire. If the window or the house is full of light, do not deem aught luminous except the sun. Every door and wall says, I am luminous. I do not hold the rays of another. I, myself, am this light. Then the sun says, O thou who art not right in thy belief, when I set 'twill become evident, thou wilt see what the truth is. The plants say, we are green of ourselves, we are gay and smiling, blooming, and we are tall by nature. The season of summer says to them, O peoples, behold yourselves when I depart. The body is boasting of its beauty and comeliness, while the spirit, having concealed its glory in pinions and plumes, says to it, O dunghill, who art thou? Through my beams thou hast come to life for a day or two. Thy coquetry and prideful airs are not contained in the world. Go beyond all bounds, but wait till I spring up and escape from thee. They whose love warmed thee will dig a grave for thee. They will make thee a morsel for ants and reptiles. That one who many a time in thy presence was dying with desire for thee will hold his nose at thy stench. The beams of the spirit are speech and eye and ear. The beam, effect of fire, is the bubbling in the water. As the beam of the spirit falls on the body, so fall the beams of the Abdul on my soul. When the soul of the soul withdraws from the soul becomes even as the soulless, lifeless body. Know this for sure. For that reason, I am laying my head humbly on the earth, so that she, the earth, may be my witness on the day of judgment. On the day of judgment, when she shall be made to quake mightily, this earth will bear witness to all that passed, in and from us. For she will plainly declare what she knows. Earth and rocks will begin to speak. The philosopher, in his vain thought and opinion, becomes disbelieving. Bid him go and dash his head against this wall. The speech of water, the speech of earth, and the speech of mud are apprehended by the senses of them that have hearts, the mystics. The philosopher who disbelieves in the moaning pillar is a stranger to the senses of the saints. He says that the beam, influence of melancholia, brings many fantasies into people's minds. Nay, but the reflection of his wickedness and infidelity casts this idle fancy of skepticism upon him. The philosopher comes to deny the existence of the devil, and at the same time he is possessed by a devil. If thou hast not seen the devil, behold thyself. Without diabolic possession, there is no blueness in the forehead. Whosoever hath doubt and perplexity in his heart, he in this world is a secret philosopher. He is professing firm belief, but some time or other, that philosophical vein will blacken his face, bring him to shame. Take care, O ye faithful, for that vein is in you. In you is many an infinite world. In thee are all the 72 sects. Woe to thee, if one day they gain the upper hand over thee. From fear of this, everyone who has the fortune, barg, of holding this faith, Islam, is trembling like a leaf, barg. Thou hast laughed at Iblis and the devils, because thou hast regarded thyself as a good man. When the soul shall turn its coat inside out, and be revealed as it really is? How many woe is me will it extort from the followers of the Mohammedan religion? On the counter of the shop, everything, every gilded coin that looks like gold is smiling, because the touchstone is out of sight. O coverer of faults, do not lift up the veil from us. Be a protector to us in our test on the day of judgment. At night the false coin jostles in rivalry with the gold. The gold is waiting for day. With the tongue of its inward state, the gold says, "Wait, O tinselled one, till day rises clear." Hundreds of thousands of years the accursed Iblis was a saint and the prince of true believers. On account of the pride which he had, he grappled with Adam and was put to shame, like dung at morning tide. How Balaam son of Beor prayed to God, saying, "Cause Moses and his people to turn back, without having gained their desire, from this city which they have besieged." To Balaam son of Beor, the people of the world became subject, for he was like unto the Jesus of the time. They bowed worshipfully to none but him. His spell was giving health to the sick. From pride and conceit of perfection he grappled with Moses. His plight became such as thou hast heard. Even so there have been in the world, manifest or hidden, 100,000 like Iblis and Balaam. God caused these twain to be notorious, that these twain might bear witness against the rest. These two thieves he hanged on a high gallows, to be a warning to all. Else there were many other thieves in the pale of his vengeance. These twain he dragged by their forelocks to the city for slaughter, but 'tis impossible to number all the victims of his wrath. You are a favourite of God, but within your due bounds. Fear God, fear God. Do not set foot beyond those bounds. If you combat with one who is a greater favourite than yourself, 'twill bring you down to the lowest depth of the seventh earth. For what purpose is the tale of Ad and Thamud? That you may know that the prophets have disdain for the wicked. These signs, the earth's swallowing up sinners, the hurling of stones upon them, and the thunderbolts, were evidence of the might of the rational soul. Kill all animals for the sake of man. Kill all mankind for the sake of reason. What is reason? The universal intelligence of the man, prophet or saint, endowed with reason. Partial reason is reason too, but it is infirm. All the animals that are wild, unfriendly to man, are inferior to the human animal. Their blood is free to mankind, since they have not become capable of human actions. The honour of the wild animals is fallen, has come to be of no account, because they have grown hostile to man. What honour then will be thine, O marvel of folly, since thou hast become like timorous wild asses? Because of his usefulness, the domesticated ass ought not to be killed. But when he turns wild, his blood becomes lawful. Although the ass had no knowledge to restrain him from becoming wild, the loving one is not excusing him at all. How then shall man be excused, O noble friend, when he has become wild, refractory and hostile to that word, the voice of reason? Of necessity permission was given to shed the blood of the infidels, like that of a wild beast before the arrows and lances. All their wives and children are free spoil, because they are wildly averse to the august reason. Once more, a reason that flees from the reason of reason, universal reason, is transported from rationality to the grade of the animals. how Harut and Marut relied upon their immaculateness and desired to mix with the people of this world and fell into temptation. As, for example, because of their arrogance, the celebrated Harut and Marut were smitten by the poisoned arrow of divine wrath. They had confidence in their holiness, but what use is it for the buffalo to have confidence in the lion? Though he make 100 shifts to defend himself with his horn, the fierce lion will tear him to pieces limb by limb. Even if he become as full of horns, prickles, as a hedgehog, the buffalo will inevitably be killed by the lion. But, though the Sasa wind uproots many trees, it makes every blade of grass glisten with beauty. That violent wind had pity on the weakness of the grass. Do not thou, O heart, brag vainly of thy strength. How should the axe be afraid of the thickness of the branches? It cuts them to pieces. But it does not beat itself against a leaf. It does not beat its edge except against an edge, something hard and solid like itself. What does the flame care for the great quantity of firewood? How should the butcher flee in terror from the multitude of sheep? What is form in the presence of, in comparison with, reality? Very feeble. 'Tis the reality of the sky that keeps it upside down, like an inverted cup. Judge by the analogy of the celestial wheel. From whom does its motion proceed? From directive reason. The motion of this shield-like body is derived from the veiled spirit, O sun. The motion of this wind is from its reality, like the wheel that is captive to the water of the stream. The ebb and flow and incoming and outgoing of this breath, from whom does it proceed, but from the spirit that is filled with desire? Now it, the spirit, makes it, the breath, Jim, now Ha and Dal. Now it makes it peace, now strife. Even so our God had made this, Sasa wind, like a raging dragon against Ad. Again he had also made that wind to be peace and regardfulness and safety for the true believers. The reality is Allah, said the Sheikh of the Mohammedan religion, who is the sea of the spiritual realities of the Lord of created beings. All the tears of earth and heaven are but as straws in that flowing sea. The rushing and tossing of the straws in the water is produced by the water when it is agitated, when it, the sea of reality, wishes to make them, the straws, cease from struggling. It casts the straws toward the shore. When it draws them from the shore into the surge, it does with them that which the Sasa, wind, does with the grass. This topic is endless. Speed back, O youth, to the story of Harut and Marut. The rest of the story of Harut and Marut, and how an exemplary punishment was inflicted on them, even in this world, in the pit of Babylon. Inasmuch as the sin and wickedness of the people of the world was becoming clearly visible to them both from the latticed window of heaven, they began to gnaw their hands in wrath, but had no eyes for their own fault. The ugly man saw himself in the mirror. He turned his face away from that spectacle and was enraged. When the self-conceited person has seen anyone commit a sin, there appears in him a fire derived from hell. He calls that hellish pride defense of the religion. He regards not the soul of arrogance in himself. Defense of the religion has a different character, for from that religious fire a whole world is green, verdant and flourishing. God said to them, if ye are enlightened, nevertheless, look not, with scorn, upon the doers of black deeds, who have been made forgetful of God. Render thanks, O host of heaven and servants of God. Ye are freed from lust and sexual intercourse. If I impose that kind of nature on you, heaven will accept you no more. The preservation from sin which ye have in your bodies is from the reflection of my preservation and care of you. Oh, beware, regard that as coming from me, not from yourselves, lest the accursed devil prevail against you. As, for example, the writer of the revelation given to the prophet deemed the wisdom and the original light to be residing in himself, he was reckoning himself a fellow songster of the birds of God, whereas that which proceeded from him was only a whistle resembling an echo. If you become an exponent, imitator of the song of birds, how will you become acquainted with the real meaning of the bird? If you learn the note of a nightingale, how will you know what feelings it has towards a rose? Or if you do know, 'twill be from analogy and surmise, like the conjectures formed by deaf people from those who move their lips. How the deaf man went to visit his sick neighbour. One possessed of much wealth said to a deaf man, "A neighbour of thine is fallen ill." The deaf man said to himself, "Being hard of hearing, what shall I understand of the words spoken by that youth? Especially as he is ill and his voice is weak. But I must go thither. There's no escape. When I see his lips moving, I will form a conjecture as to that movement from myself. When I say, 'How are you, O my suffering friend?' he will reply, 'I am fine,' or 'I am pretty well.' I will say, 'Thanks to God, what posset have you had to drink?' He will reply, 'Some sherbet,' or 'a decoction of kidney beans.' Then I will say, 'May you enjoy health. Who is the doctor attending you?' He will answer, 'So and so.' 'He is one who brings great luck with him,' I will remark. 'Since he has come, things will go well for you. I have experienced the luck of his foot. Wherever he goes, the desired object is attained.' The good man made ready these conjectural answers and went to see the invalid. 'How are you?' he asked. 'I am at the point of death,' said he. 'Thanks to God,' cried the deaf man. At this, the patient became resentful and indignant, saying to himself, 'What cause for thanksgiving is this? He has been my enemy.' The deaf man made a conjecture, and, as now appears, it has turned out to be wrong. After that, he asked him what he had drunk. 'Poison,' said he. 'May it do you good and give you health,' said the deaf man. His, the invalid's, wrath increased. Then he inquired, 'Which of the doctors is it that is coming to attend you?' He replied, 'Azrael, the angel of death, is coming.' 'Get you gone.' 'His foot, arrival,' said the deaf man, 'is very blessed. Be glad.' The deaf man went forth. He said gaily, 'Thanks to God for that. Now I will take leave.' The invalid said, 'This is my mortal foe. I did not know he was such a mine of iniquity.' The mind of the invalid was seeking 100 abusive terms that he might send him a message filled with abuse of every description, as, when anyone has eaten bad, indigestible food, it is turning his stomach until he vomits. Suppression of anger is like this: do not vomit it, so that you may gain sweet words in recompense. Since he had no patience, he was tormented. 'Where,' he cried, 'is this cur, this infamous cuckold, that I may pour upon him what he said? make a retort in his own style. For at that time the lion of my thought was asleep. I was too weak to contend with him. Inasmuch as visiting the sick is for the purpose of giving them tranquility, this is not a visit to the sick. It is the satisfaction of an enemy's wish. His motive was that he should see his enemy enfeebled and that his wicked heart should be at peace. Many are they that do works of devotion and set their hearts on being approved and rewarded for the same. 'Tis in truth a lurking sin, that which he, the pietist, thinks pure is really foul, as in the case of the deaf man, who fancied that he did a kindness, but it had the opposite result. He sits down well pleased, saying, I have paid my respects, I have performed what was due to my neighbour, but he has only kindled a fire of resentment against himself in the invalid's heart, and burned himself. Beware then of the fire that ye have kindled. Verily, ye have increased in sin. The prophet said to our desert Arab, Pray, for indeed thou hast not prayed. Aright, my man. As a means of preventing these dangers, guide us comes in every ritual prayer. That is to say, O God, do not mingle my prayer with the prayer of the erring and the hypocrites. By the analogical reasoning which the deaf man adopted, a 10 years' friendship was made vain. Especially, O Master, you must avoid the analogy drawn by the low senses in regard to the revelation which is illimitable. If your sensuous ear is fit for understanding the letter of the revelation, know that your ear that receives the occult meaning is deaf. The first to bring analogical reasoning to bear against the revealed text was Iblis. The first person who produced these paltry analogies in the presence of the lights of God was Iblis. He said, Beyond doubt, fire is superior to earth. I am of fire, and he, Adam, is of dingy earth. Let us then judge by comparing the secondary with its principal. He is of darkness, I of radiant light. God said, Nay, but on the contrary, there shall be no relationships. Asceticism and piety shall be the sole avenue to pre-eminence. This is not the heritage of the fleeting world, so that thou shouldst gain it by ties of relationship. 'Tis a spiritual heritage. Nay, these things are the heritage of the prophets. The inheritors of these are the spirits of the devout. The son of Bujal became a true believer for all to see. The son of Noah became one of those who lost the way. The child of earth, Adam, became illumined like the moon. Thou art the child of fire. Get thee gone with thy face black, in disgrace. The wise man has made use of such reasonings and investigation on a cloudy day or at night for the sake of finding the Qibla. But with the sun and with the Kaaba before your face, do not seek to reason and investigate in this manner. Do not pretend that you cannot see the Kaaba. Do not avert your face from it because you have reasoned that it is not to be seen. God knows best what is right. When you hear a pipe from the bird of God, you commit its outward meaning to memory like a lesson, and then from yourself, out of your own head, you make some analogies. You make what is mere fancy into a thing of substance, reality. The Abdal have certain mystical expressions of which the doctrines of external religion are ignorant. You have learned the bird's language by the sound alone. You have kindled, invented, 100 analogies and 100 caprices. The hearts of the saints are wounded by you, as the invalid was hurt by the deaf man, while the deaf man became intoxicated, overjoyed, with the vain notion of success. The writer of the revelation, from hearing the bird's voice, supposed that he was the bird's equal. The bird flapped a wing and blinded him. Lo, it plunged him in the abyss of death and bale. Beware. Do not ye also, beguiled by a reflection or an opinion, fall from the dignities of heaven. Although ye are Harut and Marut and superior to all, the angels, on the terrace of we are they that stand in ranks, yet take mercy on the wickednesses of the wicked. Do not cleave to egoism and self-conceit. Beware, lest the divine jealousy come from ambush, and ye fall headlong to the bottom of the earth. They both said, O God, thine is the command. Without thy security, protection, where indeed is any security? They were saying that, but their hearts were throbbing with desire. How should evil come from us? Good servants of God are we. The prick of desire in the two angels did not leave them until it sowed the seed of self-conceit. Then they were saying, O ye that are composed of the four elements and are unacquainted with the purity of the spiritual beings, we will draw curtains of light over this terrestrial sky. We will come to earth and set up the canopy. We will deal justice and perform worship, and every night we will fly up again to heaven, that we may become the wonder of the world, that we may establish safety and security on the earth. The analogy between the state of heaven and that of the earth is inexact. It has a concealed difference. Explaining that one must keep one's own spiritual state and mystical intoxication hidden from the ignorant. Hearken to the words of the sage, Hakim, who lived in seclusion. Lay thy head in the same place where thou hast drunk the wine. When the drunken man has gone astray from a tavern, he becomes the children's laughingstock and plaything. Whatever way he goes, he is falling in the mud, now on this side and now on that side, and every fool is laughing at him. He goes on like this, while the children at his heels are without knowledge of his intoxication and the taste of his wine. All mankind are children except him that is intoxicated with God. None is grown up except him that is freed from sensual desire. He, God, said, This world is a play and pastime, and ye are children. And God speaks truth. If you have not gone forth from taken leave of play, you are a child. Without purity of spirit, how will you be fully intelligent, like an adult? Know, O youth, that the lust in which men are indulging here, in this world, is like the sexual intercourse of children. What is the child's sexual intercourse? An idle play, compared with the sexual intercourse of a Rustam and a brave champion of Islam. The wars of mankind are like children's fights, all meaningless, pithless, and contemptible. All their fights are fought with wooden swords. All their purposes are centered in futility. They all are riding on a reed cane, hobby horse, saying, This is our burak or mule that goes like duldul. They are really carrying their hobby horses. But in their folly, they have raised themselves on high. They have fancied themselves to be riders carried along the road. Wait till the day when those who are borne aloft by God shall pass, galloping beyond the 9 tiers of heaven. The Spirit and the angels shall ascend to him. At the ascension of the Spirit, heaven shall tremble. Like children, ye all are riding on your skirts. Ye have taken hold of the corner of your skirt to serve as a horse. From God came the text. Verily, opinion doth not enable you to dispense with the truth. When did the steed of opinion mount to the heavens? While preferring, in case of doubt, the stronger of the two alternative opinions, do not doubt whether you see the sun when it is shining. At that time, when the spirit returns to God, behold your steeds, ye have made a steed of your own foot. Come, recognize that your imagination and reflection and sense perception and apprehension are like the reed cane on which children ride. The sciences of the mystics bear them aloft. The sciences of sensual men are burdens to them. When knowledge strikes on the heart, is acquired through mystical experience, it becomes a helper, yari. When knowledge strikes on the body, is acquired through the senses, it becomes a burden, bari. God hath said, like an ass laden with his books. Burdensome is the knowledge that is not from himself. The knowledge that is not immediately from himself does not endure. It is like the tirewoman's paint. But when you carry this burden well, the burden will be removed and you will be given spiritual joy. Beware. Do not carry this burden of knowledge for the sake of selfish desire, but mortify yourself, so that you may ride on the smooth-paced steed of knowledge, so that you may mount the smooth-paced steed of knowledge, and that, afterwards, the burden may fall from your shoulder. How wilt thou be freed from selfish desires without the cup of who, him? O thou who hast become content with no more of who than the name of who. From attribute and name what comes to birth? Fantasy, and that fantasy shows the way to union with him. Hast thou ever seen a subject that shows without the existence of an object that is shown? Unless there is the road, there can never be the ghoul, which entices travellers to stray from the road. Hast thou ever seen a name without the reality denoted by the name? Or hast thou plucked a rose, ghoul, from the letters gaf and lam of the word ghoul? Thou hast pronounced the name, go, seek the thing named. Know that the moon is on high, not in the water of the stream. If thou wouldst pass beyond name and letter, O make thyself wholly purged of self. Like polished iron, lose the ferruginous colour, become in thy ascetic discipline like a mirror without rust. Make thyself pure from the attributes of self, that thou mayest behold thine own pure, untarnished essence, and behold within thy heart all the sciences of the prophets, without book and without preceptor and master. The prophet said, amongst my people are some who are one with me in nature and aspiration. Their spirits behold me by the same light by which I am beholding them. Without the two sahis and traditions and traditionists, nay, they behold him in the place where they drink the water of life. Know the secret of in the evening I was a Kurd. Read the mystery of in the morning I was an Arab. And if you desire a parable of the hidden knowledge, relate the story of the Greeks and the Chinese. The story of the contention between the Greeks and the Chinese in the art of painting and picturing. The Chinese said, we are the better artists. The Greeks said, the superiority in power and excellence belongs to us. I will put you to the test in this matter, said the Sultan, and see which of you are approved in your claim. The Chinese and the Greeks began to debate. The Greeks retired from the debate. Then the Chinese said, hand over to us a particular room, and let there be one for you as well. There were 2 rooms with door facing door. The Chinese took one, the Greeks the other. The Chinese requested the king to give them 100 colours. The king opened his treasury that they might receive that which they sought. Every morning, by his bounty, the colours were dispensed from the treasury to the Chinese. The Greeks said, "No tints and colours are proper for our work. Nothing is needed except to remove the rust." They shut the door and went on burnishing. They became clear and pure like the sky. There is a way from many-colouredness to colourlessness. Colour is like the clouds, and colourlessness is a moon. Whatsoever light and splendour you see in the clouds, know that it comes from the stars and the moon and the sun. When the Chinese had finished their work, they were beating drums for joy. The king entered and saw the pictures there. That sight, as he encountered it, was robbing him of his wits. After that, he came towards the Greeks. They removed the intervening curtain. The reflection of those Chinese pictures and works of art struck upon these walls which had been made pure from stain. All that he had seen there in the Chinese room seemed more beautiful here. 'Twas snatching the eye from the socket. The Greeks, O Father, are the Sufis. They are, without, independent of, study and books and erudition. But they have burnished their breasts and made them pure from greed and cupidity and avarice and hatreds. That purity of the mirror is, beyond doubt, the heart which receives images innumerable, that Moses, the perfect saint, holds in his bosom the formless infinite form of the unseen, reflected from the mirror of his heart. Although that form is not contained in heaven, nor in the empyrean, nor in the sphere of the stars, nor in the earth which rests on the fish, because all those are bounded and numbered, yet is it contained in the heart. Know that the mirror of the heart hath no bound. Here the understanding becomes silent, or else it leads into error, because the heart is with him, God, or indeed the heart is he. The reflection of every image shines unto everlasting from the heart alone, both with plurality and without. Unto everlasting every new image that falls on it, the heart, is appearing therein, without any imperfection. They that burnish their hearts have escaped from mere scent and colour. They behold beauty at every moment, without tarrying. They have relinquished the form and husk of knowledge. They have raised the banner of the eye of certainty. Thought is gone, and they have gained light. They have gained the throat, core and essence, and the sea, ultimate source of gnosis. Death, of which all these others are sore afraid, this people, the perfect Sufis, are holding in derision. None gains the victory over their hearts. The hurt falls on the oyster shell, not on the pearl. Though they have let go grammar, now, and jurisprudence, fiqh, yet they have taken up instead mystical self-effacement, ma, and spiritual poverty, faqr. Ever since the forms of the 8 paradises have shone forth, they have found the tablets of the Sufis' hearts receptive. They receive 100 impressions from the empyrean and the starry sphere and the void. What impressions? Nay, 'tis the very sight of God. How the Prophet, on whom be peace, asked Zayd, "How art thou today, and in what state hast thou risen?" And how Zayd answered him, saying, "This morning I am a true believer, O Messenger of Allah." One morning the Prophet said to Zayd, "How art thou this morning, O sincere companion?" He replied, "This morning I am a faithful servant of God." Again he, the Prophet, said to him, "Where is thy token from the garden of faith, if it has bloomed?" He said, "I have been athirst in the daytime. At night I have not slept because of love and burning griefs, so that I passed through and beyond day and night, as the point of the spear passes through the shield. For beyond the realm of contraries, nativity and continued growth are one. Hundreds of thousands of years are the same as a single hour. Everlastingness and eternity are unified, yonder. The understanding hath no way thither by means of inquiry. The prophet said, "Where is the traveller's gift that thou hast brought home from this journey? Produce it. Where is the token of sincerity that thou hast brought from yon fair land?" Zayd said, "When other people see the sky, I behold the empyrean with those who dwell there. The 8 paradises and the 7 hells are as visible to me as the idol to the idolater. I am distinguishing the people here, one by one, like wheat from barley in the mill. So that who is for paradise and who shall be a stranger to paradise is as clear to me as the difference between snake and fish. The day of birth for Anatolians and Ethiopians and every race of mankind is the day when faces shall become white or black. Before this birth, however sinful the spirit was, it was in the womb of the body and was hidden from the people. The damned are they that are damned in the mother's womb. All of them are known by the marks of God. The body, like a mother, is big with the spirit child. Death is the pangs and throes of birth. All the spirits that have passed over to the next life are waiting to see in what state that proud spirit shall be born. The Ethiopians, the damned spirits, say, "It belongs to us." The Anatolians, the blessed spirits, say, "Nay, it is comely." As soon as it is born into the world of spirit and divine grace, there is no further difference of opinion between the whites, the blessed, and the blacks, the damned. If it is an Ethiopian, a damned spirit, the Ethiopians carry it off. And if it is an Anatolian, a blessed spirit, the Anatolians lead it away. Until it is born into the next life, it is a riddle for all the world. Few are they that know the destiny of the unborn. Such a one surely is seeing by the light of God, for he has the way, the means of knowing what is hidden within the skin. Principium aquae seminis candidum est et pulchrum, but the reflection of the spirit, whether the spirit be Anatolian or Ethiopian, is giving colour, glory to those, the Anatolians, who are most excellent in their original constitution, while it is bearing this other half, i.e. the Ethiopians, down to the lowest depth. This discourse hath no end. Hasten back, that we may not be left behind by the caravan's file of camels. On the day when faces shall become white or black, by whom shall reverence still be paid to Turk and Hindu alike. In the womb of this world, Hindu and Turk are not distinguishable, but when each is born into the next world, he, the seer, sees that each is miserable or glorious, according to his spiritual nature. I am seeing them all plainly as they shall be on the day of resurrection, like multitudes of people, men and women. Hark, shall I tell or shall I stop my breath? Keep silence. Mustafa Mohammed bit his Zayd's lip as though to say, "Enough. O messenger of Allah, shall I tell the mystery of the gathering on the day of judgment? Shall I make the resurrection manifest in the world today? Let me be that I may rend the curtains asunder, that my spiritual substance may shine forth like a sun, that the sun may be eclipsed by me, that I may show the difference between the fruitful date palm and the barren willow. I will show forth the mystery of resurrection, the sterling coin and the coin mixed with alloy, the people of the left with their hands cut off. I will show forth the colour of infidelity and the colour of the prophet's folk. I will lay bare the 7 rifts, sins of hypocrisy in the light of the moon that suffers no eclipse or waning. I will display the woolen frocks of the damned. I will cause the drums and kettle drums of the prophets to be heard. Hell and the gardens of paradise, and the intermediate state I will bring clearly before the eyes of the infidels. I will display the pond of Kauthar heaving with waves, which dashes water on the blessed ones' faces, while its sound rings in their ears. And those who are running athirst round Kauthar I will name one by one and tell who they are. Their shoulders are rubbing against my shoulder. Their cries are piercing my ears. Before my eyes, the people of paradise, from free choice, clasp each other to their bosoms, visiting one another's high places of honor and snatching kisses from the lips of the Houris. This ear of mine has become deafened by the cries of alas, alas, uttered by the vile wretches in hell, and by the screams of "O sorrow." These are only hints. I would speak from the depth of my knowledge, but I fear to offend the messenger of Allah. He was speaking in this wise, intoxicated and distraught. The prophet twitched his collar and said, "Beware, draw, rein, for thy horse has become hot." When the reflection of God is not ashamed to speak the truth, strikes on the heart, shame is gone. Thy mirror has shot out of the case. How shall mirror and balance speak falsehood? How shall mirror and balance stop their breath, suppress the truth, for fear of hurting and shaming anyone? Mirror and balance are noble touchstones. If thou do service, sue to them for 200 years, saying, "Conceal the truth for my sake, display the surplus, and do not display the deficiency." They will say to thee, "Do not laugh at thy beard and moustache, mirror and balance, and then deceit and trickery." Since God has raised us up in order that by means of us it may be possible to know the truth, if this do not happen, if we fail to display the truth, what worth have we, O young man? How shall we become a standard for the face of the fair? But, said the prophet, slip the mirror back into the cloth, if divine illumination has made thy breast a Sinai. He, Zayd, said, "Why shall the Son of the Truth and the Son of Eternity be contained any wise under the armpit? It bursts asunder both armpit, baghal, and imposture, daghal. In its presence, neither madness nor soundness of understanding remains." He, the prophet, said, "When thou layest one finger on an eye, thou seest the world empty of the sun. One fingertip becomes a veil over the moon, and this is a symbol of God's covering, so that the whole world may be covered, hidden from view, by a single point, and the sun be eclipsed by a splinter. Close thy lips and gaze on the depth of the sea within thee. God made the sea subject to man, even as the fountains of Salsabil and Zanjabil are under the control of the exalted ones of paradise." The 4 rivers of paradise are under our control. This is not by our might. 'Tis by the command of God. We keep them flowing wheresoever we will, like magic, which takes its course, according to the desire of the magicians, just as these 2 flowing eye fountains, the 2 eyes, are under the control of the heart and subject to the command of the spirit. If it, the heart, will, they turn towards poison and the snake, and if it will, they turn to edifying consideration. If it will, they turn to sensuous things, and if it will, they turn to things clothed in the forms of thought and fantasy. If it will, they advance towards universals, and if it will, they remain turned towards particulars. Similarly, all the 5 senses are passing, in movement, according to the will and command of the heart like the spool in the hand of a weaver. All the five senses are moving and trailing their skirts, sweeping along in whatever direction the heart indicates to them. Hand and foot are plainly under command of the heart, like the staff in the hand of Moses. If the heart will, at once the foot begins to dance, or flees from defect towards increase. If the heart will, the hand comes to terms with the fingers to write a book. The hand remains in the grasp of a hidden hand. It, the hidden hand within, has set the body outside as its instrument. If it, the hidden hand, will, it, the external hand, becomes a snake to the enemy, and if it will, it becomes a helper to the friend, and if it will, a spoon in food, and if it will, a mace weighing 10 morns. I wonder what the heart is saying to them, the members of the body. 'Tis a marvellous connection, a marvellous hidden link. Surely the heart has gotten the seal of Solomon, so that it has pulled the reins of exerted control over the five senses. 5 external senses are easy for it to manage. 5 internal senses, faculties, are under its command. There are 10 senses and 7 limbs of the body, etc. Count over, to yourself, what is not mentioned here. O heart, since thou art a Solomon in empire, cast thy seal ring, powerful spell, upon Peri and demon. If in this kingdom thou art free from deceit, the 3 demons will not take the seal out of thy hand. After that, thy name will conquer the world. The 2 worlds will be ruled by thee like thy body. And if the demon take the seal off thy hand, thy kingdom is past, thy fortune is dead. After that, O servants of God, O sorrow is your inevitable doom till the day when ye are gathered together for judgment. And if thou art denying thy deceit, how wilt thou save thy soul from the scales and the mirror? How suspicion was thrown upon Luqman by the slaves and fellow servants who said that he had eaten the fresh fruit which they were bringing to their master. In the eyes of his master, amongst, in comparison with, the other slaves, Luqman was despicable on account of his body, outward aspect. He, the master, used to send the slaves to the garden, that fruit might come, be brought to him for his pleasure. Amongst the slaves, Luqman was despised, like a parasite. He was full of spiritual ideas, dark complexioned as night. Those slaves, being impelled by greed, ate the whole of the fruit with enjoyment, and told their master that Luqman had eaten it. Whereupon the master became bitter and sorely displeased with Luqman. When Luqman inquired and ascertained the cause of this, he opened his lips to reproach his master. O sire, said Luqman, an unfaithful servant is not approved in the sight of God. Put us all to the test, O noble sir. Give us our fill of hot water to drink, and afterwards make us run into a great plain, thou being mounted, and we on foot. Then behold the evildoer, behold the things that are done by him who revealeth mysteries. The master gave the servants hot water to drink, and they drank it in fear of him. Afterwards, he was driving them into the plains, and they were running amidst the cornfields. From distress, they began to vomit. The hot water was bringing up the fruit from them. When Luqman began to vomit from his navel belly, there was coming up from within him only the pure water. Inasmuch as Luqman's wisdom can show forth this, then what must be the wisdom of the Lord of existence? On the day when all the inmost thoughts shall be searched out, there will appear from you something latent, the appearance of which is not desired. When they shall be given hot water to drink, all the veils will be cut asunder, torn off from that which is abhorred. The fire of hell is made the torment of the infidels, because fire is the proper test for stones. How oft have we spoken gently to our stony hearts, and they would not accept the counsel. For a bad wound the vein gets requires a bad, severe remedy. The teeth of the dog are suitable for the donkey's head. The wicked women to the wicked men is wisdom. The ugly is the mate and fitting consort for the ugly. Whatever, then, you wish to mate with, go, become absorbed in the loved object, and assume its shape and qualities. If you wish for the light, make yourself ready to receive the light. If you wish to be far from God, become self-conceited and far. And if you wish to find a way out of this ruined prison, do not turn your head away from the beloved, but bow in worship and draw nigh. The remainder of the story of Zayd and what he said in answer to the Prophet, on whom be peace. This discourse hath no end. Arise, O Zayd, and tie a shackle on the Burak, steed of thy rational spirit. Since the rational spirit exposes faults, it is rending the curtains of concealment. Concealment is desired by God for a while. Drive away this drummer, bar the road. Do not gallop, draw rein, 'tis better it thy spirit should be veiled. 'Tis better that everyone should be gladdened by his own fancy. God is wishing that even his despairing ones should not avert their faces, refrain from this worship of him. Even on the ground of a hope, they become ennobled. For a few days, a short time, they are running at its stirrup, following divine worship. He wishes that that mercy should shine upon all, on the evil and the good, because of the universality of his mercy. God is wishing that every prince and captive should be hopeful and fearful and afraid. This hope and fear are in the veil, separating the seen from the unseen, that they may be fostered behind this veil. When thou hast rent the veil, where are fear and hope, might and majesty, and the power to inflict, probation, belong to the unseen. A young man on the bank of a river thought to himself, our fisherman here is Solomon. But if this is he, why is he alone and disguised? And if not, why has he the aspect of Solomon? Thus thinking, he remained in two minds until Solomon, once more, became king and absolute ruler. The demon departed and fled from his, Solomon's kingdom and throne. The sword of his fortune shed that devil's blood. He put the ring upon his finger. The hosts of demons and Paris assembled. The men came to look. Amongst them he who had the fancy that the fisherman was Solomon in disguise. When he opened his Solomon's hand and saw the ring, his pondering and seeking to decide rightly vanished all at once. Anxiety occurs only at the time when that object of desire is hidden. This searching is after the unseen. Whilst he was absent, fancy waxed strong in his breast. As soon as he was present, his fancy departed. If the radiant sky is not without rain, neither is the dark earth without vegetation. God said, I want what is signified by the words. They believe in the unseen. On that account I have shut the window of the fleeting world. If I open its window as on the day of the last trump, how should I say, dost thou see any clefts therein? In order that in this darkness they may make endeavours to find the way, they are turning every one their faces in some direction. For a while things are reversed. The thief brings the magistrate to the gallows, so that many a sultan and man of lofty spirit becomes the slave of his own slave for a while. Service, performed, in absence, through faith in the unseen, is fair and comely. When service is demanded by God from us, 'tis pleasing to him that the absent should be remembered, that we should remember to perform what is due to him, though he is unseen. Where, in what position, is one that praises the king in his presence, compared with one that is shamefaced in absence from him? The governor of a fortress, who, on the border of the kingdom, far from the sultan and the shadow, protection of the sultanate, guards the fortress from enemies and will not sell it for boundless riches, who, though absent from the king on the outskirt of the frontiers, keeps faith with him like one who is present. He in the king's sight is better than the rest who are serving in his presence and ready to devote their lives. Therefore, half an atom of regard to one's duty in absence is better than 100,000-fold observance thereof in presence. Obedience to God and faith are praiseworthy now. After death, when all is plainly shown, they will be spurned. Inasmuch as the unseen and the absent and the veil are better, close thy mouth. 'Tis better for us to be silent. O brother, refrain from speech. God himself will make manifest the knowledge that is with him, in his possession. Witness enough for the sun is its face. What thing is the greatest witness of all? God. Nay, speak I will, since both God and the angels and the men of learning are allied in setting forth this truth. God and the angels and those learned in the sciences of divinity bear witness that there is no Lord except him who endureth for ever. Since God hath given testimony, who are the angels, that they should be associated in the testimony, they are associated because unsound, weak eyes and hearts cannot support the radiance and clear testimony of the sun, like a bat, which cannot bear the glow of the sun and abandons hope. Know then that the angels, as we also, are helpers, co-witnesses, displayers of the sun in heaven, who say, we have derived our light from a sun, we have shone upon the weak, like vicegerents of a mighty king. Whether they be like the new moon, or the moon 7 days old, or the full moon, every angel has his particular rank in respect of light and spiritual worth. Every angel, according to their different degrees, has a portion of that radiance, consisting of 3 or 4 pairs of luminous wings, just as the wings of human intellects, amongst which there is great difference in quality. Hence the associate of every human being in good and evil is that angel whose dignity is corresponding to his or hers. The stars shine for the sake of guidance upon the dim-sighted man who cannot bear even the light of the moon. How the prophet, on whom be peace, said to Zayd, do not tell this mystery more plainly than this, and take care to comply with the religious law. The prophet said, my companions are like the stars, a candle to travellers on the way, and meteors to be cast at the devils. If everyone had the eye and the strength to receive light from the sun of heaven, no moon and stars would be needed to serve as witnesses to the existence of a sun. The moon, the prophet, is saying to earth and cloud and shadow, I am a man, I am one like you, but it is revealed to me that your God is one God. Like you, I was dark in my nature. The sun's revelation gave me such a light as this. I have a certain darkness in comparison with the spiritual suns, but I have light for the darknesses of human souls. I am faint, less bright than the sun, in order that thou mayst be able to bear my beams. For thou art not the man for a man who can bear the most radiant sun. I was woven, mingled together like honey and vinegar, that I might find the way to cure sickness of heart. Since thou hast recovered from thine illness, O thou that wert in thrall to it, leave the vinegar and continue to eat the honey. If the throne of the heart has become restored to soundness and purged of sensuality, thereon the merciful God is seated on his throne. After this, God controls the heart without intermediary, since the heart has attained to this relation with him. This discourse hath no end. Where is Zayd, that I may counsel him not to seek notoriety? The authors return to the story of Zayd. You will not find Zayd now, for he has fled. He has darted away from the shoe row and dropped his shoes. Who are you, that you should hope to find him? Zayd cannot even find himself. He has vanished, like the star on which the sun shone. You will find neither mark nor trace of him. You will not find a straw, star, in the straw-strewn way, the Milky Way. Our senses and finite speech, reason, are obliterated in the knowledge and wisdom of our divine King. There, the God-intoxicated mystics, senses and understandings within them are tossed, wave on wave, in the sea of they are assembled before us. When night comes, 'tis again the time of bearing the burden. The stars, which had become hidden, go again to work. God gives back to the senseless ones their lost senses. They return to consciousness, troop after troop, with rings of mystic knowledge in their ears. Dancing, waving their hands in praise of God, triumphing and crying, O Lord, thou hast brought us to life. Those crumbled skins and bones have become like horsemen and have raised the dust. At resurrection, both the thankful and the ungrateful rush along from non-existence towards existence. Why do you turn away your head and pretend not to see? Did you not turn away your head at first, when you were in non-existence, and disbelieved that you would ever come into existence? You had planted your foot firmly in non-existence, saying, Who will uproot me from my place? Are not you beholding the action of your Lord, who dragged you into existence by the forelock, until he drew you into all these various states of being, which were not in your thought or fancy? That non-existence is always his slave, work in his service. O demon, Solomon is living. The demon is making large bowls like watering troughs. He dare not say a word in refusal or in retort. Look at yourself, how you are trembling with fear of non-existence. Know that non-existence also is constantly trembling, lest God should bring it into existence. And if you are grasping at worldly dignities, 'tis from fear too that you are suffering agony of spirit. Accept love of the most beauteous God everything, though outwardly it is pleasant-like. Eating sugar is, in truth, agony of spirit. What is agony of spirit? To advance towards death and not grasp the water of life. People fix both their eyes on earth and death. They have 100 doubts concerning the water of life. Strive that the 100 doubts may become 90, may decrease. Go towards God in the night of this world, for if you slumber, the night will go from you. In the dark night, seek that shining day. Put in front, follow, the darkness consuming reason. In the evil-coloured night there is much good, The water of life is the mate of darkness. How is it possible to lift up the head from slumber, whilst you are sowing 100 such seeds of slothfulness? Dead, heavy slumber, and dead, unlawful food became friends. The merchant fell asleep, and the night thief got to work. Do you not know who your enemies are? Those made of fire are enemies to the existence of those made of earth. Fire is the enemy of water and its children, even as water is an enemy to the life of fire. Water kills fire because it is the enemy and foe of the children of water. To proceed, this fire is the fire of lust, wherein is the root of sin and error. The external fire may be quenched by some water, but the fire of lust is bringing you to hell. The fire of lust is not allayed by water because it has the insatiable nature of hell in respect of inflicting torment. What is the remedy for the fire of lust? The light of the religion. The Muslims' light is the means of extinguishing the fire of the infidels. What kills this fire? The light of God. Make the light of Abraham your teacher, that this body of yours, which resembles wood, faggots, may be delivered from the fire of the Nimrod-like flesh, nafs. Fiery lust is not diminished by indulging it. It is diminished without any escape, inevitably, by leaving it ungratified. So long as thou art laying faggots on a fire, how will the fire be extinguished by a carrier of faggots? When thou withholdest the faggots, the fire dies out, because fear of God carries, as it were, water to the fire. How should the fire blacken the beauteous face of a soul which lays on itself rose colour derived from the fear of God that is in men's hearts? How a conflagration occurred in the city, Medina, in the days of Umar, may God be well pleased with him. A conflagration occurred in the time of Umar. It was devouring stones as though they were dry wood. It fell upon buildings and houses until, at last, it darted at the wings and nests of birds. Half the city caught fire from the flames. Water was afraid of it, the fire, and amazed. Some intelligent persons were throwing skins of water and vinegar on the fire, but, out of spite, obstinacy, the fire was increasing. Aid was coming to it from one who is infinite. The people came in haste to Umar, saying, "Our fire will not be quenched at all by water." He said, "That fire is one of God's signs. 'Tis a flame from the fire of your wickedness. Discard water and deal out bread in charity. Discard avarice if ye are my people, followers." The folk said to him, "We have opened our doors. We have been bountiful and devoted to generosity." He replied, "Ye have given bread by rule and habit. Ye have not opened your hands for the sake of God, only for glory and for ostentation and for pride, not because of fear and piety and supplication. Wealth is seed, and do not lay it in every salty ground. Do not put a sword in the hand of every highwayman. Distinguish the friends of the religion, Ahl-i-Din, from the enemies of God, Ahl-i-Kin. Seek the man that sits with God, and sit with him. Everyone shows favour to his own folk. The fool, who shows favour to the foolish, thinks he has really done good and religious work. How an enemy spat in the face of the Prince of the Faithful. Ali, may God honour his person, and how Ali dropped the sword from his hand. Learn how to act sincerely. From Ali know that the Lion of God, Ali, was purged of all deceit. In fighting against the infidels, he got the upper hand of vanquished a certain knight, and quickly drew a sword and made haste to slay him. He spat on the face of Ali, the pride of every prophet and every saint. He spat on the countenance before which the face of the moon bows low in the place of worship. Ali at once threw his sword away and relaxed his efforts in fighting him. That champion was astounded by this act and by his showing forgiveness and mercy without occasion. He said, "You lifted your keen sword against me. Why have you flung it aside and spared me? What did you see that was better than combat with me, so that you have become slack in hunting me down? What did you see, so that such anger as yours abated, and so that such a lightning flashed and then recoiled? What did you see, that from seeing only the reflection thereof a flame appeared in my heart and soul? What did you see beyond material existence and space that was better than life? And so you gave me life. In bravery, you are the Lion of the Lord. In generosity, who indeed knows what you are. In generosity, you are like Moses' cloud in the desert, whence came the dishes of food and bread incomparable. The clouds give wheat which man with toil makes cooked, easy to digest, and sweet as honey. But Moses' cloud spread the wings of mercy, and gave cooked and sweet food that was ready to be eaten without trouble. For the sake of those beggars who partook of its bounty, the cloud's mercy raised a banner, displayed itself in the world. During 40 years that ration and largesse did not fail the hopeful people of Israel for a single day, until they too, because of their vileness, arose and demanded leeks and green herbs and lettuce. O people of Ahmad Muhammad, who are of the noble, for you, that food is continuing till the resurrection. When the prophet saying, "I passed the night with my Lord," was uttered, the words, "He gives me food, and he gives me drink," referred metaphorically to spiritual food and drink. Accept this, saying, without any perverse interpretation, that it may come into your throat as agreeably as honey and milk. Because interpretation, alteration of the meaning, is a rejection of the gift, since he, the interpreter, regards that real, original meaning as faulty. The view that it is faulty arises from the weakness of his understanding. Universal reason is the kernel, and our reason is like the rind. Alter yourself, not the traditions of the prophet. Abuse your dull brain, not the rose garden, the true sense which you cannot apprehend. O Ali, thou who art all mind and eye, relate a little of that which thou hast seen. The sword of thy forbearance hath rent my soul. The water of thy knowledge hath purified my earth. Tell it forth. I know that these are his, God's mysteries, because 'tis his work, way, to kill without sword. He that works without tools and without limbs, he that bestows these profitable gifts, causes the intelligence to taste myriads of wines in such wise that eyes and ears are unaware. Tell it forth, O falcon of the Empyrean that findest goodly prey, that I may know what thou hast seen at this time from the Maker. Thine eye has learned to perceive the unseen, while the eyes of bystanders are sealed. One man is beholding a moon plainly, while another sees the world dark, and another beholds 3 moons together. These 3 persons, beholders, are seated in one place, yea, verily. The eyes of all three are open, and the ears of all three are sharp, attentive. They are fastened on thee and in flight from me. Is this an enchantment of the eye, or is it a marvelous hidden grace? On thee is the form of the wolf, and on me is the quality, beauty of Joseph. If the worlds are 18,000 and more, these 18,000 are not subject, accessible to every eye. Reveal the mystery, O Ali, thou who art approved, by God, O thou who art good fate after evil fate. Either do thou declare that which thy reason hath found, or I will tell that which hath shone forth on me. From thee it shone forth on me, how shouldst thou hide it? Without tongue thou art darting rays of light, like the moon. But if the moon's orb come to speech, it more quickly leads the night travellers into the right way. They become safe from error and heedlessness. The voice of the moon prevails over the voice of the ghoul. Inasmuch as the moon, even without speech, is showing the way, when it speaks, it becomes light upon light. Since thou art the gate of the city of knowledge, since thou art the beams of the sun of clemency, be open, O gate, to him that seeks the gate, so that by means of thee the husks may reach the core. Be open unto everlasting, O gate of mercy, O entrance hall to none is like unto him. Every air and mote is indeed a place for vision of God, but so long as it is unopened, who says, yonder is a door? Unless the watcher open a door, this idea never stirs within. When a door is opened, he, on whom this idea has dawned, becomes amazed, grows wings, and begins to fly on the wings of the idea. A careless man suddenly found the treasure in the ruin. After that, he was hastening to search in every ruin. Till you gain the pearl from one dervish, how should you seek the pearl from another dervish? Though opinion run with its own feet for many years, it will not pass beyond the cleft of its own nostrils. Say, are you seeing aught except your nose? Say, how will you see if you turn up your nose in self-conceit? How that infidel asked Ali, may God honour his person, saying, since thou wert victorious over such a man as I am, how didst thou drop the sword from thy hand? He said, speak, O Prince of the Faithful, that my soul may stir within my body like the embryo. How hath the embryo the means of stirring during the period when it is ruled by the stars? It comes, turns from the stars towards the sun. When the time comes for the embryo to receive the vital spirit, at that time the sun becomes its helper. This embryo is brought into movement by the sun, for the sun is quickly endowing it with spirit. From the other stars, this embryo received only an impression until the sun shone upon it. By which way did it become connected in the womb with the beauteous sun? By the hidden way that is remote from our sense perception. The sun in heaven hath many ways, the way whereby gold receives nourishment, and the way whereby the common stone is made a jacinth, and the way whereby it makes the ruby red, and the way whereby it gives the lightning flash to the iron horseshoe, and the way whereby it ripens the fruit, and the way whereby it gives heart to one distraught with fear. Say it forth, O falcon with shining wings, who hast learned to be familiar with the king and with his forearm. Say it forth, O royal falcon that dost catch the ankar, O thou that dost vanquish an army by thyself, not with the aid of an army. Thou alone art the whole community. Thou art 1 in 100,000. Say it forth, O thou to whose falcon thy slave has fallen a prey. Wherefore this mercy in the place of vengeance? Whose way is it to give the hand to a dragon? How the Prince of the Faithful made answer and explained what was the reason of his dropping the sword from his hand on that occasion. He said, I am wielding the sword for God's sake. I am the servant of God. I am not under the command of the body. I am the lion of God. I am not the lion of passion. My deed bears witness to my religion. In war I am manifesting the truth of, thou didst not throw when thou threwest. I am but as the sword, and the wielder is the divine Son. I have removed the baggage of self out of the way. I have deemed what is other than God to be non-existence. I am a shadow. The Son is my Lord. I am the chamberlain. I am not the curtain which prevents approach to him. I am filled with the pearls of union, like a jeweled sword. In battle I make men living, not slain. Blood does not cover the sheen of my sword. How should the wind sweep away my clouds? I am not a straw. I am a mountain of forbearance and patience and justice. How should the fierce wind carry off the mountain? That which is removed from its place by a wind is rubbish, for indeed the contrary winds are many. The wind of anger and the wind of lust and the wind of greed swept away him that performed not the ritual prayers. I am a mountain, and my being is his building. And if I become like a straw, my wind, the wind that moves me, is his wind. My longing is not stirred save by his wind. My captain is naught but love of the one. Anger is king over kings, and to me it is a slave. Even anger I have bound under the bridle. The sword of my forbearance hath smitten the neck of my anger. The anger of God hath come on me like mercy. I am plunged in light, although my roof is ruined. I have become a garden, although I am styled Bu-Turab, the father of dust. Since the thought of something other than God has intervened, it behoves me to sheathe my sword, that my name may be he loves for God's sake, that my desire may be he hates for God's sake, that my generosity may be he gives for God's sake, that my being may be he withholds for God's sake. My stinginess is for God's sake, my bounty is for God's sake alone. I belong entirely to God. I do not belong to anyone else. And that which I am doing for God's sake is not done in conformity. It is not fancy and opinion. It is naught but intuition. I have been freed from effort and search. I have tied my sleeve to the skirt of God. If I am flying, I behold the place to which I soar, and if I am circling, I behold the axis on which I revolve. And if I am dragging a burden, I know whither. I am the moon, and the sun is in front of me as the guide. There is no possibility of communicating more than this to the people. In the river, there is no room for the sea. I speak low according to the measure of their understandings. 'Tis no fault. This is the practice of the prophet. I am free from self-interest. Hear the testimony of a freeman, for the testimony of slaves is not worth 2 barleycorns. In the religious law, the testimony of a slave has no value at the time of litigation and judgment. Even if thousands of slaves bear witness on thy behalf, the law does not accept their testimony as worth a straw. In God's sight, the slave of lust is worse than menials and slaves brought into servitude, for the latter becomes free at a single word from his master, while the former lives sweet but dies sour and bitter. The slave of lust hath no means of release at all except through the grace of God and his special favor. He has fallen into a pit that has no bottom, and that is his own sin. It is not divine compulsion and injustice. He has cast himself into such a pit that I find no rope capable of reaching its bottom. I will make an end. If this discourse go further, not only hearts but rocks will bleed. If these hearts have not bled, 'tis not because of their hardness, 'tis because of perplexity and preoccupation and ill-fatedness. They will bleed one day when blood is no use to them. Do thou bleed at a time when thy blood is not rejected. Inasmuch as the testimony of slaves is not accepted, the approved witness is he that is not the slave of the ghoul of sensuality. The words, "We have sent thee as a witness," came in the warning, the Quran, because he, the prophet, was entirely free from creaturely existence. Since I am free, how should anger bind me? Nothing is here but divine qualities. Come in, for the grace of God hath made thee free, because his mercy had the precedence over his wrath. Come in now, for thou hast escaped from the peril. Thou wert a common stone, the elixir hath made thee a jewel. Thou hast been delivered from unbelief and its thorn thicket. Blossom like a rose in the cypress garden of who? God. Thou art I, and I am thou, O illustrious one. Thou wert Ali. How should I kill Ali? Thou hast committed a sin better than any act of piety. Thou hast traversed heaven in a single moment. Very fortunate was the sin which the man committed. Do not rose leaves spring from a thorn? Was not the sin of Umar and his attempt on the life of the prophet leading him to the gate of acceptance? Was not Pharaoh because of the magic of the magicians drawing them to himself, and did not spiritual fortune come to their aid? Had it not been for their magic and denial of Moses, who would have brought them to rebellious Pharaoh? How would they have seen the rod and the miracles? Disobedience to God became obedience, O disobedient people. God hath smitten the neck of despair, inasmuch as sin and disobedience have become obedience. Since he changes evil acts into good, he makes it, the disobedience, an act of obedience in despite of slanderers, devils. By this mercy of God, the stoned, accursed devil is driven away and bursts with envy and is cloven asunder. He strives to foster a sin in us, and by means of that sin bring us into a pit. When he sees that the sin has become an act of obedience to God, there comes round for him an unblessed hour. Come in, I open the door to thee. Thou spattest on me, and I give thee a present. Such things I am giving to the doer of iniquity. Thou seest, in what fashion I lay my head before the left foot. What then do I bestow on the doer of righteousness? Know thou, I bestow treasures and kingdoms everlasting. How the prophet, on whom be peace, said in the ear of the stirrup holder of the Prince of the Faithful, Ali, may God honour his person, I tell thee, Ali will be slain by thy hand. I am such a man that the honey of my kindness did not become poison in wrath, even against my murderer. The prophet said in the ear of my servant that one day he would sever this head of mine from my neck. The prophet, by divine inspiration, informed my friend that in the end my destruction would be wrought by his hand. He, my friend, says, kill me first, in order that this hateful crime may not proceed from me. I say, since my death is to come from thee, how can I seek to evade the destiny of God? He falls before me, saying, O generous man, for God's sake cleave me in twain, that this evil end may not come upon me, and that my soul may not burn with grief for thee who art its very life. I say, go, the pen of divine ordainment is dry. By that pen many a lofty landmark is overthrown. There is no hatred of thee in my soul, because I do not regard this act as proceeding from thee. Thou art God's instrument. God's hand is the real agent. How should I assail and oppose God's instrument? He, the knight, said, For what reason then is retaliation sanctioned? 'Tis from God too, said Ali, and that is a hidden mystery. If he takes offence at his own act, yet he causes gardens of good to grow from that taking offence. It beseems him to take offence at his own act, inasmuch as in vengeance and mercy he is one. In this city of phenomena he is the prince. In all the realms of the world he is the ruler. If he breaks his own instrument, he mends that which has become broken. Recognize, O noble sir, the indication of the text. Whatever verse we shall cancel or cause to be forgotten, followed by we shall bring a better. Every religious law that he, God, has cancelled. He has taken away grass and brought roses in exchange. Night cancels the business of day. Behold an inanimateness, inertia, that enlightens the intellect. Again, night is cancelled by the light of day, so that the inanimateness is consumed by that fire-kindling one. Although that sleep and rest are darkness, is not the water of life within the darkness? Did not minds become refreshed in that darkness? Did not a pause in recitation become the source of increased beauty in the voice? For contraries are manifested by means of contraries. In the black core of the heart, he, God, created the everlasting light of love. The wars of the prophet became the pivot, determining cause of peace. The peace of this latter age was produced from those wars. That heart-ravisher cut off hundreds of thousands of heads in order that the heads of the whole world's people might win security. The gardener lops the harmful bough in order that the date palm may gain tallness of stature and goodness. The expert gardener digs up the weeds from the garden in order that his garden and fruit may look flourishing. The physician extracts bad teeth in order that the beloved patient may be saved from pain and sickness. Many advantages are concealed within defects. For martyrs, there is life in death. When the martyr's throat has been cut that swallowed the daily bread, the spiritual, blessings implied in the text, receiving the divine bounty, rejoicing shall be delicious to him. When the throat of an animal is cut duly in the manner prescribed by law, there grows from it the throat of man, and its excellence is increased thereby. When a martyred man's throat is cut, come, consider what the result will be. Judge of this case by the analogy of that case. A third throat will be born, and care of it will be taken by the sherbet of God and his lights. The throat that has been cut drinks the divine sherbet, but only the throat that has been delivered from nay and has died in yea. Make an end, O pusillanimous, short-fingered, infirm one. How long will the life of thy spirit be sustained by bread? Like the willow, thou hast no fruit, because thou hast lost thine honour for the sake of white bread. If the sensual soul cannot refrain from this bread, take the elixir and turn thy copper into gold. Wouldst thou wash thy garment clean? O so-and-so, do not avert thy face from the bleacher's quarter. Although the bread has broken thy fast, cling to him that binds what is broken, and ascend. Inasmuch as his hand binds what is broken, it follows that his breaking is assuredly mending. If thou break it, he will say to thee, Come, make it whole again. And thou hast neither hand nor foot, thou art helpless. Therefore he alone has the right to break, for he alone can mend what has been broken. He that knows how to sew together knows how to tear asunder. Whatsoever he sells, he buys something better in exchange. He lays the house in ruins upside down, then in one moment he makes it more habitable than it was before. If he sever one head from the body, he at once raises up hundreds of thousands of heads for the beheaded person. If he had not ordained a retaliation upon the guilty, or if he had not said, In retaliation there is for you a life, who would have the stomach, would dare of himself on his own responsibility, to draw a sword against him that is a thrall to the decree of God? Because everyone whose eyes he, God, hath opened, would know that the slayer was constrained to slay by divine predestination. Anyone on whom that predestination became a collar, anyone subjected to it, would strike a sword blow even at the head of his own child. Go, fear God, and do not rail at the wicked. Know thine own impotence before the snare of the divine decree. How Adam, on whom be peace, marvelled at the perdition of Iblis and showed vanity. One day Adam looked with contempt and scorn on Iblis, who is damned. He behaved with self-conceit and became self-approving. He laughed at the plight of accursed Iblis. The jealousy of God cried out against him. O chosen one, thou art ignorant of the hidden mysteries of his providence. If he should turn the fir inside out, he would tear up from root and bottom, even the firmest mountain of faith. At that instant he would rend the veil of, put to shame, 100 Adams and bring to light 100 devils newly converted to Islam. Adam said, I repent of this look. I will not think so disrespectfully again. O help of them that call for help, lead us aright. There is no cause for pride in knowledge or riches. Do not let a heart stray that thou hast guided by thy grace, and avert the evil which the pen has written. Let the evil of thy ordainment pass from our souls. Do not cut us off from those who are well pleased with thee. There is naught more bitter than separation from thee. Without thy protection, there is naught but perplexity. Our worldly goods waylay and plunder our spiritual goods. Our bodies tear the garment of spirituality from our souls. Inasmuch as the evil wrought by our hand devours the good towards which we move, our foot, how shall anyone save his soul without thy security? And even if, unaided, he save his soul from these awful dangers, he will only have saved a stock of misfortune and fear, because the soul, when it is not united with the beloved, is blind and blue, miserable with itself forever. When thou wilt not give him admission to thy presence, even suppose he has saved his soul, regard as dead the soul that would live without thee. If thou art upbraiding thy slaves, that is suitable to thee, O thou whose every wish is fulfilled. And if thou say that the sun and moon are scum, and if thou say that the straight stature of the cypress is bent, double, And if thou call the empyrean and the sky contemptible, and if thou say that the mine and the sea are poor, that is proper in reference to thy perfection. Thine is the power of perfecting all mortalities, for thou art holy and free from danger and from non-existence. Thou art he that brings the non-existent ones into being and endows them with existence. He that made to grow can burn, destroy, because when he has torn, he can sow, mend. Every autumn he burns, withers, the garden. Then he makes to grow again the rose that dies, the garden, saying, O thou who wert withered, come forth, be fresh, once more be fair and of fair renown. The eye of the narcissus became blind. He restored it. The throat of the reed was cut. He himself fostered it again and revived it. Since we are made by God and are not makers, we are not entitled to be anything but humble and content. We all are of the flesh and busy with fleshliness. If thou call us not to thyself, we all are Ahrimans, devils. If we have been delivered from Ahriman, it is only because thou hast redeemed our souls from blindness. Thou art the guide of every one that hath life. Who, of what account, is the blind man without staff and guide? Excepting thee alone, whatsoever is sweet or unsweet is man-destroying and the essence of fire. Anyone to whom fire is a refuge and support becomes both a Magian and a Zoroaster. Everything except Allah is vain. Verily, the grace of Allah is a cloud pouring abundantly and continually. Returning to the story of the Prince of the Faithful, Ali, may God honour his person, and how generously he behaved to his murderer. Go back to Ali and his murderer and the kindness he showed to the murderer and his superiority, moral and spiritual excellence. He said, Day and night I see the murderer with my eyes, but I have no anger against him, because death has become sweet as manna to me. My death has laid fast hold of resurrection. The death of deathlessness is lawful to us. The provision of unprovidedness is a bounty to us. 'Tis death outwardly, but life inwardly. Apparently, 'tis a cutting off, decease. In secret, in reality, 'tis permanence, life without end. To the embryo in the womb birth is a going to another state of existence. In the world, it, the embryo, blossoms anew. Since I have intense love and longing for death, the prohibition do not cast yourselves into destruction is meant for me, because only the sweet berry is prohibited. For how should it become necessary to prohibit the sour one? The berry that has a sour kernel and rind, its very sourness and disagreeableness serve as a prohibition of it. To me, the berry of dying has become sweet, the text, nay, they are living has come from God on my account. Slay me, my trusty friends, slay me, vile as I am. Verily, in my being slain is my life for evermore. Verily, in my death is my life, O youth. How long shall I be parted from my home? Until when? If there were not in my staying in this world my separation from God, he would not have said, Verily, we are returning to him. The returning one is he that comes back to his native city, and fleeing from the revolution of time approaches the unity. How the stirrup holder of Ali, may God honour his person, came to him, saying, For God's sake, kill me and deliver me from this doom. He came back saying, O Ali, kill me quickly, that I may not see that bitter moment and hour. Shed my blood, I make it lawful to thee, so that my eye may not behold that resurrection. I said, if every atom should become a murderer, and dagger in hand, go to attack thee, none of them could cut from thee the tip of a single hair, since the pen has written against thee such a line of doom. But do not grieve, I am intercessor for thee. I am the spirit's master. I am not the body's slave. This body hath no value in my sight. Without my body, I am the noble in spirit, the son of the noble. Dagger and sword have become my sweet basil. My death has become my banquet and Narcissus plot. He that hamstrings mortifies his body in this fashion. How should he covet the princedom and the caliphate? Outwardly, he strives after power and authority, but only that he may show to princes the right way and judgment, that he may give another spirit to the princedom, that he may give fruit to the palm tree of the caliphate. Explaining that the motive of the prophet, on whom be peace, in seeking to conquer Mecca and other places, than Mecca, was not love of worldly dominion, inasmuch as he has said, this world is a carcass, but that, on the contrary, it was by the command of God. Likewise, the prophet struggled to conquer Mecca. How can he be suspected of being inspired by love of this world? He who on the day of trial shut his eyes and heart to the treasury of the seven heavens, when the horizons of all the seven heavens were full of houris and genies who had come to gaze upon him, having arrayed themselves for his sake, how indeed should he care for anything except the beloved? He had become so filled with magnification of God that even those nearest to God would find no way of intruding there. In us, in our unity, is no room for a prophet sent as an apostle, nor yet for the angels or the Spirit. Do ye therefore understand? He also said, we are mazag, that is, our eye did not rove. We are not looking for carrion like crows, zag. We are intoxicated with, enraptured by the dyer. We are not intoxicated with the garden of flowers with their many dyes. Inasmuch as to the eye of the prophet the treasuries of the celestial spheres and intelligences seemed worthless as a straw, what then would Mecca and Syria and Iraq be worth to him, that he should show fight and longing to gain possession of them? That thought and opinion of his motive is the hypocrite's, who judges the prophet from the analogy of his own wicked soul. When you make yellow glass a veil between your eyes and the sun, you see all the sunlight yellow. Break those blue and yellow glasses, in order that you may know, distinguish, the dust and the man who is concealed by it. The dust of the body has lifted up its head, risen around the spiritual horseman. You have fancied the dust to be the man of God. Iblis saw only the dust and said, how should this offspring of clay, Adam, be superior to me of the fiery brow? So long as thou art regarding the holy, prophets and saints, as men, know that that view is an inheritance from Iblis. If thou art not the child of Iblis, O contumacious one, then how has the inheritance of that cur come to thee? I am not a cur, I am the Lion of God, a worshipper of God. The Lion of God is he that has escaped from phenomenal form. The lion of this world seeks a prey and provision. The lion of the Lord seeks freedom and death. Inasmuch as in death he sees 100 existences, like the moth he burns away his own existence. Desire for death became the badge of the sincere, for this word, declaration, was made a test for the Jews. He, God, said in the Quran, O people of the Jews, death is treasure and gain to the sincere, even as there is desire for profit in the hearts of the worldly. The desire to win death is better than that in the eyes of the sincere. O Jews, for the sake of being held in honour by men of worth, let this wish be uttered on your tongues. Not a single Jew had so much courage as to respond when Muhammad raised this banner, gave this challenge. He said, "If they should utter this on their tongues, truly not one Jew would be left in the world." Then the Jews brought the property, tribute in kind, and land tax, saying, "Do not put us to shame, O lamp of the world. There is no end in sight to this discourse. Give me thy hand, since thine eye hath seen the friend."